of our founding by Commodore Rajan Veer, who's sitting there on the right. And we are very privileged to have him also with us on this occasion. Conducting a seminar of this magnitude is not an easy task for a relatively small and voluntary organization such as the IMF. And we are therefore extremely grateful to all our sponsors for having contributed generously towards helping us organize this seminar. And as you can see on the screen, these are Messrs. Indian Oil Corporation, Cochin Shipyard Limited, Mazgon Docks Limited, L&T Defence, Garden Reach Shipbuilders, and Bharat Forge Limited. Once again, thank you very much. And just check this. Just can you change the slide? An overview of the program is now flashed in front of you, which I think all of you must be generally aware of. And the same is also there in the seminar brochure, and a copy of the seminar brochure no doubt would have been given to you at the registration desk when you all arrived. So a few small points are there for the audience to keep in mind, which are now flashed. Let's change the slide. I'll just highlight the last point, which is that we will not be giving the full introduction of the moderator and speakers since they are already there in the seminar brochure. So to save time, we will keep it short. And with that, without further ado, we'll move on to the first item, that is a welcome address by our President, Captain Anand Dikshit. May I invite him to the podium.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Admiral Ajay Kochar, distinguished guests, moderators, panelists, principal sponsors, members of Indian Maritime Foundation, Navy Foundation, Pune chapter, and Center for Advanced Strategic Studies, officers of the NDA, Millet, and Western Naval Command, representatives of the defense industries, PSU and private sector, mariners, ladies and gentlemen. I am privileged to welcome you on behalf of the Indian Maritime Foundation to our seminar on fostering innovation and indigenization in maritime domain. We feel honored to acknowledge the presence of the distinguished guests, Vice Admiral Satish Kormade, Air Marshal Bhushan Gokhale, Vice Admiral Vinod Pasricha, Vice Admiral A.V. Subedar, Vice Admiral DSP Verma, Vice Admiral A.K. Chawla, Vice Admiral P. Jetli, Vice Admiral Jayant Korde, and Major General S.H. Mahajan. We welcome Vice Admiral N.F. Nadaf of Walchandnagar Industries, Mr. Suresh Rajani of H&H Precision, Commander Samir Oak of Shri Refrigeration Private Limited, and Commander Rajesh Debnath. Our warm welcome to the moderators and panelists of this seminar. The moderator for session 1 is Rear Admiral R.B. Uthaya, and the panelists are Commodore Arun Golaya, Rear Admiral Iqbal Singh Grewal, Rear Admiral Ankur Sharma, and Mr. Nikunj Parashar, CEO of Sagar Defence Engineering. For session 2, the moderator is Mr. Madhu Nair, CMD Cochin, Cochin Shipyard Limited, Dr. Sauhat Singh, Indian Oil Corporation, Commander Dr. Shekhar Murthy, Mr. Biju George, Director Shipbuilding of MDL, and Mr. Kaustubh Palnikar of L&T Defence. Session 3, the moderator is Vice Admiral P. Jetli. And the panelists are Vice Admiral A.K. Chawla, Commander Dr. K. Rana, Captain S. Krishnamurthy, who is the Vice President of IMF Chennai branch, Rear Admiral P.J. Rangachari, and Rear Admiral S. Srinivas. We extend a warm welcome to the representatives of our principal sponsors, Mr. Madhu Nair, Cochin Shipyard Limited, Mr. S. Ranganathan, Executive VP, L&T Defence, Mr. Biju George, Mazagon Dock Limited, Dr. Sauhar Singh, Indian Oil Corporation, Commodore P.R. Hari, CMD, Garden Reach Shipbuilders and Engineers, Commodore Ajay Sharma and Rear Admiral Vargaonkar, Bharat Forge Limited. We are grateful to our sponsors for their generous support to this seminar. We welcome the special invitees, Captain S.S. Tafde, former nautical advisor to Government of India, Rear Admiral S.S. Godbole, and Commodore Sanjay Tiwari. IMF has always had a close and cordial relationship with Tolani Maritime Institute. We welcome Dr. Sanjeet Kanungo, Principal TMI, Captain Indranath Banerjee, Commander Bhaskar Valembe, Mr. Suchit Das, and Mr. N. Thirumalai Nathan. From the Navy Foundation Pune chapter, we have Commodore P.K. Malhotra, the President, who is also a council member of IMF. Rear Admiral S.M. Luktuke, Commodore Sandeep Deshmukh, and Commodore Ishan Tandon, a warm welcome to NFPC representatives. We welcome Captain Raghu Nair, Commanding Officer, INS Chennai, and Commodore Anish M.J. Nair from the Western Naval Command. Our warm welcome to the officers of NDA and Millet. Last but no means the least, let us welcome Commodore Rajan Veer, the founder president of IMF, and now the President Emeritus. Despite his physical discomfort, he has come to attend and bless this seminar. On behalf of everyone here, I extend a warm welcome to Commodore Rajan Veer. Our chief guest and keynote speaker today is Admiral Ajay Kochar, Commandant, National Defence Academy. A brief introduction of our chief guest. Vice Admiral Ajay Kochar, AVSM NM, is an alumnus of the National Defence Academy, the Defence Service Staff College, Wellington, Naval War College, Mumbai, and the Royal College of Defence Studies in the United Kingdom. In a career spanning 35 years, he has held a number of specialist, staff, and operational appointments, both afloat and ashore. He was commissioned in the Indian Navy on the 1st of July 1988 and has completed specialization course in gunnery and missiles. The Admiral has extensive sea service to his credit in frontline ships, including the command of missile corvettes and missile frigate. The Admiral has also commanded the aircraft carrier INS Vikramaditya from April 2017 till May 2018. During his tenure, the ship was awarded the Best Fleet Ship Trophy for the year 2017-18. The Admiral has held several important and prestigious staff appointments at the Integrated Headquarters, MOD Navy. He assumed command of Western Fleet, the sword arm of the Navy, on 24th February 2021. The flag officer is a recipient of Nausena Medal and Ati Vishisht Seva Medal. He is married to Mrs. Raymond Kochar. The couple have a daughter, Saba, and son, Karan. Thank you, sir, for giving your valuable time to be here. One of the objectives of IMF when it was founded was to bring the maritime community together and encourage dialogue through lectures, seminars, and workshops. I can say with a sense of satisfaction that we have achieved a good measure of success in the pursuance of that objective. Our first seminar was held at the National Film Archives Hall in Pune in 2001, which brought together for the first time the speakers from the Indian Navy and the Merchant Navy on the same platform. Since then, the IMF seminars have become a regular and prestigious event covering a wide range of subjects of maritime interest. The theme of today's seminar is about innovation and indigenization in the maritime sector. We are today in the midst of the fourth industrial revolution. This is the age of smart ships, smart ports, and remote control autonomous vessels. Even robotic soldiers, stealth ships, underwater drones, and rapid advancements in the area of weapons and sensors. Our quest for the Atmanirbhar Bharat must keep pace with these rapid changing developments. The inclusion of private sector in defense production is a step in the right direction. We could also consider involving the academia and promote defense research at our university level. It would be interesting to hear the views of our learned speakers on this subject. With that, I conclude my welcome address. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Dikshit. We now have the inaugural address by Vice Admiral Pasricha. Let's change the slide. Next slide. He's a very distinguished officer with an illustrious career in service. He's a naval aviator, and he had the distinction of being the commissioning commanding officer of our second aircraft carrier, INS Virat, which he commissioned in the UK and brought back to India. And he also has had the distinction of being one of the few officers who has been the flag officer commanding in chief of both our operational commands. There is the Western Naval Command as well as the Eastern Naval Command. May I invite Admiral Pasricha to deliver the inaugural address, sir. Just put on the presentation. Admiral Pasricha. Just check this.
If it is not, I'll ask him to. It's working?
Yes, sir.
This is forward?
Just forward.
Thank you. Admiral Co-Chair, flag officers of the three services, Commodore Veer, President and members of the Indian Maritime Foundation, the learned guest speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to introduce this subject of which I am really proud of what India has achieved since 1947. Our Navy has done wonders. However, my personal view till recently was that our merchant Navy had not kept the same pace. And I'm hoping that today's seminar will ensure that I have a wrong input on that. I'll begin with a few basic slides to highlight our, I'm afraid. Okay, this is just to give an idea of where India stands in these big oceans. And as it is a water planet, the Navy has always had a very important role to play. I'm afraid you'll have to help me with that. The next slide, please. It's not working. Yeah, basically I won't take time, but we have a very long history. Nearly 5,000 years ago, we had ships being built here, and they were at the Lothal dry dock. They did wonders. The next one, please. And as early as soon thereafter, we had large four-masted sailing ships going to Java. A coin in Satavana which highlights that the Navy was of extreme importance to us that early. And of course, the Chola woodwork, which is something that we are very grateful for and what has made sure that our Navy is great. Next, please. These are some of our earlier dynasties, so I won't delve on them, but basically to give you an idea of when we started and what we have achieved. And although there was a lot of sea power, we never combined as one till quite recently. Next, please. Here we have one highlights, which is the last slide which I showed you, of where all we went, the areas we covered. What is not clearly shown in this, that we even went to Egypt, to Greece, and to Italy. Those were days when I think ships had a tough time traveling, but they still managed it, and all by sea, by sail. For a short while in the 18th century, the sea rulers were controlled by Kanaji Angre and Tipu Sultan, who eventually fought with the British. Next. There, because the British has better guns and better ships, I'll just give you an idea of the tactics we employed. Preferred to operate in very shallow waters, so these guys couldn't come there. Made sure that we were firing in areas where the winds were slow for us, but the ships couldn't, and attack from astern, because most of the ships had their guns on the sides. So if you could maneuver yourself to attack from the stern, then it would. And immediately thereafter go into shallow waters so that no one could pursue you. This is a brief thing of the paradigm of what all we achieved. The next slide, please. Then the next area which came of importance is when in the Wadia brothers in Bombay ensured that we built a lot of ships for the Royal Navy. The Indian ships were built here, and in fact two of them still nearly 300 years later are in London, and you can visit them and they're still in prime condition and look as if they no damage has done. This is just to give you a list of the large number of ships that were made in Bombay dockyard. Well, then before talking about the Navy of today, yeah please, next. These are two very important statements about our naval commitment. As early as nearly a century and a half ago, it was said that the key to the 21st century will be the Indian Ocean. We will decide. Next. And one of our early historians had this to say, that the Indian Ocean, whoever controls, whoever looks after that, and I must say that with Atmanirbhar, we are very close to having achieved this. Next. This also just highlights our total area. Our biggest problem will continue to be the large number of islands that we have to protect. 11,000 islands, 1,100 islands rather, all over India, and to give them total support is something that we need to cater for. Next. Our EEZ and coastal areas. As you will see, the EEZ of India is practically the same size as the land area. And these are areas where we have to concentrate on. And as I said, till recently the Navy wasn't all that important, but today the government has realized that one of the forerunners in all requirements is the Navy, and particularly the Indian Navy, which has to defend our borders. Next. This is just again a small slide to show you what has been the flow of oil and how most of it emanates from just next to India, and the reason for us to ensure that this area is well protected. Although we have only 6 labours on land and 7 immediate ones at sea, look at the number of maritime neighbours that we have. And this again is an area where the Indian Navy has been doing very well. And this is something which I must thank the present Prime Minister for. I've recently heard that he has ensured that at least 5 or 6 of these countries are visited by Indian ships, so that Indian ships go there, we highlight what our ships are doing, what we are capable of, and build friendships with them so that we treat them as friends and not as enemies. Of course, as I mentioned, there are a whole lot of extra-regional powers which believe that the Indian Ocean belongs to them, and we have to keep fighting with them on who owns the ocean. We have 12, just next slide please. 12 major ports which we are using, and a large number of minor ports. Next. Oh, anyway, that's moved on. And this is the flow of trade around India. Next. Continue with the. Here again, a very important point that I need to highlight is that India is at the center of 8 important choke points, and therefore the role of the Navy becomes important. There are 7 choke points which I have shown here, and the 8th is Kra, which for some reason was planned to be dug up through land like the Panama Canal, but it has not yet happened, and I don't think it will with the kind of thing. But unless we have some control over the choke points, it is very difficult for us to operate. And perhaps this is the reason where a large number of the Russian fleet keeps coming to India, and we have to see how best we can look after them. Even though they've got ports in countries just next to us, fortunately, we are still able to take charge. Next. Now I'll come to the main topic. This was an introduction to highlight what we were doing. And here again, the next slide is to highlight that although we look at India facing the north side up, actually we should look south. And this is the area that from India we are controlling the entire region, and it's a very large area. Controls the entire region. If you see our land water down below, there are just a few countries down below, but the main countries are the 47 countries I mentioned to you here. Next please. I purposely wanted to bring out this slide. In 1953, I think there were 1 or 2 officers from Garuda, when INS Garuda was first commissioned in Cochin. It was the only naval air station that we had. Now today, air power, to my mind, is important for us to be able to not only carry out surveillance, but also to make sure that we have control. And in the next 40 years, we just stay back please. We have built 16 air stations, including 3 in the Andamans which never had them. So it highlights the control that the aviation has from what it was to what it has become. Next please. The other very important factor is the genesis of our aviation. It is to the credit of our initial naval admirals that they chose fairly early in life to start this system by which India would start making its own submarines. And this only gives you a rough idea of how the design capability came. And that's even more important, because we design our own ships. We have a center in Delhi and with the civilians who ensure that our designs are today the best. And as I mentioned before also, our ships are today perhaps the best in the world. Next. A little word about the first ship that we commissioned. This was INS Nilgiri, which was commissioned in 1972. As you will see from the slide on the right top, the area for landing was very small. It just had a very small area for landing with the anti-submarine weapons behind that. And therefore the helicopter that could operate could, although it was called a match roll, which means it would carry a torpedo, but it was really not what we were looking for. With that in mind, we ensured that the 4th and 5th Giris got the seeking, which is much more potent as a weapon. I can't show this to you, but a seeking landing at night, the clearance of the rotor from the hangar is 2 feet. And he's got to land and make sure that those 2 feet is maintained all the time. The other problem is if he doesn't maintain that distance, then his tail wheel will go into the water. So it's a very peculiar situation, and full marks to them for having achieved what they have. Next. Soon thereafter, which is again the first in the Indian Navy, we had the same class of Godavari operating with 2 seekings. In that small thing. One was always in the hangar and one flew. So if you had to fly the second one, you had to first let this one take off, get the other one out, get it ready, take off, and similarly while landing you had a problem. So you had to make sure that the first one landed, was stored inside, and only then the second one. But these are things that we did, and I must give full marks to the way we managed all this. Next. 40 years later, we've commissioned, after one 4.5-inch gun, to what we are today. And I will just show you the weapons. It will give you an idea. Next slide, please. This is the weapons. We've mixed the Western naval style, the Russian weapons, and the Indian weapons made by us. And if you look at what we've got in a ship 40 years after we started, it will give you an idea of what. And this is just one of the ships. She is now also nearly 11 years old. The new ships have got new technologies and they're really doing wonders. Next. This, of course, is the new Vikrant on which a lot of people will be talking, so I won't go further. And the next one. By the way, when Vikrant has been formed, just go back, please. I understand that a new dockyard is coming up which is much deeper, and therefore we will very soon, I think it is either got commissioned or is about to be commissioned. Pardon? Yeah, he'll be talking about it. But so that will be able to make sure that we are hoping that our second aircraft carrier gets sanctioned by the government. There's still a little bit of thing, but I think on principle, government has been able to convince the Prime Minister that it's about time that we got it, and I hope it will come. Next, please. The submarines, of course, have been built and totally, Scorpion is a totally Indian construction ship. And the next slide will show you what we are hoping to achieve, and that is air-independent propulsion. As all of you are aware, a submarine requires to surface at night for a short while so that its batteries can be charged. That enables it to stay underwater for 2 to 3 days at slow speed. But if it was to do high speed, then the batteries discharge very fast. And therefore, this air-independent propulsion is something that has been designed totally by India on things. And we will now have it so the submarine does not have to surface for 6 to 7 days. And then only recharge. And therefore, you have the capability of operating. And I think this is one of our major achievements that we've done. This I've already done. Next, please. Some other factors which are important in submarines particularly. We started with practically no knowledge, and today I think our submarines are definitely the best in the world. And this highlights what we are doing. And there are special maintenance tools and design features which are being done by India. Next. This, of course, is merely to give you an inventory of what all we have today and from where we started and what India is today. Next. Here are some of the peculiarities of naval ships which I thought I'll just show you. You can just go through it and see what all is required for a ship at sea. I was talking to somebody else as why a merchant ship cannot be used. It's because there are too many involvements of various factors. Reliability, the ability to close one compartment at a time so that even if there is a torpedo hit, you can isolate that area, whereas in another ship you can't do that. Next. This is I've already spoken to you about this. One area on this which I think we are yet to make enough progress is on the decision to export ships to the third world. We are building for them, but we are building what we are making minus too much of the weapons. And to my mind, any ship that really wants a warship is not looking for a ship minus the weapons. So that is where we have to work with them and see how we can design. And I think the dockyards today have become excellent, and there is no problem to be able to design this. We can even look at the option which has been tried once of making sure that the broad structure of the weapon is fitted while the ship is under refit, because that has to be done, and the actual weapon is fitted when the ship goes to its own country, so that we are not aware of the intricacies of what they want us to do. Next. The other very important factor, and I'm glad that we are going to talk about, is the Navy has changed over from the 3 or 4 or 5 people building ships to a very large variety. And today, even small units, people with 3 people and 4 people operating have started building for us. And the thrust that we have given to these small establishments is something that I think we are very good. And these people are also started exporting to foreign markets. So they're not just building for us, but they're sending things abroad, and so they are gaining tremendously. And I think, as all the speakers will tell you later on, the amount that they have gained is absolutely tremendous. These slides I'll just run through because they're basically only, continue please, one by one, slowly. Some of the recommendations that I have made, and as you'll notice, the last point which I covered is building for export, which is the most important. And a lot of our equipment is off the shelf. Therefore, it is ready to be fitted on board. We don't have to do anything on board, and then they work. One very big area of concern, and I think Nirmal Bharat will be addressing this, is that each service is working independently. And I'm glad that our forefathers chose to independently go, because today I feel that what the Navy has achieved is well ahead of the other 2 services. They will catch up eventually now with the new systems, but that is it. The second point is the lack of indigenous weapons. Whilst we've made a lot of things, we need a lot of progress still in making guns, torpedoes. We made some, but there is a need for a lot of things. And the last point is equally important. The hull of a warship lasts for a long time. But unfortunately, although the hull lasts for a long time, the weapons and sensors don't. These are the points that I've covered. I would concentrate on the last in this, and that a large number of serving officers are serving in R&D establishments. Over many years, with serving in the R&D establishment, when it came time for promotion, they were bypassed because they were not actually at sea. Touch wood. that is slowly changing, and a person can stay there for longer. Even as admirals, they are going there, and therefore that is another important thing. Continue. Here's a list of the new ships that are under construction. So I won't dwell on that, but just look at the number of ships that are coming on. Next. Next. So we've done very well, and the 3 areas or 4 areas on which we still need to do a little better are mainly concerning. Next. I'll just not cover this in detail, I'll just give you the brief. These are the Indian shipbuilding yards as I know. Next. Of which the main ones I have listed here. They are the ones that are being listed. Along with that, Pipavav is helping MDL and other places in a way. Similarly, LLT is helping in a lot of construction and in ships and submarines, and that is where the speakers will talk about it. So, although the maritime domain for the Navy has been covered in detail, I'm sure the people will cover here. And to my mind, these are important sectors on which I hope they will give us a much bigger picture. These I have already covered, so I won't cover this again. These challenges also have been covered, and that's it.
Thank you, Admiral Pasricha, for that historical overview of India's maritime heritage, as well as for explaining the importance of the Indian Ocean towards India's geostrategic imperatives, and also for giving the background of our indigenous shipbuilding capability, which as far as the major ships were concerned, started with Mazgaon docks in around 1969, and of course now has grown in leaps and bounds to where we are today. And of course, most of you would be aware that we have recently launched 2 of the follow-on, the original Leander class. One was INS Vindhyagiri, which was launched at GRSE, and the other one was INS Mahendragiri, which was launched at Mazgaon docks. So I think that has shown where we have now reached. And of course, the pinnacle of our shipbuilding is INS Vikrant, which was commissioned in September last year at the Cochin shipyard. So these are indeed a big tribute to our where we have reached in terms of our shipbuilding capability. May I request the President IMF to present a memento? Where is Ajay Banambikar is here? Okay, we'll do that later. We now come to the keynote address, which will be delivered by Admiral Ajay Kochar, who is the Commandant of the National Defence Academy. His biodata has already been given by the President of the IMF, so I will not go into all the details, but a few highlights is that he has commanded a number of ships, including our 3rd aircraft carrier, that is INS Vikramaditya. He has also been, as a flag officer, he has been the Assistant Controller of Carrier Projects, as well as the Assistant Controller of Warship Production and Acquisition at Naval Headquarters, and so he is eminently suited to talk on the subject of today's seminar. And prior to his present appointment, he was also the Flag Officer commanding Western Fleet, which is considered one of the most prestigious appointments for a Rear Admiral in the Indian Navy. May I invite Admiral Kochar to take the podium.
Captain Anand Dikshit, President, Indian Maritime Foundation, Admiral Vinod Pasricha, Commodore Rajan Veer, former CNCs, former Vice Chief, former COMs, former COL, captains of the industry, CMDs of shipyards, DG Warship Design Bureau, DG VESI, ACOM IT and DES, ACOM Mod, officers of WNC, IHQ, and ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed an honor for me to be here amongst all of you and deliver this keynote address. I compliment the organizers for having conceptualized and organized this event, which aims to brainstorm ideas for fostering innovation and indigenization in the maritime domain. I also thank Captain Anand Dikshit for introducing me to the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, I must confess that standing here, I find it as an onerous task to deliver the keynote address, because I have amongst the audience my former mentors who have groomed me in the Navy, my former colleagues who have supported me in all my previous jobs. But notwithstanding, I shall make my best endeavor. To begin with, as you all know, that more than 70% of the human body, including the brain and heart, is made up of water. Likewise, more than 70% of our planet is covered with water. The seas have always been central to human development as a source of resources and as a means of transportation, information exchange, and strategic dominion. In 2020, an article from the Center for International Maritime Security suggested a 66, 70, 80, 90, 99 rule, highlighting that 66% of the global wealth comes from or near the sea. 70% of the globe is oceanic. 80% of its population is coastal. 90% of goods arrive by sea, and 99% of international digital traffic goes by submarine cables. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important for all of us to realize that from times immemorial, the maritime nature of our nation is integral to our national identity and is firmly entrenched in our national ethos. This was aptly highlighted by Admiral Pasricha in his talk. Our history, our geography, our economy, our position, our interactions in a globalized world, and our nation's development and security are all intimately and intricately linked to the maritime domain, which is essentially the Indian Oceans and the seas around us, that surround us from the three sides. The Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, very aptly summarized the maritime character of India during the inauguration of Maritime India Summit 2021, when he said, and I quote, "Oceans are our natural borders. They have nurtured us, and India's history has been influenced by the seas," unquote. History has repeatedly reinforced the fact that supremacy at sea is paramount for any maritime power. India too had periods of notable maritime strength. While the Chola dynasty wielded significant influence in areas bordering the Bay of Bengal and Southeast Asia, it was the Zamorans, Shivaji, and Maratha Navy that maintained a credible maritime posture on the western seaboard of India. Unfortunately, the ensuing period witnessed our maritime heritage suffering a series of setbacks owing to the advent and rise of a purely land-centric outlook that allowed the British, French, and the Portuguese who arrived by sea to make inroads and rule us as colonizers. This sea blindness heralded an era of darkness for the nation. In this regard, we must remain cognizant that freedom we celebrate today was lost partly due to the absence of a credible Indian maritime power. This lesson of history was aptly articulated by Sardar K.M. Panikkar when he famously said, and I quote, "India never lost her independence till she lost the command of the sea in the first decade of the 16th century," unquote. At the stroke of midnight on 15th August 1947, as an independent nation, we once again started a journey to take the seas back. The first step in that direction was to build a strong and a capable navy. From the modest beginning of 33 ships, comprising of predominantly foreign origin platforms with limited capability and capacity, we embarked on our path of indigenization. In the 60s, we realized the necessity of in-house ship designing, which ultimately led us to set up our design organization in 1964. In the 70s, when we felt the need to look at developing, integrating, and maintaining our multitude of sensors, communication systems, networks, etc., we then set up VESI. Further, to bridge the gap between the manufacturers and the domain experts so that what gets designed and rolled out matches the requirements at sea, we set up the Naval Technical Group. Whilst indigenous defense production increased, the next challenge that we faced was that of credible testing and tuning facilities, akin to the best in the world. This gave birth to very few niche test centers like Naval EMI EMC Center, underwater ranges, and more recently, the ACG. The need to service the gas turbines fitted on iron platforms with in-house expertise gave birth to INS Excella at Visakhapatnam. When it came to sonars, the Navy established a synergy with NPOL, a DRDO lab, and Messrs. Bell, while concurrently positioning subject matter experts for respective projects. A similar model was repeated towards the indigenous development of air-independent propulsion module for submarines, as well as for the steel used in our shipbuilding projects. Our association with IIT Delhi for research in underwater domain of naval electronics and in the naval constructors training is many decades old. And similar is our engagement with other IITs and many other academic institutions. So you can see that whenever the Navy felt that there was a need of the environment to set up some niche facility, we took the initiative and set it up. In sum, I could say that over the years, the Navy has used different approaches and models to achieve success in attaining Atmanirbharta in niche fields. The Indian Navy's initiatives to build more versatile and capable platforms and become self-reliant in ship production has now started giving highly encouraging results, as there are 60 ships and submarines under construction at public and private Indian shipyards, and only 2 ships are under construction at foreign shipyards. Indigenization achieved in different categories, that is to float, to move and fight, by the Navy is as flashed on the screen. However, certain critical military hardware is still being imported, and therefore Atmanirbharta has to be the driving force for long-term sustenance, and this can only be achieved by evolving a mature and technologically advanced defense industry, with focus on taking leapfrogging measures rather than tail-chasing the solutions. With this as a background as to how our indigenization efforts have progressed till date, it's important to do a quick check of the drivers that will shape our future Navy. These are primarily 2. First is our maritime interest, and second is the security situation in our areas of interest. As had been brought out by Admiral Prasicha, our country's exclusive economic zone, which measures 2 million square kilometers, bears a treasure of marine wealth and resources. The number of islands and the coastline has also recently been revised after survey by our hydrographic department, and today we have 1382 islands and 11,085 kilometers of coastline. Our international trade is largely dependent on the seas, and around 68% by value and 95% by volume of our foreign trade is seaborne. Around 88% of our oil needs are imported from across the seas, and another 6% is met from our own offshore assets. All these are vital enablers that drive India's prosperity. The importance of the seas has been well underscored by our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, who aptly stated and I quote, "The Indian Ocean has shaped much of India's history. It now holds key to our future," unquote. Thus, it should be clear that India's growth trajectory in the Amrit Kal is inextricably linked to the oceans and will be shaped by our ability to harness the seas and ensure uninterrupted flow of trade and commerce. The unique nature of IOR offers India geographical advantages, but it also brings with it a daunting task of managing various challenges. These include strategic challenges, which are governed by the rapidly changing international order, and security challenges, which span a wide spectrum, ranging from a war with potential adversaries, terrorism, and non-traditional threats like piracy, arms and drug smuggling, illegal immigration, etc. To safeguard our maritime interest and address these challenges, the Indian Navy must remain a balanced, multidimensional force with multi-spectrum capabilities, which is also future-proof. Admiral Hari Kumar, the Chief of Naval Staff, in one of his addresses aptly stated, "Our naval strength is not just in numbers, but in our strategic vision, our innovation, and our commitment to protect our maritime interest." Talking about numbers, the Navy's current force levels stand at around 130 ships and submarines, and we anticipate that we will grow to about 170 to 175 ships by 2035. While we seek numerical growth, the focus is on capabilities rather than merely on bean count. In terms of capabilities, the aim is to deliver effects across the conflict spectrum, including the daily competition and contestation. If I were to categorize the operational capabilities that we envisage, these are flashed on the screen. Our platforms would need to be a combination of both manned and unmanned assets. These platforms have to be equipped with weapons that will encompass a mix of offensive, defensive, and intermediate options, both kinetic and non-kinetic. In this regard, we are looking for active off-board decoys, directed energy weapons, synthetic aperture sonars, shipborne BMD, hypersonic munitions, space-based weapons, and anti-ship land attack and anti-air long-range missiles. Apart from these core capabilities, we are also looking at inducting complementary functionalities such as shore-based offensive capability, ocean surveillance ships, submarine rescue capabilities, anti-piracy capabilities, hydrographic survey, hospital ships, and training ships. While we undertake this planned induction, we can continue to keep an eye on the emergent technologies in diverse fields. Few of them are flashed on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, as I had mentioned, the only way to achieve these capabilities and the ambitious goal of becoming an Atmanirbhar Navy by 2047 is to challenge the status quo, embrace technology in every facet, innovate and indigenize. I also echo the sentiments of our Honorable Raksha Mantri, Shri Rajnath Singh, who had said that the indomitable spirit of self-reliance is the cornerstone of national security. The necessity of indigenous solutions to fortify India's defense architecture and consolidate the nation's standing in the global arena is a foregone conclusion. This, however, will demand a whole-of-nation approach and the need to create a robust synergy between the trinity of academia, R&D organizations, and the defense industry and the startups. If I were to identify a three-pronged action that I believe the Navy is rightly undertaking, then these would be indigenous design and production, that is shaping the future shipbuilding, engaging with industry, academia, startups for systems and equipment level technology development, and finally, indigenizing the existing inventory and our legacy equipment. Moving to the first line of action, that is shaping the future shipbuilding. It is said that the navies are meant to be built and not bought. It is with this foundational belief that the Indian Navy embarked on its quest for self-reliance and indigenization, which has resulted in a thriving and highly matured industry, and has the capacity and capability to construct complex and advanced platforms. The commissioning of our indigenous aircraft carrier Vikrant and the maiden trap and launch of the indigenous LCA from its deck on 6 Feb 23 are apt indications of our capabilities. Our transition from a buyer's navy to a builder's navy helped not only in supporting and promoting the Indian defense industry, but also spurred economic growth and stimulated industrial skilling, as acknowledged in the Economic Survey 22-23, which was presented to the Parliament on 31st Jan 23. For instance, Vikrant alone engaged about 500 MSMEs, created employment for 12,000 people from ancillary industries, in addition to the 2,000 odd shipyard employees. These figures and data demonstrate the strategic significance of the shipbuilding industry and its potential to significantly scale up employment generation and harness the immense multiplier effect the industry has on the economy, both directly and indirectly. A successful shipbuilding sector has been pivotal in the rapid economic development of most countries with long coastal boundaries, such as India. If you observe historical trends, we see that growth in shipbuilding has been a precursor and catalyst of overall economic progress by a nation. Europe and UK during the colonial era, US in the early to mid 20th century, Japan and Korea in the second half of 20th century, and more recently China over the last 2 decades have all displayed the same trend. Today, the Indo-Pacific has emerged as the fastest growing market in shipbuilding sector, with China and Korea alone capturing nearly 75 to 80% of the shipbuilding market. However, the Indian shipbuilding industry has not kept pace with India's economic growth, and today we have a minuscule share in the world's shipbuilding industry. The 2 branches of shipbuilding industry, that is the merchant ship and warships, share technological antecedents and many common factors in production and maintenance through the life cycle. However, the impact of emerging technologies in each of these branches differs. A plausible explanation of this difference is that the dynamics of shipbuilding in the mercantile marine is market driven, whereas warship building is state controlled. If we were to look at the future, besides the much needed policy initiatives, we also need to embrace technology at a much faster rate to achieve greater indigenization in both merchant ship and warship production. The 4th industrial revolution has indeed transformed various aspects of the maritime industry, blending physical and digital technologies in new ways. This revolution has influenced both mercantile marine and warship building, leading to innovations in ship design and construction. In today's world, virtual reality and augmented reality are transforming design, maintenance, and training in shipbuilding. 3D virtual reality models are replacing erstwhile wood or cardboard mock-ups. Stakeholders walk through the ship's pre-production before it even gets off the drawing board to refine the design, evaluate piping layout, cable routing, and indicate changes as required. This obviates rework and optimizes overall cost and build timelines. Artificial intelligence in shipbuilding would enable complex design analysis using simulators, successfully optimizing ship designs, power requirements, and sea keeping characteristics. AI applications are also being used to optimize fuel consumption and implement condition-based preventive maintenance. While our shipbuilding directorates and some shipyards have adopted some of these technologies and measures, we also need to look into the use of technology and aids in the form of software for design finalization and our decision-making processes. Our current collegiate decision-making processes often take years to arrive at frozen staff requirements. The time taking from conceiving a shipbuilding project that is going on from the approach paper to OSRs to PSRs to guideline specification, build specs, and finally signing the contract is almost equal to the ship build time in many of the cases. Therefore, we need to look at measures as to how we innovate and adopt technology to shorten this process. And finally, Atmanirbharta in shipbuilding process will only be complete with the development of ancillary industries that are part of the shipbuilding ecosystem. Parallel development of this sector would ensure that the sector remains globally competitive for exports and thus sustainable. Moving on to my second line of approach, which is engaging with industry, academia, startup for system and equipment level technology development. Reflecting on the importance of holistic development, our Defense Secretary has said that true progress is not in just building ships, but in nurturing the ecosystems that support them. The Indian defense ecosystem today has a very large pool of technically qualified human resource, world-class technology institutes, our own R&D organization focused only on defense, a thriving startup environment, and a globally competitive industrial base. Towards harnessing this potential, the broad course that we wish to undertake is encapsulated by one word: sprint. On one hand, it signals the pace with which we wish to progress, and on the other, it tells the industry the method by which we wish to progress. Sprint stands for supporting pole vaulting in R&D through IDEX, NIIO, and TDEC. The aim is to seamlessly meld the elements of innovation, indigenization, and self-reliance. A closer scrutiny of each component of sprint will indicate to you our overall thought and our expectations from the industry. Starting with the word supporting. It stands for how we view our relation with the defense industry, not merely that of a transactional buyer-seller relation, but rather that of proactive partners working alongside and assisting each other. Moving on to the second component, pole vaulting. By this, I mean that we have to generate new ideas, follow aspirational trajectories in pursuing these ideas, and establish unassailable leads along these curves that we ourselves create. Coming on to the third component, R&D. The Navy considers indigenous research and development as a game changer that could revolutionize our Indian defense industry. This would translate into availability of niche products for the Navy that are made in India and may be made for the world. As regards IDEX, it encapsulates the much required hand-holding element for our growing defense industry, especially for our vibrant MSMEs who have a crucial role to play. And finally, NIO and TDEC, the Naval Indigenization and Innovation Organization and Technology Development Acceleration Cell. These are the front ends through which the Navy will interact with all stakeholders in the defense industry to convey our specific requirements and expectations from the field. In addition, we are also supported and enabled by various government initiatives such as Defense India Startup Challenge, TDF, etc. We should therefore be able to find viable answers if we apply ourselves collectively with a larger aim in sight. For example, we had launched 75 challenge statements titled Sprint during the NIO seminar Swavlamban in July 22 for inducting niche technology products into the Navy. In response, more than 1100 proposals were received and around 118 firms and innovators were selected as winners. Not only did we surpass the numbers, we could also find a few global first, game changers, and force multipliers. These were displayed during the recently concluded Swavlamban 2023. And in this regard, I would also like to highlight the positive indigenization list by the government, which have imposed import embargo on imports and are suitably relevant. The new positive indigenization list of 98 military equipment, which was released last week, is in continuation of 4 such lists of 411 military items promulgated earlier. The last line of approach which we need to follow is indigenization of the existing inventory and legacy equipment. One of the major focus areas of defense indigenization is apparently to indigenize equipment and spares currently held in our inventory so as to substitute imminent imports. Legacy machines use outdated technology, making local assembly lines costly. During indigenization, we must find modern local solutions to avoid delays, prioritize functionality over form, and address component obsolescence. Towards addressing these issues, we have created an ecosystem and requisite infrastructure for promotion of indigenization by creating organizations like DOI, Directorate of Armament Procurement and Indigenization, that is DAPI, and indigenization units at Mumbai and Vizag. Moreover, the Navy has also initiated industry yatras, where multidisciplinary teams visit various industrial corridors to match the existing industrial capabilities with the Navy's requirements. The Navy today has linked over 5,600 items in its inventory as import substitutes that have already been indigenized. The Directorate of Indigenization of the Navy is steering projects in a time-bound manner. Marine diesel engines, gas turbine generators, indigenous development of turbine blades, indigenization of LM 2500 GTs are a few examples in this regard. Some other measures which could be considered are leveraging the existing IGA. The current intergovernmental agreement on mutual cooperation in joint manufacturing of spares, components, aggregates related to Russian origin equipment, which was signed in September 2019, is also very relevant, considering the fact that we have a large Russian inventory. The objective of the IGA is production of spares and components in India by Indian industry by the way of creation of joint ventures and partnerships with Russian OEMs under the framework of Make in India. Second method which we can consider is adopting reverse engineering concepts. Reverse engineering is a pivotal tool in indigenization process, and if it commenced early upon the introduction of equipment while the OEM support is readily available, then this would significantly reduce our import dependency. Gentlemen, the path to indigenization is not free of challenges. Let me delve into some of the challenges that confront us as we embark on the journey of indigenization in defense, maritime, and obviously in the naval sector. First is the budget constraints. Adequate funding remains a perennial challenge for indigenization efforts. Balancing defense expenditure with other national priorities requires careful planning. Next is the technological gaps. Bridging the technological gap between India and established maritime powers is crucial. Collaboration with international partners could therefore help accelerate technology transfer. To make significant progress, we need to address technology gaps in 3 key areas. First is our cutting-edge technologies, which include military standards, technology like high-power prime movers, gun turrets, electro-optics, seeker technologies, etc. Second is our critical items like sensors, components, single-board computers, etc. And lastly, come the special materials such as carbon fiber, titanium, alloys, and nickel-based alloys and aluminum extrusions. Whilst we bridge the technology gap, modernizing and expanding shipyards and ports is essential for accommodating large-scale indigenous production. In sum, we need to focus on the infrastructure in the maritime sector so that we are able to progress our indigenization at a much faster pace. As I had brought out earlier, whilst we have achieved success in indigenization aspects of shipbuilding and integration, there is some way to go in the domains of propulsion, weapons and sensors, complex equipment such as gas turbines, gearbox, weapons and radars. And all these require large initial investment, research and development. However, the corresponding orders are always minimal. Therefore, it requires a distinct indigenization approach which involves nurturing industry through targeted R&D investment, adoption of advanced manufacturing to sustain and potentially export, ensuring ecosystem profitability. Therefore, an incentive-driven policy framework is required to become a success story, something akin to our space sector. To conclude, I would say that the current political and economic environment presents an extremely favorable opportunity for all of us in the maritime domain to embrace the national vision of Atmanirbharta or self-reliance. We are all stakeholders in this endeavor, and it is imperative that we take this as an opportunity to collaborate. I am confident that this seminar and the discussions will generate constructive inputs and thought-provoking discussions, facilitating the accelerated journey towards Atmanirbharta for the Navy and the maritime sector as a whole. I also urge all stakeholders to provide insights on policies, procedures, and engage in comprehensive discussion on the projects at hand. Wishing the participants healthy and fruitful deliberations, I would like to end my address by quoting the Chief of Naval Staff at Swavalamban this year, and I quote, "Indigenization isn't just about local production, but about building on local creativity, leveraging our own talents, and crafting solutions suited to our unique challenges." Unquote. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Admiral Kochar, for that very comprehensive and, may I say, also very insightful talk that you had given. You have certainly covered a very wide canvas, and I do think that it has actually really set the tone for the sessions to follow. So thank you once again from the IMF. May I request President IMF to please present a memento to Admiral Kochar. And also to mention that we have an organization called the Society of Indian Marine Artists. So they have prepared a number of paintings to be presented to all the participants. May I also request President IMF to present the memento to the inaugural speaker, Admiral Pasricha. And paint. With that, we come to the end of the inaugural session. We will now break for tea. And may I request you to kindly be back by 1100 hours. Thank you. Thank you.
Presentation? No, this is not the presentation, sir. Working, sir.
On करके before first once the presentation
Indian Navy website है जिसमें लिखा हुआ है 98% फाइट इंडियन नेवी का ऑप्शन वेबसाइट ये फिगर्स लाइब्रेरी कैसे जहाँ बैठता हूँ
किसी को तो what happened was we brought tea and we rejected. It took a long time to get the coffee with the smell.
This AC is in the max capacity or is it थोड़ा गर्मी हो जाती है?
इनको बताना है
मालूम नहीं यही नहीं आपके बगल में बैठते हैं उनको अभी तो ठीक है जब सब बैठे रहते हैं
तब गर्मी होती है एक क्यों कर रहे हैं मैक्सिमम डेट्स 17 दिसंबर आपका वीडियो तो सही चल रहा
Only tell us I am taking this in the Naval conference.
That's one thing which is
You're also looking absolutely fit. Very limited.
Please settle down. Oh. Please settle down. We will now start our first session, which is on the topic Innovation and Indigenization Initiatives in the Indian Navy. And the moderator for this session is Vice Admiral Satish Gormade, retired, who's a former Vice Chief of Naval Staff. Incidentally, he was a keynote speaker at last year's seminar, which was on the topic of shipbuilding. And since all the other panelists are also there on the table, may I request Admiral Gormade to commence the proceedings.
Thank you, Edmund Nadkarni. And firstly, I want to thank the Indian Maritime Foundation for selecting such a excellent topic of interest, and all the distinguished guests in the audience and on my distinguished panelists here. It's my proud privilege and a matter of honor to chair the first session of this very, very important topic on fostering innovation and indigenization in the maritime domain. And I think the first topic, first session is on the initiatives by the Indian Navy. IMF actually stands for the sea, our strength, and truly the sea is our strength, and we need to realize that as a country. There is no doubt that self-reliance or Atmanirbharta, which is being said in key military capabilities, is extremely essential to retain our strategic independence and also enhance the economic objective of sustained and balanced growth for our nation. And therefore, I would say this is a most appropriate discussion. And everybody knows that the Navy has been in the forefront of self-reliance and indigenization. We need to go much more ahead, and I think that's why the issue of sprint came in. We did our bit over the sprint, and also as our government envisions that we must be a $5 trillion economy, and we must be the global powerhouse. For this, shipbuilding industry has the potential to contribute. It was very clearly brought out for the warships. 66 out of the 68 warships and submarines are being constructed in India, and we have a huge untapped potential in the maritime domain. If you think there is almost 60 to 65% value addition to a ship under construction comes from the shipbuilding material, equipment and systems. And in the Indian Navy, we have formalized something called the integrated planning, that is Ships Integrated Planning and Implementation Board, where we do this for all projects, and therefore there is synergy in lots of projects, and there has been a momentum in the last few years. Similarly, we need an integrated whole of nation effort to enhance our efforts in bringing up the shipbuilding, which is a very, very key sector, and I think it needs to be the strategic sector. We just celebrated on 4th October the achievements and the lessons learned. We also learned a lot of lessons, and really on what happened sprint. I'm not going to give the full form of sprint, which was already given. What worked for sprint? How did we achieve it? I think that's something. That was something I was fortunate to be the vice chief and part of this team which actually made history. Here is one endeavor where intent was converted to outcome in a time-bound manner. And that's what has been important for us. There were issues where we had to take up, but I think the MOD, the Defense Innovation Organization, the industry, and our organizations, the IDEX, NIIO, TDAC, everybody rose to the occasion, and we've converted what we wanted to achieve. I think that's what will be brought up in our discussions today. In addition, I think we've been having long-term integrated perspective plans. The Navy has had maritime capability perspective plan. When we made the maritime capability perspective plan 2005 to 2022, we envisaged certain amount of things. Fortunately, I was in DNP at that time, and I was the vice chief when we made the 2022 to 37 plan. So the next 50 years of plan, 30 years, we have moved ahead, and we took in the affordability into account, and the Navy follows a top-down, capability-dominant, threat-cum-mission-based approach to force structuring. And I think that has stood our theme. When we made our maritime capability perspective plan, it was followed by a indigenization plan made by the Navy, which was 2008 to 2022. That was just after 2005. And that gave a clear indication to the industry where we need to go, what equipment. And therefore we have moved ahead. I think we needed to move much faster. There are issues which would have come up, but we think The most important part, I think, was to think big with a vision and have an institutional approach, not an individual approach. That has stood the test of our time. We created NIIO and TDAC, which are the springboards for our sprint initiative. And the three things which NIIO and TDAC has worked always is think big, think differently, and also we also appreciate failures. Why do I say appreciate failures? But for me, I would say there are no failures. There are only successes or learnings. Either you succeed or you learn. And you learn and you achieve and succeed later. Even I think Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam had given the full form of fail as first attempt in learning. And I think we need to look at that in innovation, because innovation is a risky business. And when we go into innovation, there will be chances where we will not succeed, but we will learn, and we will learn and move ahead. And that's what is very important. I think we've had Commodore Golaya in last year, May 22, had come and met me when I was the Vice Chief. He said we would launch 75 challenges. We are the industry. I thought it was an extremely brilliant idea. We went and met the DEFSEC with General Kandare, and everybody just sprung up to this action. And within May 22 to July, we had garnered the support of the industry. We started with a curtain raiser. The media also helped us. And when after the Prime Minister launched these challenges, it just went on. And the statistics were brought out already. 1,100 proposals, 118 winners. That actually meant we had one new technology coming every few days and almost 10-12 game changer technologies. That means one game changer technologies every month. All this actually happened in a period of 9 months, and by May 23, we had a number of such. We had a committed team, of course, a very, very small team. OIC TDAC is here, Commodore Golaya, a small team of few officers. We selected officers from across the Navy also and from various directorates. In fact, I would say our young officers of lieutenant commanders and captains are very, very tech savvy, very, very ahead thinking. And once they were empowered with decision making, they were able to take many decisions. We set up an office in IIT Delhi for almost 10 days, day and night. This team worked, looked at 1,100 proposals, morning 8 to 8, worked in the night, with lessons learned so that they are ready for the next day, and then sifted out the presentations. There was a high-powered steering committee set up who were able to take decisions on ground and kept communicating to us, at least to me, in whichever means of communication, and things just moved ahead. I think it was an amazing and unprecedented way it worked, because the industry partners came in. The industries, the young entrepreneurs, MSMEs, they came up. I think they were just amazing and unprecedented. So we have a very eminent panel here. I will not go more in details with all naval officers. I'm very happy here. And of course, Nikunj from the Merchant Marine, also almost half Navy, Indian Navy, that very, very good and dynamic person. So I have first with me Admiral Uthaya, who is Director General Warship Design Bureau. He is also the first batch of NEC. Lots of experience and wisdom. He has had a distinguished career. He's had appointments in warship design, overseeing repair, warship acquisition, contracting, officers training, management in various marine projects and also civil infrastructure projects. As a flag rank, he's held the appointments of ADG Tech, Seabird, ASD Vizag, CSO Tech, and now he's the DG, WDB. And MTech and MPhil, lots of wisdom. Of course, he can give you lots of wisdom on traveling, photography, gardening, and cycling also. But today, he's going to speak on fostering indigenization as an enabler for future shipbuilding.
Session Chair, Vice Admiral Gormade, representatives of the IMF, distinguished guests, officers, ladies, gentlemen, very good morning to all of you all. Thank you, sir, for your introduction. I'm also very privileged to be here, and I thank the IMF for having given me this opportunity to speak on a subject that's very dear to my heart. During the course of the presentation today, I shall focus on the impact of shipbuilding on the economy. Admiral Pasricha has given us a historical perspective. I shall make an attempt to say why we need to focus on this strategic sector. I shall dwell on the indigenization on the shipyard level, because on the IDEX and other equipment would be taken on by my fellow panelists. I shall examine what ails us. I'll examine what we're doing correct and what we need to do to emerge as a shipbuilding nation that can meet the world standards of shipbuilding in terms of timelines at least. The Navy has looked at indigenization very differently right from the onset, maybe from the 60s. We've set up the design organization, and that has evolved over the years to being called as the design directorate, that is D&D, and today it's known as WDB, the Warship Design Bureau. We've also commenced license production, if you see, of as Admiral Pasricha brought out in the 60s with the Leanders. We went on further to grow on these license production to make our own, and we've graduated into multi-weapon, multi-sensor frigates and destroyers. The latest has been the stealth destroyer, that is Marmagaon, and we have Imphal and Surat soon to follow. And you'd be glad to know that we have improved on the timelines. Marmagaon, Surat will be almost from launch to delivery would be close to 30 months for a destroyer, which is with so much of complexities in it. I think we're doing very well. Obviously, as also highlighted earlier, the indigenous carrier with a large indigenous content has been a crowning moment. As on date, the Warship Design Bureau has got over 19 designs in the stable, of which about 94 ships have been built. And in terms, if we were to look at this in terms of tonnage, from a design tonnages of about 37,500 tons in the 90s, today we have evolved to about 2,76,000 tons, just design tonnage. Moving on to shipbuilding, the strategic importance. The significance of shipbuilding industry is best understood with some statistical data. Shipbuilding employs thrice the labor as heavy engineering. It engages a large number of white and blue-collared employees from the ancillary industry and has a significant impact on the economy. A recent survey of 7 iron projects shows that on an average, 80% of the total project cost is plowed back into the economy, with 66 of our 68 ships and submarines being built at various Indian shipyards. The emphasis on indigenous shipbuilding presents a compelling reason to enhance self-reliance and stimulate economic growth in the maritime sector. The increasing trend of indigenization is clearly visible by the shipyards' spending. The indigenous content as value of production over the last 10 years at GRC alone has seen an increase of 33%, which similar figures in other DPSU yards. The indigenization content has also increased from 43% on the P-17 to about 75% on the Pre-17 Alphas. And with the P-17 Bravos, we hope to bring that figure further up and bridge the gap. This increasing trend of indigenization has also enabled shipyards to constantly reduce the build period. The slide that brings out the reduction in timelines, you'll see that from 17 Alpha to, as we move on to seeing the build period is coming down and the indigenous content is going up. Go to the next slide, please. Yeah. All right. With various government schemes fueling the indigenization drive, DPSU shipyards have played a crucial role in indigenizing strategic line and PIL items of shipyard equipment. Over 1,000 crores of the 3,400 crores worth of items notified as part of PIL for shipbuilding have been indigenized, and 19 strategic shipbuilding equipment and subsystems are being indigenized as per the MOD DDP directives. I'm sure my fellow panelists would cover this in greater detail during their talk. Reduction in the number of global equipment is a clear indicator of indigenization of shipboard equipment. This trend has been observed across different projects as shown. Propulsion and weapon equipment are a major indigenization focus under the MAKE scheme, with 15 of the 84 shipboard equipment being taken up for indigenization under IDEX. Our biggest challenge has been that we've been unable to build ships as quickly as the Chinese and Korean shipyards. We all know that. But having indigenized our steel, we are no longer dependent on import, and we are able to quickly fabricate our hulls, given the amount of automation that our shipyards have inducted. However, the S-curve, as we all know, on launch the gap starts increasing, and this is largely because of the poor indigenous ecosystem that we have in equipment. The lack of R&D in defense technology is inadequate, and amalgamation of the manufacturing sector, inviability of economy of scale, and technology denial regimes, etc., are major factors that have impeded development and manufacturing of homegrown military equipment. Although we have come a long way in attaining self-reliance, indigenization of propulsion, weapons and sensors are yet to show signs of promise. Handholding of the industry by DRDO is therefore essential for new technology development and meet overall shipbuilding timelines. While DRDO has made significant progress in the development of advanced sensors and weapon systems, a major challenge, however, is the reliability of indigenous equipment, which, especially in the defense sector, is very critical. Reliability can be achieved only through R&D and large-scale manufacturing. Involving the industry early in the development will enable reliable indigenized items, and this obviously has a very, very high potential for export. To summarize, while 95% indigenization has been achieved in the float segment, only 60% and 50% indigenization respectively has been achieved in the move and fight segment. Now moving on to what we are doing differently in terms of indigenous shipbuilding. Digitization and the use of augmented and virtual reality, 3D imaging and scanning has been embedded in the design and construction of the Project 17 Alpha ships. AI and VR have proven to be very efficient inspection techniques, accruing a benefit of time and cost. A savings of 22 crores by cost and 23 months by time in the P-15 Bravo has already been accrued. And as I mentioned earlier, the 15 Bravos, the third ship, we are heading for delivery by this and commissioning by this year end, and Surat, the last, would be ahead of time again by about 6 months. The VR lab at WDB and the shipyards has aided designers in finalization of compartment layouts, leading to faster design maturity and incorporation of lessons learned from previous projects. 3D digital line-out inspections are carried out in the VR lab, combined with a full-body optical tracking suite to verify human-machine interface in virtual space. This has enabled a total transformation of design, shipbuilding inspection, and quality assurance processes. Effective use of PD-PLM network has also resulted in seamless transfer of design deliverables from WDB to the shipyards, facilitating faster production level inputs to the project monitoring while generating a large pool of functional design inputs. Modernization and infrastructure development of our shipyards with migration to Shipyard 4.0 attributes like AI, VR, big data, digital twin, Internet of Things, etc. would bring in quality to ship protection systems. Indigenization is a linchpin to achieve self-sufficiency. Indigenization assumes a role of strategic importance by reducing external dependencies and catalyzing innovation. While a high indigenous content is desirable, the practicality of driving such numbers should be examined. I say this because at times I've seen in our quest to meet a higher indigenous content, we have seen the warships floundering. I mean, there are items which are very, very, shall we say, like valves and pumps, which hold up the production of our warships, and this we need to take a real serious note of. During Swalamban early this month, the Honorable Raksha Mantri had advised wisely that defense indigenization should not reinvent the wheel, and that technology being indigenized should stand the test of time while remaining state of the art. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate that the present political and economic considerations are most favorable to meet the national vision of Atmanirbhar. Indigenous development of high-end technologies, their standardization, its transition into defense hardware, and induction into service pose unique challenges. R&D funding in the move and fight segment is one such challenge, primarily due to large investment required for the research and development. This, I guess, has to be met. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Admiral Uthaya, for a very comprehensive presentation. Of course, he has more to say, which he will cover during the question answer session, because there's a lot on shipbuilding which has happened, and there's lots ahead also. So now we come to the next part. I have Commodore Gulaya with me, who is the officer in charge of TDAC, and I spoke something about this earlier. He's got a very distinguished career. He's a keen writer and analyst, actually a maverick, I must say. He commanded 3 ships, including the unique SRV and diving support ship, Nirikshak, where the ship won the unit citation. And I'm fortunate to share this ship with him, that I also commanded the same ship. He was a research fellow in IMF, and he spent 8 years in the national defense as a national defense specialist at the NSCS. He's got a published work on the Game Changer, a primer on use of game theory for low intensity maritime operations, and he's got numerous articles to his credit. He's a doctorate from Terry School of Advanced Studies. He's got lots of patents which the Navy fielded, and some of them he is an inventor. He's one of his most promising one is the ship detection methodology for enhancing MDA, and he's also got the honorary designation of Chief Advisor Defense Innovation by Rashtriya Raksha University, Gandhinagar. He will cover the Sprint initiative, how it was done, and what our Indian industry actually can achieve. I think we have a capability, we have something which we have to do, and how these ideas can change, and there could be game-changing innovations. So over to you, Commodore Gulaya.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Over the next 10 minutes, I shall very quickly cover the NIIO, that's the Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization, and the Sprint Initiative. NIIO, as you're aware, was launched by the Honorable Raksha Mantri on 13th of August 2020, so we are a fairly nascent organization. Before I start with my presentation, I want to give you 3 things to keep at the back of your mind as I give the presentation. First, when is the last time you can think of when India had a game-changing, unique technology that no one else in the world has? We displayed about a dozen of them in Swalamban. Second, when is the last time you can think of when a defense innovation had global implications, for example, for transforming telemedicine and rural healthcare, for transforming cashless economy, and many more? Third, when is the last time you can think of when the stated aim of $5 billion defense exports seems under-ambitious? Our defense exports have gone up by 23 times in the last 10 years. Under the Sprint initiative, more than close to 100 firms which were not in the defense sector were brought into the defense fold. We were working on 166 cases. 118 winners was mentioned, but some of them, I'll come to that. One technology can give multiple products. So if you have 166 new products to export, and some of them are actually game changers, then obviously the exports will go up. So with that, I'll come to the basic structure of the NIIO. It is a three-tiered mechanism. At the apex, there is a Naval Technology Acceleration Council headed by the Vice Chief. This brings together the twin aspects of innovation and indigenization. Under that is the NIIO working group. Both of these are ad hoc bodies in the sense that there's no, people often ask, where is the office of NIIO? NIIO is a body which meets once, the NTAC meets once every 6 months. The NIIO working group, which is co-chaired by ACNS SR and ACOM MOD. That meets every 2 months or as required. Now this has members from the Navy, ex officio as well as nominated, representatives of the industry, people of tech eminence, people from the academia, and everybody else as required. One very interesting thing, when we were setting up or looking at nominated members of NTAC, we did not make it a condition that they have to be doctorates. Just by chance, all the officers who were selected, 100% of them without exception were either doctorates or were doing their PhD. And even if you see TDAC, that's the organization which I had the large number, the percentage-wise, the number of PhDs which we have, I think possibly even DRDO or other than a university, you might not have so many PhDs in your organization. Under this, there were, of course, a lot of organizations, very, very dynamic. They've been doing fantastic work. You'll be hearing some of them. DOI, DAPI, DAPP, WESI, the Warship Design Bureau, they were all existing. And TDAC, the Technology Development Acceleration Cell, is the one which was created de novo. This was to focus on innovation. In addition, we had an extended form of TDAC known as Vistar, which was a backronym. I will not go into it. This was essentially all the out-of-the-box thinkers in the Navy, or all the mavericks, so to speak. Somebody used the word maverick. So all the mavericks in the Navy were identified, and they were given permission to directly communicate with the NHQ, breaking the hierarchy, breaking the chain of command, because for innovation, that is very, very important. So these are the youngsters, the lieutenant commanders in the field. In addition to the normal duties on a voluntary basis, over WhatsApp, we have groups, and we innovate that way. Coming to the Technology Development Acceleration Cell, essentially it is only 4 officers plus 30 volunteers, which I mentioned, 30 plus, 33. We have been able to file more than 50 patents in the 3 years since the NIIO was set up. 12 of these have already been transferred to the industry and have been commercialized. You must be aware of the Navrakshak PPE, which we are very proud of. All PMKS hospitals not only use Navrakshak PPE, but use only Navrakshak PPE. So at the time of the pandemic, when there were no PPEs being made in the country, we made this, we transferred the technology to 6 private sector firms, and it became the largest selling PPE in the country. We are working at 150 plus products, 166 again if I give the exact figures, and we have 40 plus partners, including in the academy and the industry. Somebody was asking me that, do you work with the IITs and do you work with the, yes, we work with everybody. We have something known as INSTEP, Indian Naval Students Technical Engagement Program. We work with the students. With the industry, and I've been saying this again and again, but I will say it once more, we do not see the industry as vendors, we see them as partners. And it is not just a sound good phrase, we actually believe in it. Coming to SPRINT, the full form has been given. It is again a backronym more than an acronym. First we thought of the word sprint, and then we found the words to fit in. It stands for supporting pole vaulting in R&D through IDEX, NIIO and TDAC. Under this, 75 challenges were launched by the Honorable Prime Minister in the first Swavalambhan. This was aimed at inducting at least 75 technologies or products into the Indian Navy as a part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. So more than anything else, it was a statement of intent. So if I have to sum up my presentation in one slide, I would say this: the stated aim of developing at least 75 technologies or products as a part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav has been met, or to go one step further, it has not only been met, it has been surpassed. No, I'm not finished. That was just a summing up, but let me give you a few more. Just pictures. One picture says 1,000 words. So this was very, very satisfying, because when we, this was put out by the DIO after the HPSC was over, because when we started off the statements which we heard, and Vice Chief that time is witness to it, we were told that what we are trying is not ambitious, it's audacious, and what the Navy is trying is mammoth, if not absurd. So within 2 months of it starting, it was quite nice to see that the things had started changing, that what Navy has achieved is magical, and this magic continued. The first development contract was signed within a period of 20 days, which is when we shifted to our office to IIT, and that sent the message down that we are serious, and of course the academia and the industry, everybody came together with us. Statistics I will not go into, they have been covered already. This again was something which was very, very satisfying. This was a tweet which was put out by HQIDS just 2 weeks back. We called it a landmark case because finally, if you, what is the measure of success, I think would be the procurement. So if you take that as the measure of success, when Sprint was launched, the total number of successful cases, I think Army, Navy, Air Force, Coast Guard and all DPSUs combined were 4, sir. And with this, we had the Sprint being 3 times as much as the cumulative of the last 5 years. So AONs worth 1,500 crores, already accorded contracts worth 200 crores signed, and this is just about 10% of what the products which were displayed in Swawalamban, so many more will follow in the coming months. So let me show you 3 videos very quickly, and I've selected the videos which are of interest to the Merchant Navy. I would love to show, of course, the swarm drones and the underwater drones, but I'm sure Nikunj would be covering that. Can you click on the videos, please, one after the other? So this gentleman in the first one, you have control. Click on all 3 together. We'll save time that way. Please click on all 3 together, let them play together. Okay. Okay. So this one, you can see the gentleman pouring molten metal over himself, and in the second video, you will see him pouring liquid nitrogen on himself. So the thing which has been developed, it works, it's aerogel based and carbon nanotubes based, takes temperatures from -200 till +2000 degrees centigrade. And since it is a good insulator, it can also act as an invisibility cloak. So on the IR, this thing, you will see that the Marco would take the invisibility cloak and disappear from the camera. So this was demonstrated live at Swawalamban. We'll skip the videos. I think we'll go on to the next slide. You have control? No. Okay. This is another thing which I think is going to be a game changer. What you're seeing, can you click on play the video, please? So this one is again a global first. Ionic pulse jet technology. It is a backpack based, battery operated. He is cutting metal there. Our QRs was 6 mm. He's demonstrating 10 mm. He's going up to 30 mm now. And this will change not only, not only for the Navy, but this will change the shipbuilding industry, ship breaking industry, all industrial uses which you can think of. And I think the videos are giving us trouble, so we will just skip and go on to the next one. We'll show it later. So coming to this, the molten metal and the liquid nitrogen, the point which I want to make is that one technology can have multiple products. We can use this for firefighting suits. We are using it for firefighting suits, hot and cold lagging, for camouflage, for weapon covers. Now this fabric is super hydrophobic and yet nanoporous. So normally what happens is if you have a canvas cover, the rain cannot go in, but at the same time the moisture cannot go out and the insulation goes down. This is, it doesn't let the water go in, but it is moisture wicking and it has water vapor going out. Trials of that are already going on, and it will have numerous civilian applications. So as of now, the aluminized fire proximity suit which we import is 18.5 kgs. This is less than 1800 grams. And he demonstrated live putting a flamethrower on himself. So those of you who were at Swawalamban would have seen it. It was, of course, quite a showstopper. Coming to massive MIMO, and I think the last this thing which I want to make. How many of you are aware of MIMO and who made MIMO? Commodore Paul Raj. So most in this audience would be, but those who are not, I keep saying this whenever I get a chance, that please Google him. And if you're Googling him using your mobile phone, please thank him for it, because massive in, massive out, the patent is his name. He's of course now a Professor Emeritus at Stanford, but he's a retired naval officer. He's the one who made our first sonar in the 70s. He also set up 3 national level institutes. He was the founding director, CARE, the CRL, and the CDAC. So I just mentioned this as an aside. So Navy's been in innovation for quite some time. So from MIMO now we're moving on to massive MIMO. Instead of sending this thing through the entire area, you send multiple pencil beams. Now this again, one technology, multiple products. You can make ISAR radars, you can make space communications, proximity fuses. We're making 2 kinds of proximity fuses. One is laser based, 30 mm, that again would be a global first. And the second is a more conventional one, which is a MIMO based one. And of course, it will have numerous civilian applications. I have purposely shown this board here In fact, this firm is Pune-based only. Because this shows that in 6 months from this to what was displayed at Swavalamban, a final mill-grade product, so something which used to weigh hundreds and hundreds of kgs, if you see it, it's actually this big and very, very neat looking. Our sprint has started. The marathon lies ahead. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. With that, I have finished.
Thank you, Commodore Golaya, for a very, very enhancing and very important presentation. And now we have with us Admiral Iqbal Singh Grewal, who is the Assistant Chief of Material Modernization, and also he holds the portfolio of DG Naval Trials and Acceptance Authority. That's a very important activity which he is doing. He comes from a family with distinguished tradition of serving in the armed forces. With his great-grandfather and father, they have had distinguished careers in their own times. He's himself had a very distinguished career in the Navy. He has a unique distinction of operating on all 3 streams of propulsion of warships. And he's got experience of both the naval dockyards, Vizag and Mumbai. He's been the Commodore Superintendent Naval Ship Repair Yard, Port Blair, where it won the unit citation. He also obtained sanction for the cashless medical facility for naval civilians. He's worked in the Project Seaward, completed lots of marine facilities, and today he's going to speak on leveraging Atmanirbhar Bharat to 2047 IN's mission on indigenization. A lot of work has happened on indigenization, and lots is happening, and closely related with innovation. And therefore, there is a difference between innovation and indigenization, but lots of work happening on indigenization. Over to you, Admiral Grewal.
Thank you, sir. Session Chairman, Admiral Gormade, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I extend my warm good morning to each one of you. Previous speaker, you would have been attracted to it. It was on innovation, and my forte, or rather as a ACM mod, I look at both as HPSC chairman for the innovation, which is an IDEX project, and more so on sustenance of the Navy, that is the indigenization part of it, and running the Navy. It's an immense privilege and honor to stand before you today, shedding light on the naval perspective regarding Indian Navy's mission indigenization. In a world where military technology advances rapidly, holding profound implications for our nation's wartime warfighting capabilities, the Indian Navy embarked on a journey of self-reliance and indigenization from the early days of India's independence, as brought out by the previous speakers too. Recent global conflicts, such as ongoing situation in Ukraine, underline the significance of self-sufficiency. India's maritime security challenges are ever-growing, demanding the continuous modernization of our naval capabilities to maintain peace and stability in the region. Now coming, that Navy has a very well-structured vision for indigenous technology development, supported by a sustainable financial strategy. We do not have any financial issues today. As we speak, there were issues in make cases, which I'll cover later. Make 1, where support of up to 375 crore or 275 crore money can be given for R&D, which was not being invested, but of late, government has been very active, and many cases are being pushed under Make 1 case. Otherwise, Make 2 is the one where independently every industry is offering on its own. We have identified specific areas where we require support from research and development agencies, as well as the Indian industry, with well-defined timelines. Now, I shall now cover the India's Navy's journey towards indigenization, which in many form has already been covered. So I will try and skip some part of it. Straight away, I'll come to, like in 1970, we founded VESI for integrating diverse weapons and sensor systems. NEC, NTG, and SCG were created to aid industries in areas like electromagnetic compliance, reliability, maintainability, and software configuration. Then coming down to 2000, we got INS Excella, which had expertise in overhauling and testing naval gas turbine, which presently is supporting indigenous marine gas turbine development. I just underline this word because a lot of indigenization is also happening, and we are also looking to develop a 20 megawatt gas turbine in near future. And there's a complete plan for gas turbine development, right from starting from 4 megawatt, which will be a gas turbine generator, to a 20 megawatt propulsion plant. In pursuit of indigenization, partnership with MSMEs and industry partners have thrived, enabling the development of indigenous naval equipment, which is one of the challenges which was brought up by DGWTB. We have achieved overall impressive milestone with approximate, this figure keeps changing. We say 90% indigenization in float, and 60% in move, and around 50% in the fight. These achievements have been the result of dedicated units, streamlined process which we have developed, and close collaboration with industry. Now I shall cover the various GOI initiatives which have been undertaken to revitalize the indigenization effort. Now the Government of India has taken commendable steps, I must say that, to promote self-reliance in recent years. And the Indian Navy has actively embraced various national making initiatives. We are the first one to go off the block. These include schemes such as MAKE, Technological Development Fund, TDF, and Innovation for Defense Excellence, IDEX. All of which have played a pivotal role in transforming the Indian Navy into a technological, advanced, and self-reliance force. Now, the Make in India initiative was launched in 2014. Aim was to reduce our reliance on foreign defense imports and boost domestic production. The Indian Navy, recognizing the critical importance of self-reliance in defense, has initiated several projects for the development of indigenous naval platform and equipment. In this category, we had initiated almost 38 projects. Majority of them were in Make 2, but of late, we have started doing Make 1. TDF, this is another scheme which, with the help of DRDO, we are doing around, which has been very instrumental in advancing technology indigenously. It provides basically another financial support where up to 50 crores support is done for doing an R&D part of it. And we are pursuing almost 25 projects under this head. Coming to IDEX, it's another significant initiative by the Indian Navy to promote innovation in defense technology. Through IDEX, we have engaged with startups and innovators, offering them many opportunities to collaborate for very strategic, important projects too. To date, Indian Navy has worked with over 177 startups, leading to the development of more than 145 products. And on the recent development, 76 more challenges have been launched, in which there are certain prime categories, which support of up to 20 crores is given. There are 5 projects in that, and 5 as part of the challenges. Apart from this, MOD's Citizen Defense Portal, we have used this portal and we have listed our 400 items on that. Proud to say that almost 112 out of those 400 have been ready and 17 have been ordered. Now here, the next slide, which will depict how we are moving. In year cutting short 2018, we were less than a crore in indigenization. Today, as I speak, we have touched 700. By year end, we will be crossing 1,000 crore in only indigenization order. We have worth 2,700 projects in hand, which we expect in next 2 years to be ordered. So in that pursuit, 121 major projects as depicted on slide, 51 projects over 700 crores, which I just mentioned, have been placed. 70 additional projects worth value of 2,500 crores are in hand, are at various stages, which will happen in due course of time. And 12 products, as brought out by the previous speaker, under the IDEX scheme, we have received AON of 1,500 crores. We expect by coming next March, this 12 figure will reach towards 70 numbers. Now let me delve into some of our long-term vision and enablers instrumental in realizing Navy's goal of Atmanirbharta. Indian Navy acknowledges that the need not only to fight future wars with Indian equipment, but also to leapfrog in terms of capabilities to match the pace of advancement in niche technologies. Developing indigenous industrial and technological capabilities of paramount importance. To provide industry partners with long-term visibility, we have released roadmaps and vision documents. Coming on to advanced technologies were listed in Technological Perspective Capability Roadmap, which is called as TPCR. which was promulgated in 2018. Furthermore, recognizing the growing trend towards unmanned system and integrated unmanned roadmap for IN was unveiled by the Honorable Prime Minister in July 2022. Additionally, Swawalam 2.0 document, which has also been released recently on 4th of October by Honorable Raksha Mantri, which is a one-step document for indigenization. It covers entire Navy's requirement, means all domain of the Navy. Coming to challenges and collaborative opportunities which are available, as Indian Navy progress with indigenous development of high-end technology, translating into defense hardware, subsequent induction and standardization, we do face continual and emerging challenges. To address these challenges, we expect our industry partners to play a key role and collaborate with Navy to turn these challenges into opportunities by leveraging various Make in India initiatives. Furthermore, the transformative measures introduced by the Ministry of Defense, Department of Defense Production and Defense Acquisition Procedure 2022-2020 have streamlined the procurement process and reduced the timeline. Now, the upcoming revision of the Defense Procurement Manual, which is work in progress, and the formulation of Defense Indigenization Procedure is a very key component which we have just finalized. It is there with the MOD Finance, which promises groundbreaking changes in revenue design and development cases. Basically, it will consider all indigenization as a development case, not as a procurement case. That's the key sense of it. With long-term vision of indigenization, the Center for Indigenization and Self-Reliance, CSR, in Coimbatore at the Defense Industrial Corridor was established to accelerate the growth of domestic private manufacturers. Operational since April 2021, CSR serves as an umbrella organization orchestrating interaction with industrial corridors to meet Indian Navy's indigenization need comprehensively, from conceptualization to trials and induction. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the current political and economic landscape, we have been saying it regularly, offers a uniquely favorable opportunity for us to embrace a national vision of Atmanirbharta. There is no limitations of fund, there is no limitation of any, I would say, bureaucracy hurdle in this today. Everyone from top to bottom are in agreement to push for it. We all are stakeholders in this pursuit, and it is crucial that we view it as an opportunity for collaboration. The Indian Navy, through its proactive engagement with Make in India initiative, will continue to be instrumental in fostering indigenization across critical domains. These initiatives will empower the Navy to develop cutting-edge technologies, reduce dependence on foreign imports, and create self-reliance defense ecosystem. The Indian Navy remains committed to its journey of indigenization, driving India's technological advancement in the maritime domain, ensuring the national security and sovereignty in the years to come. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your attention and wish India Maritime Foundation resounding success. Thank you. Jai Hind. Sharma Varuna.
Thank you very much, Admiral Treval, for bringing out the Indian Navy's mission on indigenization. Lots happening and lots to happen. So I think we'll move ahead with that. We have with us now Rear Admiral Ankur Sharma, who is Director General, Weapons and Electronic Systems Engineering Establishment, WESI. Not many naval officers can give full form of WESI. He carries with him rich experience of varied appointments, maintenance of maritime systems, and research and development. He's served on numerous frontline warships and design agencies, naval dockyard. Presently, his interests are on adaptation of futuristic technologies in the maritime domain and synergizing cutting-edge technologies to battlefield applications. And his current work, apart from cycling and fitness, is induction of emerging technologies in the weapons and electronic systems into the Indian Navy. WESI model is something which has been talked many times over, and a WESI model has worked very well for the Navy. There have been autonomous and lots of work being done by WESI, a lot of state-of-the-art work We have also produced successful products, but we have also produced successful tech-savvy officers who have gone to the society and done very well for the nation. So over to you.
Thank you, sir. Distinguished Chair, senior officers, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizer for giving me a chance to come here and deliver an address on a topic which is very close to me. But before I come to the core, I would be very, very honest and admit that I've been pushed or landed up in a very precarious situation. Why I say this is because on Monday I was in Delhi giving a lecture to CII on indigenization and innovation. Tuesday there was a seminar in Constitution Club in Delhi. I was a panelist for a topic indigenization and innovation. Today I'm standing out here, I'm giving a lecture on indigenization and innovation. And to top it all, as I look around, I find at least 50% of the audience is common. And to add to this, Vice Admiral Kochar gave a presentation which covered half of my presentation. And finally, the balanced panelists have covered the other half. So what is left for DG Vesi? Yes, what is left for DG Vesi is to be innovative and ingenious and gain your attention so we can run through the presentation. For those who are new to this forum, I represent an organization called Vesi, Weapons and Electronic Systems Engineering Establishment, which is the premier research and development organization of the Indian Navy, working only in the niche domain, and that also since 1970s. If I were to explain the role of Vesi, then I would simply put it that we are the Indian Navy's gateway for indigenous technologies. I will briefly dwell on the role of Vesi and its contribution to the Navy during the course of my presentation. I will be covering the presentation as shown on the slide. The genesis of Vesi can be traced down to 1970s, when words like innovation and indigenization were alien, not to the country, but also to the Navy. It was then when the nation decided to launch an indigenous warship building program, and the Navy was faced with the unique challenge of integrating Russian weapons, European and Indian sensors, Italian CAIO, and an American databus. Since there was no organization within the country which could do such a task, in 1978, VESO was formed. However, based on the resounding success of VESO, it was made a permanent organization called as VESI. The work undertaken in Vesi can be categorized into 5 distinct domains, and our products across the domains have been fielded and have been withstood the test of time. These domains include combat management system, combat system integration group, combat management system group, also called as CMS. The group works in the field of development of combat management systems, and our CMSs are fielded on all ships in the Navy. The Tactical Networking and Communication System Group, which works with the latest communication technologies, including software-defined radios. And I'm proud to bring to the notice of the forum, we are the only service which has got captive, indigenously designed SDRs deployed on each and every platform of the Navy. The Cybersecurity and Crypto Group is a specialist group providing cybersecurity and crypto solutions to our Navy. Recognizing the need to leverage commercial, cutting-edge technologies being pursued by the industry, we have created a specialist group named as Emerging Technologies Group to pursue emerging technologies in various domains. The recent induction of INS Vikrant and P-75 class of submarines are a testimony to the Navy's commitment to strengthen the defense ecosystem. The Indian Navy's present technology capability is sourced from diverse locations across the globe, which includes Russia, France, America, India, Italy, Spain, to name a few. However, the Make in India program has accorded requisite impetus for development of indigenous substitutes. The Indian Navy has adopted a proactive approach toward realizing this ground. In the line of this approach, we at VESI have done away with the concept of NCNC, wherein you are expected to invest your time, your money, your resources, and to top it all if I feel I will take the product or not. On the contrary, we have adopted a collaborative approach, that is to say, we will jointly invest our time, our money, our resources along with you and will deliver the product. And if the circumstances demand, we will jointly fail along with you. In order to have a transformational change, we need to implement tough decisions. And towards that, we within the Navy have adopted work ethos which encourage us to work like corporations or technology companies with a mission mode approach. The same is clearly evident from the progress made by us within the Navy and as portrayed by my fellow panelists. I strongly believe that we cannot travel this journey of indigenization and innovation alone. We have to partner with the best in the Indian industry and academia. With CARE at IIT Delhi, we are working on underwater domain awareness and 5G technologies. We are a member on the board of RC Bose Center for Cryptology and use their expertise. At IIT Hyderabad, we have set up a co-development center and are working on several waveforms and on data compression techniques. An MOU has been signed with Raman Research Institute, Bangalore, for joint development of solution and use cases in the field of quantum technologies. We work very closely with a plethora of industry, PSUs, and have arrangement with heavyweights like Bharat Electronics and L&T. Recent conflicts, including the Russian-Ukraine war and also the ongoing Israel-Palestine incident, are clear indicators that our concepts of operations of yesteryears are no longer valid today. New ideas and technologies would edge out our conventional warfare concepts. In order to fill the gap, VESI has been pursuing niche areas of technologies for assimilation into our machines, and we have delivered deployable products across various platforms. The domains where we work on are autonomous systems and robotics, big data and artificial intelligence, augmented reality and mixed reality, space and tactical communication, application based on quantum technologies. A large part of the Navy electronic inventory is of yesteryears, where the OEMs are no longer willing to render support due to obsolescence, or if it is available, the cost is prohibitive. Therefore, supporting these legacy systems also offers a great potential. Today, VESI is inviting academia and industry, be it corporates, MSMEs or startups, to work hand in hand to create an ecosystem of self-reliance. We look forward for solutions to stay ahead of the curve and solicit assistance of industry with big or small for development of algorithms. Waveform for communication is a focus area. Crypto solutions are extremely essential for implementation across various strategic infrastructure. Autonomous vehicles, especially in the underwater domain, is a key focus area, and we are looking to develop products with various use cases ranging from survey to mine sweeping and expendable underwater targets. Under embedded systems for our equipment is another focus area. various solutions based on quantum technologies are also being developed at WESI, and towards this we look to partner with industry in the domain of quantum sensing, quantum computing and quantum communication. Virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality, extended reality, digital twins are areas where we plan to partner with industry. We have also made forays into space-based communication for enhancing our strategic and tactical communication needs, apart from enhancing our ISR capabilities. We have also accorded highest priority for migration to database decision across all our domains, be it HR, operationals, maintenance, acquisition, and admin. Ideation is extremely essential for innovation and constitutes the first step. We have mandated our officers and men to challenge the status quo, question the exchange processes, workflows and concepts, and which will simulate new ideas. After gunpowder and nuclear technology, autonomous machines are next big thing in warfare, which itself has transformed into multi-domain engagement. We have already inducted an autonomous fast attack vessel jointly developed by WESI and Bharat Electronics. This vessel is probably the first autonomous ocean-going boat indigenously built in India, and is being used for minesweeping, surveillance and other use cases. The boat has attained level 4 autonomy. We have also moved forward and designed and developed an autonomous underwater vehicle in a very small form factor so as to act as a micro AUV with multiple use cases. All these projects have been completed in a time frame of 7 to 8 months. Unmanned aerial vehicles have changed the way battles are being fought. The Indian Navy has already commenced utilizing drones for coastal surveillance, communication relays, and magnetic signature management. Before I conclude my talk, I would solicit the reps from industry for new ideas which can transform the way we work. If you have a product or an idea, or even if you have a dream, do reach out to us. We will collaborate together to realize your idea, your product, or your dream. Being a very agile and a nimble organization, our endeavor is to deliver in real quick time. With this, I come to the end of my presentation, and before I conclude, I would like to remind everyone that there are few crazy people who think they can change the world, and in real life, they are the ones who actually do. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Admiral Ankur Rama, for a very insightful and presentation on WESI, what state of the art and niche technology we are working and where various areas we are going ahead. I think that's a very important aspect everybody should know. And now we have Captain Nikunj Parashar, and who is half in the Navy. We could actually, if there was an Agniveer scheme in the officers' cadre, we would have taken him into the Navy. But he is the CEO of Mr. Sagar Defence Engineering and Oceans BV Rotterdam, Netherlands. A merchant mariner. I am also done his graduation in IIM Ahmedabad. He's been awarded National Award in Jan 22 in robotics sector by DPIIT by the Government of India. In September 2022 by National Security Guard under MHA for developing countermeasures for IEDs. He holds number of patents developing electronic and wireless charging systems for unmanned systems. He's got impressive educational qualifications, represented India at Los Angeles for Clean Tech program, at The Hague as leading entrepreneurs from India for robotics, at Slush Conference Helsinki in robotics, at Vivatech 2022 Paris, India. He was representing the country for the year of robotics, where our country was selected for the country for the year of robotics, and he's got various technical papers. The rest you have to read the brochure, because I can't read the whole thing. There's too many things to do. So he'll speak to us on autonomous maritime systems, progress, methods and challenges. Over to you, Nikunj.
Thank you, sir. I'm very nervous, especially after sitting in that panel, because I've been guided by sir and I've worked with everybody sitting there, from Ankur sir, Uttaya sir and Gariwal sir. Gulaya sir very directly with TDAC and IO. And I come from Merchant Marine. So I'm a physics, chemistry, maths in my high school failure, and that's how I went out to sea. That's the reality, sir. So rest everything what I did was compulsion to really prove my parents. Now, point is what Ankur sir really covered very well in the autonomous systems, and it has been very heavyweight lifting which has been happening here. And as a merchant mariner, I could say is let me talk about legislation, let me talk about the regulation. Because every time, I've gone out at sea at sailing, and I see INS Deepak calling up a vessel which is in the Persian Gulf from Cochin, and I say what the hell they are doing, and the merchant ship is almost few hundred nautical miles away, he would not be able to hear. And they say that the merchant navy guys go to sleep. And the same way as a merchant naval officer, when we see a naval ship, we say just turn around. I'm not sure on their navigation skills. They can fight war. So I could see both the sides. And it's really beautiful when I saw both the sides. And that's what a ship is to me. When I look at the Navy, when I look at the merchant side, for me, a ship is absolutely a waterborne craft. And that's all I understand across. And this beauty really helped me to really understand more deeply what is an autonomy. And now this is something which we have not put across. It's in April 22 put up by IMO, where they set up a joint committee under the MSC, LEG and FAL Convention. And they spoke about these four things. Now when we talk about fully autonomous class 4 level of autonomy or class 3 level of autonomy, for as a merchant naval officer, I look at this is the way it should go on. And where do we stand today? This is an era where, as India, we could bring in standards, we could bring in policies which were really built up by the Europeans. If you look at the Seafaring Committee, whether it's we have one of the largest navy, we have the highest officers out there, out at sea in the merchant marine, including the crew, we are the second now close to the Filipinos. So why don't we are there in the policy level, especially when we are looking at autonomy? And this is something I have been trying last 10 years. It's been a decade where I have been speaking at the national conferences, at the international conferences, and trying to bring about a standard. We are talking to DG Shipping to set up a committee, especially to study on the autonomy. And this is the opportunity where I see in. When we look at a business case, the Navy is fantastic. I mean, you look at the RFIs which are there, the RFPs which are coming in, the way NIO and TDAC has been pushing across, the business is among us. Possibly 7 years down the line, it was part of the vision, sir, but it was not there actually coming in for a startup, for an MSME to really take up this product in. So where do we stand today there in that aspect? The most important part, and as navigators, as sailors, and I combine everybody together as sailors once we go out at sea, for us it is very important to get on these standards on board. What are the standards of safe manning? What are the standards of safe operation when we are looking at a maritime autonomous surface ship? It can be a small craft. Anything above 7 meters, anything above 12 meters. What are the standards are we looking at? Is India looking at that? I am not seeing it there. And let me be very honest. Let me be very practical about it. And this is one of the challenge we are facing at regular mode. If we do not look at that framework, then how are we going to define? So we need to come up with a risk-based management framework. What this framework is going to help us? The most important part, and that's why I say is maritime is big boys game. For example, if I ask everyone to write your name on a pen and paper, it's very easy. But imagine writing that something 1 meter below the water. It becomes very complex. So a very simple problem becomes very complex in a maritime environment and very expensive to solve. So something we have to look at the design environment. I'm a big follower of design thinking, and this is where we need to look at. Which, are we doing that? Especially with respect to autonomy is something we need to think across. Not only that, how do we carry out the testing and validation? So matter of fact, when we were doing our project with that TDAC and NIO, we took up a dam, got it certified by NDRF, took the clearance from the local government in Pune. I proudly say it's been developed out of Pune here. The dam was allocated for us for our testing trial basins. Now when you're doing it, you're looking at, as the sea condition, like in 4 different, that is the synthetic, the environment, the assurance and the system. So when you put it across in a risk management matrix, there could be a scenario where your data decode could become very brittle. There can be a scenario where huge amount of data coming into a smaller vessel could actually complicate the whole system in. So how do we go about that? And this is a thinking which we need to do on every on basis. Now how this would develop? So when we look at maritime, especially the commercial side, we say if you tell a ship owner to take out a lifeboat, he'll just remove the lifeboat as long as there is no regulation. Maritime is a very reactive industry. If you look, take the airlines, they're very proactive. But maritime is a very reactive industry. So the first thing for us is we really looking at developing what kind of operations we are going to have. How we are going to train, what is the certification for it. And when we did the spotters with the Navy, the biggest challenge for us was, and as a small startup we didn't know how to make a manual. So the team in the IHQ made us sit with the BrahMos manual across and said read it and try to make a manual. Great, we did one. When the drones went onto the ships, we actually dropped around 9 of them. Out of 9, 10 was operator's fault. But it was not part of the manual, so it's our fault. We didn't know how to go about it. Imagine putting an autonomous surface vessel out there at sea. That's a question we need to ask, and there is no legal framework. It's just the IMO. This is the right robot moments for our maritime fraternity. And when I say at IMF here, it's actually our moment to set up a council on this. And how do we go about it? And when we start doing a design thinking on it, we'll actually come to a suitable testing standards. Nobody has it globally. We are talking to Lloyds. I've been speaking to IRS on a greater length on this scenario. So we all in ourselves, Vessi would say, and proudly, and I'm very proud of it, that if we are doing autonomy level 4, I would say autonomy level 4. How do we compare it across as a merchant marine? Because the autonomy level changes moment, either it's a full autonomous vessel, or it is an autonomous vessel with crew on board. But the interaction could be between an autonomous vessel and a vessel which is completely manned. How do you go about it? These are certain legislations which we need to really look at. And this is where we really have to grow, because if our product has to be get from local to global, this has to be within that envelope. So this legislation, and we have to look at the Limited Liability Convention, we have to look at the MARPOLs, we have to look at the SOLAS for matter of fact, how this autonomy is going to act in. And this has been a challenges for us as a master mariner, taking a 360 meter vessel, 60 meter wide, 28 meter draft, you're crossing Malacca Straits. The amount of stress we have, we do understand that. And right now when we are building these autonomous vessels, are we talking about it? This is a question we need to ask. This is a question I have tried to raise at the highest level in the ministry too. And this is my urge, and this is one thing where we should form this committee, especially for the autonomous end. So the question again is, how safe is enough? And when we say the safety, what is the safe speed? What are the lookouts when you look at the call rigs, as a navigators, when you're looking at? What kind of machineries are we looking at? And these are certain questions I've been really pointing it out. So we need to understand the clear ecosystem. Such test systems are available in Europe. We did a tank testing in Netherlands. We had a basin where we could test our autonomous vessels. Right now, if we see any basin here in India, we don't find it. The only place which is right now allotted by the government, we have it in Pune. And that is only for Sagar defense. So how are we going to grow this ecosystem? वो कहते हैं कि हम कि मशाल जो है वो NIO TDAC ने तो जगा दिया है, वैसी ने जगा दिया है. How would startups and SME take it forward? Is it only up to the GRSE, sir, or GSL, or is it up to the smaller players also? And this is a question to be asked, because it's a very capex-oriented business, and we do not have an ecosystem for that. So as we went around, and this is something which we developed ourselves internally, is doing a human-based risk assessment. As I said, we did not have that amount, so we went about how, as in human-based, you would look at any scenarios. As a soldier, what would be the CNOPS operating for him? So we started studying this, and we came up with this model of a human-based risk assessment and there's a mathematical model around it, which we developed. This helped us to define a CNOPS. So we talk about devices or the vessel itself as a payload. So if you have the right devices, right payloads, that will help you to build your perception. If you have the right perception, that will help you to build your behavior. And once you get the right behavior, you'll be able to carry out your task. And that can be single agent, multi-agent, looking at swarming across. And this is something we have been trying to push even at the international level, and as a team we have been trying to bring it as one of the standards in the IMO committee, especially for autonomous shipping. Now this will actually define your architecture, whether you're doing autonomy in terms of multiple agent USVs working across, or you're looking at a single agent operations. Also, this will also help you to define a standard where you have a USV, you have a UAV, and you have your motherships also parallelly walking across. Not only that, as we proceed forward, there are yet unknown. We all feel that we know it, but these are the unknowns across. Right, our harbors, where we are looking at the autonomous boats in conjunctions with the bigger ships and merchant ships in operations, fishing vessels, which is outside the rule number 18 when you're looking at, and imagine there's a restricted visibility, everything changes. So what kind of autopilot, what kind of reactive guidance systems? So these unknowns will actually define the roadmap of future autonomous systems. And this is where we all are looking up, we all are trying to work together, and we all need to be a team, because there's a huge amount of input would come across from the master marining environment, and a strong amount of input would come across from the government agencies and the armed forces, which can accelerate. In India, the first takers is the armed forces. But yes, there is an opportunity for all of us as Indian to really have our standards there and not look up to LRS or DNV or GL for a matter of fact. As this is a small video of a vessel which we have done here. I don't know if the video plays. Let's see. Negative. Okay, though. So it's a 13-meter craft which does around 64 knots for 48 hours of endurance, completely built out of 3 locations, that is Hyderabad, Gujarat, and finally here in Pune. Built by young engineers between the age of 24 to 26 years across. The core guidance have come from the armed forces, the Navy, the requirement, and it is not just an USV, it actually works in swarm. So as a merchant mariner, it really gives me a proud that I can keep my sailors away from the harm's way, and also in coming time take it to larger ships. That's the end goal. And this is where I'm trying to work across. Okay. This is the goal of Nippon, what they said. I worked at Hyundai and NKK shipyard for a few years there in Japan. And by 2040, they have the goal to have the 50% of the ships to be autonomous in Japan. I have a dream. I would say, sir, I'm not half Navy, but I'd say Navy has really adopted me. And with this adoption of the Navy, we really want to go at the world scale and tell them that, hey, look, standards are going to come out of this country. So this is a dream which we are trying to do across. The support is from the Navy, and it has been a very, very strong hand-holding. I'll tell you, a small organization like us would have not been here if these people here on the dais would have not been there. So I want to once again thank you all for that support, and this is what we dream of. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikunj, for an excellent presentation. Now we will open the house for questions. Before that, I'll just say, please state your name and ask questions to the point so that we can answer. If you want to add some information, that we can do during the lunch time also. So, please, any questions?
Good morning. I'm Commodore Dr. R.K. Rana. I was part of the design team, the aircraft carrier and corvettes, and many of my colleagues as well as superiors are here in the panel. All I would like to submit to you is that we have done great work now thanks to the visionary and the top leadership that we had in the Navy. And we need to also thank two organizations. Somehow, in all the presentations, we missed those. One is that during the 60s and 70s, when we got the Leander project, you see the amount of hard work and the effort put in by our admirals here, who were young officers then, traveling by train, second class. Nowadays, we travel by air. So there is a huge amount of effort which put in by them, which laid a strong foundation for the Indian Navy to build on the Leander project. They went to Jalandhar, they went to a whole lot of remote areas to build up some small pipes and flanges and valves and things like that. And also our nuclear power board, which seems to be hush-hush. But I think after 2009, once we mentioned about this, we need to draw upon a large amount of experience which say DMD and ATV projects have a wonderful contribution to make, and we should not forget the erstwhile of the admirals sitting here. We should always put that as a first starting point, though in the Admiral Procedure also put the slide on 1960s Leander project, but we need to compliment and convey our thanks to those top leaderships. Thank you.
I'm General Mahajan. My question is to Commodore Arun Golaya. You mentioned that you've done some research work on low-intensity maritime operations. So that is something which is a very highly interest to the Army. Is it something to do with low-intensity conflict and how to avoid that or whatever it is? Can you just elaborate that?
So I think that was mentioned by the chairman in the introduction. That was in another lifetime. I think 2012 when I was in the IMF, there's a A.K. Chatterjee Research Fellowship, so I got that for writing a primer on game theory. To make sure that it remains in the unclassified domain and yet be connected to the naval thing, so we made it application of game theory towards low intensity maritime operations. So the name of the book was A Game Changer. But that is something which is, not related to this. We could discuss it offline.
Good morning, sir. I am Lieutenant Commander Gaurav from CNF Pune, sir. My question is for the Commodore Golaya, sir. Sir, apart from the indigenization and innovation for the float and the move category, we could also consider involvement of more participants from industries and Indian Navy for the fight category also, sir. And especially the naval armament in such endeavors, sir. So, as to share the mutual knowledge between the Indian Navy and the industries. So, sir, I would request, sir, if you can put some lights on the measures being adopted towards meeting this end also, sir.
The focus area for the NIIO when it was set up was the fight component, one. Second is, I think you're an NAI officer. I've always had an NAI officer with me. First it was Captain Rathore, now I got young Ishant. NAIO armament is very, very important for NIIO, and of course NIIO, as I said, is an amalgamation of all various directorates existing and the new ones. DAPI is very much a part of NIIO, and DG NAI is one of the four principals who are there at the APSO level in NIIO. So the focus is on that. But since you asked this question, I can just make one very quick thing, sir. One BrahMos costs, let's not go into the details, but whatever number of crores it costs. Today, and this was displayed as Swavalamban, you can actually call it a mini missile, which can be fired, say, dropped from a sonobuoy tube, or fired from a rocket launcher barrel, or fired from a fishing boat. And at the same cost, you can literally send hundreds of them. And with swarming technology, which was spoken about, it may carry just 1 kg of warhead. But if 100 of them are going, then 100 of them are 100 of them. And you can tell them with AI, 5 of you take off his radars, 5 of you go and hit the bridge, 3 of you go down the funnel and explode, and whatever number is left, and I'm assuming 50% would be shot down, whatever number are left, go next to the water line, next to the engine room and explode. So the nature of warfare is changing. The firms who are, they do not have explosive license. So they will make, he's just shown the autonomous weaponized boat swarm, the various kinds of swarms which are being made. But finally, integrating it into a system and putting the explosives there is something which the Navy would have to take on. And the NAI there has a very, very important role to play.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm Rear Admiral Luktuke. In the Navy, retired in 2014, January. I was in adjunct faculty TI-80 for 3 years, and I worked as CEO of an MSME unit in Hyderabad, Vertex Engineering Systems Private Limited. I come back to Pune in April. I have one observation, which clarification as well as information to the people, extension of what Dr. Rana said, and 3 questions to the panel. First observation is, like he rightly said, there are 3 PD ATVPs and 1 DG ATVP sitting in the front row. Then 1 director DMT sitting on alongside on port side, and 1 PDPNDS behind me, Rangachari, and self PDPNDS. That is in ATV program, which is a secret project, no doubt. Classified project, but ladies and gentlemen, INS Arihant, a nuclear submarine, has been in service for last so many years, and we are building a more number of them. So the ATV program has done considerable amount of indigenization, innovation, which has helped Navy also, and I'm sure that can be made use of in a better way. What I have seen so far, it has not happened. I was in the MSME unit, and since I was also involved or associated in development or import substitution of items for both EKMs as well as the program, so I could understand the problems there. There are large number of common equipment which they still have not been identified. So this is an observation. Now my questions, clarifications. Admiral Grewal said 20 megawatt MGT and 4 megawatt GT, gas turbine generator, are being indigenized or developed. Is it a fact?
It's a 4 megawatt, there is a make one case already.
Okay.
Okay. We are in the UI stage right now.
Okay.
This normal we are supposed to close the UI.
What about the main gas turbine?
That's going to not be discussed openly, but that's a part of the reverse engineering process now.
Okay. My question to Admiral Uttaya. Are we considering this in the standard fit for our ships design?
So not really, sir, because you would appreciate that while gas turbine generators are something that is closer to what we can induct initially. But if you look at any development cycle, unless we have a proven design which is tested, we have to go through a type testing modalities. There is no getting away from that, especially for something as critical as a propulsion plant. This would take a little more time. So in all our present designs, if I talk of at least the NGC and NGD, we are considering that.
Okay. One more question on that. Do we also are having consideration for marine diesel?
Yes. Marine diesel, sir, again, in that case also there is a make one case. EOI is expected in November, and that's a 6 megawatt engine which can go from 3 megawatt to 10 megawatt. That's the range we are looking at, which will cover the entire naval spectrum of our engines, propulsion engines.
Okay. One more question on that. In our Indigenization Plan 2015 to 2030, which I just had, and now we've got 2047 plan, isn't it? There's an indication of shafting steel. Are we making it?
Sir, just to say for indigenization plan till 2047, we have made a roadmap for first all foreign platforms. Year by year, we have indicated which all equipment priority list has been decided, and that has been disseminated down the line. And year-wise targets have been given. Similarly, for P75 or MRO, we are looking 2030 P75 needs to be completely indigenized in all aspects. So we are working along with MDL. That's a very unique concept happening where MDL is supporting or providing 70% funding upfront for certain critical equipment. So together we are working on that. So like that, we have a complete plan for all equipment-wise equipment we have won. So SEAL also falls part of that.
Lastly, Admiral Uttaya, you mentioned that we're still facing problems with pumps and valves.
True, sir. I think if I can just take a minute here and go back to my early days in WDB, D&D those days, valves leader, let's not really go into names, but however, have been elements or things that go into shipbuilding that have held up even the, let's say, the floating out of a ship during the construction. 30 years later, I see that we are playing the same problems. We're having vendors, those have gone out, new vendors have come in. People take on orders without having the capacity to deliver those numbers. And in all our CPRMs, we've seen that valves and pumps are still okay, but valves are something which is too trivial to be a hold up in today's day and age. So that is something I think we need to address our priorities.
Morning. Congratulate all of you on an excellent session. I'm Commodore Chitnus from the Indian Maritime Foundation. And about 4 years back, I heard a talk by Sri Baba Kalyani of Bharat Fort. And I was in the audience, so I identified myself as Commodore Chitnus, asked him this question that he talked about building artillery guns. They had just started making them. So I said, how come nothing for the Navy? So he said, you're from the Navy. I said, yes. He said, why don't you ask your naval headquarters why they haven't asked us to make? So I don't know. I mean, if artillery guns are being made here, maybe guns are going to go out of fashion after hearing you. Maybe we won't have guns on ships anymore. We may have something else altogether. But are we considering, I mean, there's some company which is already making artillery guns, they can marinize them for us?
This was discussed and there are issues on that. It's not Baba Kalyani and his team, Navy had gone to him. And there are issues that same gun cannot be fitted. And they are working towards marinizing it. It's not that once they reach to that level, and we have reps from Bharat Forge and they can brief on that, where they reached.
Srinivas. 127 mm gun. The one is already, and we have already given them actually. They are going to make it. We want the Indian industry make a 127 mm gun. That has been given out already. And Bharat Forge is one of the main competitors.
Just to update you, sir, like what you rightly said, that Mr. Bharat said about on naval guns also we have expanded in a very big way. Like you are aware about SRGM gun, which is under Leonardo has done a TOT with BHEL, but barrel of that is still being imported. Navy has been very kind enough, we have taken it on to indigenize that barrel. Plus there are large number of Make-1 programs on 127 mm, 30 mm, 76.2 mm naval guns where Bharat Forge is pitching in. I'll be covering more in details in my presentations.
Yeah, sir.
Sir, I'm Commodore Tiwari. I'm working with a company called CISB Technologies, a Mumbai-based company where I'm here in Pune. I'm not sure whom to address it to, but maybe one suggestion would be in Ankur's domain. That is, I've been suggesting to a few people the use of tethered drones for surveillance. Now, by and large, tethered drones are used in the border areas, but there is a possibility of using it on ships also, and because it overcomes the disadvantages that traditional drones have. So, in case you're thinking about it, that's fine. The second thing that I just discussed with my associate outside, we have patented a method of testing material degradation. We have tested it for concrete and for synthetic materials like the bulletproof jacket panels. Now, this is a patented technology. We have not tried it for ship-side hulls, but the principle remains the same. So, in case there is an interest, we will be happy to offer that technology.
So I'll take the first part of the question, sir. As regards the tethered drone, sir, we are, as brought out during the presentation, I did indicate a few use cases. Yes, we are into tethered drones also, and as we speak, another 15 days we are doing a trial on board a ship, sir, wherein we are using it as a communication relay to enhance our tactical range, which is a requirement for our communication set, sir. And in case you have a solution, we are more than willing to approach us, sir. The second part of the question, I'll give it to Goliath.
No, so I'm just adding on to the first question only, and it's very nice that Nikoj is here on the dais. We already have tethered drones. One tethered drone, 2 kgs payload is displayed as Swavalamban. But we are working now, and the trials will, it's already ready, I believe. You'll be showing it to me tomorrow. So that is a 50 kg payload tethered drone with a radar and an EW system, which are being made separately. So that the drone is ready, the EW system is separately ready, and the radar is separately being made, and of course the communication relay. So all these things will be combined. It's already there.
So good morning, sir. I'm Commander Harshit Tarate.
This is Commodore Rajan Veer, President Emeritus, Indian Maritime Foundation. I have retired from the Navy in 1978, and so it's a long time ago. It's quite a learning experience for me today to be listening to indigenization and the innovation. Now, indigenization is occurring enormously in the maritime field I see today. But what I'd like to know is whether to what extent is the private sector involved in this, and it's not been much of a mention of any of the companies which are taking part in the after indigenization. I presume for manufacturing a product you go to a private sector to help you do that. To what extent are they doing that? I had a case in point in mind, that is the Stones propellers. I visited the Stones propellers when I was doing the Naval Staff Course in UK in 1967, and there they told us that propellers are very extremely critical item in warship production. That's why they're taking us to visit it. And so what is the situation in India, please? I presume we are making all our propellers ourselves, ship propellers, and if so, then who are the people who are doing it, please? Thank you.
Sir, in case of propeller, there was a forest who made a steel propeller for our LST, which was not a very great success. We had a lot of failures subsequently, having cracks and all that. But smaller size propeller, yes, we have Gajanand and a couple of companies there. But for ship, there is still a gap here. And for that, there is a proposal in the make also, which is given a case on that. And a couple of private industries have approached for that subject, and they are looking to work on that. That's the problem. And as concerned to indigenization, our mainstay is all private industries. When I said about gas turbine, recently we have tested our gate with indigenous blades, which it has run more than 100 hours, and the last set of the blade is getting now. So with coming December this year, we are planning to one gate with complete indigenous spares, 7 critical spares, which are meant for overhauling, will be tested and put on one of our platform for 6 months. So next year onward, or Jan 25 onwards, all gates of the Indian Navy will be overhauled with Indian spares. That's the target immediately, which is immediately achievable right now, which is happening. Similarly, we are working with the gas turbine also. So all places, private teams are only involved. Manufacturing part, which I am saying.
You must clarify what is
gas turbine generators. Yeah, gas turbine generators, which is of 1 megawatt capacity.
So we'll have one last question. Or we have more time for it? Yeah.
Can I?
Yes, sir. You can laugh and you laugh also, sir. Actually, there is these are all food for thought. So even if you delay the lunch, no problem.
I'm Commodore AJ Singh from the Indian Maritime Foundation. I have three very quick questions, which I expect very short answers. First one, of course, is probably to the chairman himself. So we keep talking of indigenous content. And these figures vary widely. We heard it today also from 70%. Between 50 and 90, these figures keep varying. That's primarily, in my opinion, because we are totally valuing or calculating indigenous content on the rupee component of our program. Is there a move now to quantify that in different ways on a value addition based system of indigenization? I mean, how are we going to reach that level? That what actually have we indigenized, not in how many rupees have we spent in getting something, because in that, and I've been associated with Indian industry, foreign industry, industry associations. In the Navy also I was involved in a couple of procurement appointments. Because their figures vary and systems are circumvented to just show a higher indigenous content because the rupee payment is higher. So how are we going to go about a more value-based calculation of indigenization? That's number one. My second question is to Commodore Gulaya. Solomon was an eye-opener for us. I was there at the last edition, I was there at this edition. Absolutely brilliant work has happened, there's no doubt about it. Now the next challenge, which was brought out by some of the MSME presentations made over there also, is scaling up. ROI, MOQs, etc. So what is the next sort of step that you all are looking at to take it to the next level where it actually becomes a product for the Navy in terms of involving industry? Because there was a question, if you remember, about big industry and small industry, and you very correctly said small industry becomes big industry, so let's not take that forward. Let's not distinguish between the two. That's my second question. And third one to Admiral Thaya. Shipbuilding capacities. About 10 years ago, the Chief of Naval Staff at that time had said, we'll have a 200-ship Navy by 2027. About 5 years ago, it was a 175-ship Navy by 2027. And now it is a 175-ship Navy by 2035. There are various reasons for that. One of the main challenges, in my view, when I work for a shipyard, is lack of shipbuilding capacity in the country. You may want to build as many ships as you want to, but there are only that many ships that can be built. When will the Navy, or why has the Navy not taken enough initiative in forcing the government to develop a private shipbuilding industry in India, widening the shipbuilding base? When we did have private shipbuilders, we created such an intense competitive environment between them, they were out trying to just outdo each other. And all of them ended up getting contracts which were loss-making from the very beginning. And obviously that was not the way to sustain or grow an industry. Shipbuilding is a national asset. It's not about private, public, DPSU, etc., etc. So is there any move to sort of standardize the whole shipbuilding capability and capacity in the country from a more national perspective of developing a strategic industry with a wide base to be able to meet our shipbuilding requirements?
Sir, thank you, sir. We'll take your question also, sir, and then we'll answer. Just remember these three questions which we have to answer. And
Well, I don't have any questions. My name is Vice Admiral Nadaf. I was Program Director at INIP, retired in 2007, and currently working with Walchandnagar Industries for the nuclear business. I just want to remind people that when I joined Navy in 1969, that is the time this indigenization and self-sufficiency, the seed was put up in the soil. I remember Captain Chauhan, Vice Admiral I.C. Rao. Captain Chauhan set up boiler making shop for the first time, and we were really wondering how boilers can be made, which were basically Leander class frigates main power pack. We were very happy that everything is being done indigenously. Admiral I.C. Rao was posted to Triveni to have the steam-driven auxiliaries made indigenously for the first time in India. And we had set up a steam test house in Naval Dockyard Bombay. So these are the seeds which were put up, and the theme that time was to have total indigenization of Leander class frigates, which were made in UK, and we used to buy it. So this is how the started up. We set up and we started sending it to organizations like the ARC officers and to the IITs to understand undertake the indigenization. Today I'm so happy to see that this particular plant has been developed into a big tree, a proper tree. We used to have problems of, continuity of the service because officers have to go every 3 years to the ships and other organizations to, and that was the trend, that was the necessity for the promotions. Today I can see the continuity of the officers working continuously in the R&D field and also the procedures. We adopted the defense R&D procedures. We were under defense R&D and therefore we could take many challenging financial decisions to support the industry, to support the specialist work without going in through sometimes L1 business. And so these are the changes, but I can now see that Navy has not stopped there and Navy has done a wonderful job in whatever the organization presentations today morning has given. It has given an immense pleasure to me to see that the Navy is taking forward steps. And that's how I would like to congratulate all the officers who are connected with these programs, and well done and keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So firstly, we will answer Ajay Singh's questions. That is, one is about the values which were being projected. I agree with you. There are varying values which come up every time. And actually statistics always you can use how to project yourself. But that nevertheless, the Navy has brought out, and as predecessors are here and there, has done a great amount of work in indigenization. Actually, I think the IMF was, when they were deciding the panelists, they were looking for DGNI as was one of them. They were looking for many other reps, but paucity of time, therefore only these panelists could be included. And therefore, I think the importance which has been to be given to the strategic project could not have been given here because that was not being represented here. But nevertheless, the amount of indigenization which has been done in strategic project is phenomenal. We are 96% to 100% in most cases, and it's been done. And a lot of effort is being done to use what DMD is done and to the other places. So those are being done. Not everything may have been done to the extent which is required, but it's a process which will continue. So we acknowledge all the effort which has been done by predecessors. Actually, when we start, the Navy has been in the forefront. It is from 1947, the Navy has been in forefront of indigenization. And at every stage, people have done their job. And it's only that a little sprint was done now, and there was an opportunity to say this because this is what had we had this ban on imports 20 years back, we would have done this 20 years back, what we have done. I think this was required. That means you look at your own industry, don't look at foreign, and it should have been thumb down, then it happens. Though Navy had been actually projecting and doing it to a large extent. So these values, I would say, do vary, but the whole effort of the Navy is complete indigenization. And I think the commitment which has been given by the Navy is 2047, we will be fully Atmanirbhar Navy. When I say fully Atmanirbhar, it cannot be still 100%, because we will never be 100%. I think that point has been understood, because there are few components and some things which are better manufactured and done by
And just to add about ATVP, the entire database of equipment being made is made available to DOI and CISR and shared with all professional directorates. So that effort has also been done. So we are in sync with them, and in fact the CISR has been carved out of the officers over there in DMD. Those set of people have been taken out and taken out.
So to answer your question, after Sprint, what, sir? After Sprint Invent, it was launched during Swavalamban by the Raksha Mantri, sir. Invent stands for IDEX Navy Venture Trust. Globally, it is a venture capitalist because our procedures will continue being risk averse and innovation is risky. We are trying to get venture capitalists into this. It will be something like Shark Tank India with the involvement of the users. I personally feel it will be bigger than Sprint. That's I'm convinced it would be. The days of saying that, unless you fund the beauty is in the idea. If the idea has to be funded, we probably need to forget about funding it. If the idea has strength of its own, the venture capitalists will be fighting with each other to fund it. That's one. Second, you said, what about these firms, sir? All our firms, we can have a CMC for 5 years, but unless the firm becomes big, which is what I also mentioned in Swavalamban, unless it gets export orders, unless it starts selling to everybody, after 2 years, if the firm winds up, that CMC remains on paper. We have to ensure that our firms, their partners, become bigs. That is what we will work towards. On a lighter note, you said Swavalamban was an eye-opener. It was, we were totally sleep deprived. And one last quick point, sir. You mentioned, sir, about, everybody mentioning about 60s when we started the thing. I think it started much before that, in 1948. With the plans paper, which was authored by then Commander Chatterjee, who later became, of course, our first CNS in the rank of Admiral. I found out about this when I was writing his biography. But we keep saying that, Navy has been in the forefront of indigenization, Navy is doing this and Navy is doing that. But I think it needs to be said, we can see further because we are standing on the shoulder of giants. So all the veterans who are here, sir, thank you very much. We are running today and we are sprinting today because we started walking when you were there, and I think the veterans and the amount of effort which was put starting from 1948 till all these organizations, so we owe it all to you, sir.
Sir, thank you for a very pertinent question. I think that's the last one to be handled. I'll break it up into 2-3 parts. One, you would ask what has the Indian Navy done to increase the, let's say, the shipbuilding in terms of contribution. Now, across the country, the orders that are there, maybe the DPSUs or PSUs, you would agree that almost 95% is what the Navy orders are. And that doesn't come easy. I mean, the Navy and PNP and the push that we have to take, that is, again, we have very big ticket projects that are coming up. We have the repeat order of the ISC that has been cleared. LPD is around the corner, and NGC, NGD. So it's a very challenging and it's a very good moment and time for shipyards to sort of look inward and see how they can meet this challenge of increasing their capacity. That again is something that has bothered us because to meet this demand of ships that we need and the speed in which we need to take it forward, it's not going to happen unless shipyards ramp up the capacity. That said, all shipyards have a very detailed manufacturing, shall we say, modernization plan to a certain timeline. Today, the ministry has come down heavily and said that unless you demonstrate that not only do you have a demonstrated capability of manufacturing a particular class of ship, you should also demonstrate the capability to have the infrastructure to take those things forward. So there is this thrust. Shipyards are doing their bit. And the other question you said is how do you increase in terms of shipyards falling by the wayside? Yes, sir. Again, we have ABG, we have RNEL, we have Ratnagiri. All these shipyards have sort of folded up. And to this end, again, we've had the RM chairing the Chintan Shivir recently. We've put forward some proposals. We've said what could possibly be done to enhance shipbuilding. There are, again, a very valid point you said was shipyards undercutting each other and not being able to deliver. And while I'm sure that shipyards, maybe even a private shipyard like L&T or the DPSUs can sustain it, some maybe based on the nominated orders that they've got, it is not a correct way to go forward. So the other thing that we had recommended is that they, like how I think Turkey has, Anadolu, they have a collaboration of 5 state-owned shipyards coming together. This is another model where our DPSUs could get together and bid not for the local industry, at least for, let's say, for export orders. Because there they could start with the export orders and then maybe move on into the local orders in terms of collaborative. That said, in collaboration also, we've seen GSL offloading blocks to Chogle. We've seen GRSE getting a lot of work done by L&T. Shaft is doing a lot of for MDL. So these are solutions that shipyards have to work out and see how they can optimize. That's my case with that.
Yeah, for the shipyards, I think the public-private partnership is working very well, which examples he brought out. But there's a need for DPSUs to come together and PSUs to come together and everything. I think there is a need for collaboration, or even if it is called aggregation of shipyards and work. So like maybe for the next generation destroyers, positively, it should be the PSUs and DPSUs coming together to make that ship, not that only one shipyard will get. And instead of undercutting each other, it should be working together. And I'm sure like it will work like Turkey, it will work like China. This is the model which we need to go. There is a need for shipyards to do. If you want the NGD to be made faster, then it would be the forward section made by one shipyard, the aft section, and we could come together. I think that is even I think CSL can get a lot of support for the next aircraft carrier. Be made faster if there will be more collaboration than trying to compete with each other.
So I have one submission here. In terms of shipyard also, we did not have subsidies available. So now under 4,000 shipbuilding financial assistance, 4,000 crore which has come in. For special ships, you can get up to 20% of financial aid which has come under Ministry of, from the Ministry of Shipping. Along with that, the other biggest challenge in the shipbuilding is infrastructure allocation of the ship which you are building in. The infrastructure allocation of the ship was never done before, and this was also one of the biggest problems for APG, Bharti and Pipavav shipyard when we are looking at. Now the government is looking at allocating infrastructure allocations for at least 50 number of ships to start off with. And thirdly, if you look at, if you build a ship in India and you build and sell it across the ship, you had the 5% GST, cess and the VAT, which if I was a shipbuilder which was placing an order for Singapore, I would have actually exported it and I would have undercut my products selling the same ship across to an Indian ship owner. So these changes have also been made at the ministry level right now, and the first policy of a 4,000 crore fund has already come in with a 20% allocation across, and then the infrastructure is what they're trying to place in. Moment the infrastructure case comes in for a ship which you are building in, financial assistance from the bank will be available. But because right now, even if you get a order for 2,000 crore across, but if a ship is not under the infrastructure clause, you would not get a financial assistance. So this is what government is right now trying to bring it in phase 2.
So I'll just close the session here now because I don't want to delay the next session. While lunch can be reduced, but the next session is very important. Therefore, anybody who has more questions, they can meet the panelists during lunch and they can be covered at that time, if that's okay with you, sir. So we've just heard the various panelists and brought out various progress we have made. There are lots to do, but lots has been done earlier. It's not that it's been done all by now. It was all. But I think what we did, that we can achieve anything if there is a committed leadership, there is collaboration and positive attitude. I think that's what the team works very well, and there has been solution-oriented approach. Every time there's aim to find a solution, and the thinking that we make it happen, not let things happen. Lots of time things have continued to stagger because no decision making, and we did follow in the sprint a top-down and bottom-up approach, which was a combined approach. That means things were monitored from top-down, but bottom-up, a lot of informed decision making was done by the young leadership, young officers, and they really came up, and the whole point was to willingness to succeed and learn. But what we need to do is we need to sustain this process. It's not that one-off, some things have happened and we reached certain level and that there's lots to do. I think we need to sustain, we need to create a defense ecosystem which is required, that will continuously encourage innovation, will encourage out-of-box thinking and creative thinking. I think that's very, very important. And this defense ecosystem which will sustain innovation, indigenization, self-reliance is a must, which should work. And it's been we need to address that the processes which we do. Normally, we have to be product driven, not process driven. Most of the time, the processes are so important that the product is lost sight of. And we may decide for a capability, but the processes and the administrative hassles go on, and we get a product which is already obsolete. So therefore, we need to be product driven in each and every action. So there has to be a need for continuous collegiate decision making, adherence to timelines, and commitment that we need to build a capability for the nation. And I think therefore we had, when we were discussing the sprint proposals, there were lots of difference of opinions between people, but the difference of opinions were positive, and they were always consensus built up, and solution was what is for capability for the nation, and then we never went wrong. I think that was important. So a co-development model being followed, which always will help the private industry, the services, and everywhere. And the relation between the industry, that we are partners in this success. We are not, there's no buyer-seller relationship, but it's more partnership. I think that really works. There has to be a whole of attention from the top down, and there has to be a whole of nation effort to achieve this. It cannot be done by one service or others. I think that has worked very well, and I would say it is really India's moment today. There is lots of things happening in the world, and here is India, who is growing economically. The industry has come of age. People are thinking. The young generation is doing extremely well. I think we need to grab this opportunity. The next 5 to 10 years are really important for us, that we need to seamlessly mold elements of innovation, indigenization, self-reliance, bring the trinity of academia, industry, and all the services, everybody together, and go have a commitment to achieve. And surely by 2047, when we will be 100 years of independence, the armed forces as a whole will be much more reliable, much more self-reliant, and they'll be there. So we need to support MSMEs, we need to support all the industry. Actually, the MSMEs really need to be supported. There are lots of entrepreneurs coming up, but they need to be supported. We need to talk to them, we need to give them opportunities, and we need to facilitate. I think that is what the Navy is being able to do to a great extent, but we need to do more. Wherever these things stop, these are where we need to support them with venture capitals. So to end, I would say, like, success is like a train. It has got several compartments, like hard work, committed team, leadership, and lots of other things. That perseverance, coming together, all those. But the engine leading this is self-confidence. And I think we need to build our self-confidence that we can do it, and the nation will go ahead. Thank you. Jai Hind. I want to thank all the panelists for a great job done. Thank you.
Thank you, Admiral Gormati, and once again, thank you to all the panelists. I think it's been a very fascinating session. I'm sure it could have gone on for at least half an hour more, but we are unfortunately running to a bit of a schedule, and I know that there are people amongst you who have got flights to catch also, some of in the today evening itself. So may I request President IMF to present the mementos. Firstly to Admiral Gormade. And the painting also. Then also to Admiral Uthaya, memento. And a painting. Admiral Ankur Sharma, DG Vessi. Admiral Grewal. Commodore Golaya. And Captain Nikunj Prashar. Thank you. It's now about 1:10, so I think we'll have to delay the lunch a bit, but we'll try to be here by about 1:45. So lunch is ready outside. You can. Sorry. I think Admiral Uthaya wants to present memento on his behalf.
Is that you, sir?
Thank you. That's very good. Thank you very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, lunch is laid outside, and please try to finish it and be back by about 1:45. Thank you. She can have in the down below restaurant. The room will be that home delivery and all. Okay, she can come. She can join us if she wants. You can call her. Or you can. There are one or two, I think, over there.
Hello.
Eastern Expressway, that's what Expressway, there are 5
वॉल्यूम बढ़ा दो ना, एक बार वॉल्यूम बढ़ा
So then what we can do is we can transfer it online. When you reach there, whatever that total amount is, we can transfer it online. When you return, you can tell us what the to and fro journey only the names. Bank account we can give the details. Online will accept the thing. Bank account or EIN. Yes. Correct.
हाँ नमस्कार तुम्ही फोन केला होता ना
And I'm staying in the Yellow side, and the guys I'm killing myself to us.
Please settle down. May I request everyone to kindly settle down in their seats?
Just a presentation.
Can I have your attention, please? Before we commence the second session, there's a small presentation by Dr. Vikram Nabar. Please sit down. This is in connection with the IMF itself. It really has nothing to do with the seminar, but he just wants to present a small token. Dr. Nabar?
Yes, sir.
Come.
Good afternoon. This was quite unscheduled. I am not connected with any of the defense forces. I am a civilian, professor of engineering and management, but I am a member of the IMF. I was inducted into IMF by Commodore Rajanveer, who is my mentor. I have written a book on him, his life and times, and Captain Dikshit. Today I have had the pleasure of meeting Admiral Nadkarni, and I have some friends here, like Commodore Okay. I'm going to take you back 100 years. Today somebody said that we have been standing on the shoulders of giants who did the pioneering work. But 100 years ago, there were many deaths of Indians in the naval forces. You know, there's a commemoration memorial erected by Commodore Rajanveer and IMF at the Circuit House, at Bund Garden and so on. We are standing on their shoulders too. And I'm going to talk about one such gentleman who was my grandfather. I never saw him, but he was commissioned by King George V from Indian Medical Services as a doctor. He joined the army first, and after that he was seconded to the Royal Navy. On 31st of December 1917, that is 106 years ago, he was coming back with wounded British soldiers, and the ship met with an accident. My grandmother and my mother and uncle, who were very small children, never saw him again. For almost 70 years or 80 years, there's been a mystery as to what happened to that ship. How did he die? Lots of heartburns, lots of stories. But recently, somebody went to Alexandria, and at the Chatby Memorial, they found an inscription in his name, which was quite a surprise in 2022. So I decided that I should present that photograph to the IMF, to Captain Dixit and to Admiral Nadkarni. And coincidentally, we also found a certificate that was given by King George V to my grandfather. It was in some old cupboard, and while clearing up, the document came up. It was done almost 100 years ago. I've got it cleaned up. It was in a bad state, but Verma Studio did a fantastic job. So these two documents I'm giving to IMF Museum, and I thank all these gentlemen, my mentor, Commodore Rajanveer, President of IMF, Captain Dixit, and Admiral Nadkarni for allowing me this time. I'll present these documents very briefly. You can have a look at it, all of you, later on. This is presented to him by King George V in 1914, 1915. Thank you. And this is a photograph of the Chatby Memorial, which was discovered in 2022 October, almost 104 years later, when somebody went visiting that, a relation of mine. So that mystery, 100-year-old mystery, which we were thinking that a German ship had torpedoed that ship, was solved only last year when we came to know that his ship HH Usmania was met with a mine near Alexandria at the port of Alexandria in Egypt. And there is the Chatby Memorial, which has been there for donkey's years. So I present this photograph also to Captain Dixit and to Admiral Nadkarni for the IMF Museum. Thank you very much. There's a sideline to this story, that there was only one survivor. There were 9 nurses on the ship, 8 nurses died, 1 nurse survived, and 1 soldier survived. And that soldier's name was Jack Cohen. Do you know who's Jack Cohen? Have you heard of him? No. The nurse helped him to swim across the channel. And in 1919, 2 years after this ship met with the accident, he set up the Tesco chain. Later on, he was honored as Sir Jack Cohen. So he was the only survivor and the nurse was the only survivor. So two of them. And Sir Jack Cohen's Tesco is worldwide global chain now. He's no more, of course. So thank you very much for your patient listening and thank you for this diversion. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Nabar. We will now start session 2, which is on the topic Induction of New Technologies. The moderator for this session was originally planned to be Mr. Jayant Patil of L&T Defence. However, just about a couple of days back, he informed us that he had to go on some urgent business through Delhi. So in his place, Mr. S. Ranganathan has been deputed to moderate this session. And since I think his biodata will not be in the brochure as such, I'll just briefly give his main aspects. He graduated in electrical and electronics engineering from BITS Pilani, and he joined L&T as a graduate engineer trainee in 1983. Since then, he has had over 4 decades of varied and rich experience at L&T. With L&T's foray into the defense business, he took on the role of business development in the domestic defense segment and was part of the team that grew the business from its initial phase. In 2006, he took over as the head of the weapon systems business, and he's also responsible for Defense Business Corporate Center, which includes strategic planning, IT, legal, environment, health and safety, CSR and sustainability, and plant engineering functions. He's also a member of the board of L&T Defense. May I invite him to take the moderator's tables. I also invite the other panelists for this session. Mr. Madhu Nair, who really needs no introduction. He's the CMD of Cochin Shipyard Limited. So, then Mr. Biju George, Director Shipbuilding at Mazgon Docks Limited. Then we have Commander Dr. Shekhar Murthy. And finally, we have Dr. Sauhad Singh. The second last is Dr. Sauhad Singh, who is the Chief Research Manager at IOCL. And finally, we have Mr. Kaustubh Falnikar, who is also from L&T Defense. He is a Joint General Manager, Product Technology and Development Center at L&T Defense. With that, I hand over to Mr. Ranganathan.
Admiral Nakarnik, thank you, fellow panelists, welcome dignitaries. I've taken the permission and I'll take your permission. Let's stop the introduction because all the details are there in the brochure. So I'll just, we have had an interesting pre-lunch session and also a very good lunch. So I'm sure the panelists and I will strive hard to ensure that the lunch doesn't go waste. It gets digested with the discussions that we'll hold. With that small beginning, we have talked of what we have done as a country in terms of indigenization. To us at L&T, having been part of some very important programs for the Indian Armed Forces, predominantly in the naval segment, indigenization has had many meanings over the years. The latest one being, are we creating IP in the country which can be exported? I mean, I would, while the panelists are specialists and real leaders in their own domain, I thought from an L&T perspective, it's important that we talk about indigenization in a slightly different context, saying that are we creating enough IP within the country which can be monetized from a national perspective, because it helps us contribute to the economy in a larger multiplier factor. A few points I thought before the panelists, specialists get in, because they are very interesting presentations and it would be unfair of me to stand in the way. While we keep looking at the dynamic intersection of cutting edge technologies and the practical implementation of those, which across the vast expanse of our oceans, innovation continues to be the cornerstone for us. Our maritime domain, not just from the point of view of deterrence, security or otherwise, both from a point of view of national importance from the trade perspective, has had a remarkable evolution thanks to the giants who have initiated, sowed the seeds and enabled us to take the steps forward. When we talk of diverse spectrum of technologies, what comes to mind are few important ones that occur to me. I'm sure the panelists would cover them in more detail. One is, of course, leveraging the digitalization and connectivity. The second is, we did hear about autonomous vehicles, how we are going to going forward, how is it going to help us, because human life continues to be very, very precious. Can we do something which can prevent loss of one human life and protect the country? So that's the second aspect that we'll talk about. Natural intelligence is very good, but then artificial intelligence at some point plays an important and complementary role, because when we talk of human life where the human is not present, can something substitute, at least from a decision-making point of view, in a short time? The next is environmental sustainability. Most of us in the corporates who represent here, we are governed by certain ESG concerns. We can talk of material science, improvement in material science, and those contributions which are needed from a completely technology perspective. But each of us, and I have very senior leaders on my panel, we have to answer to the specialists from environment as to what is the material we are using. 20 years, 40 years, 50 years, 100 years from now, is that material going to cause harm to the planet? Now, those are questions which I'm sure when the discussions go on, they will get touched. But I thought I should touch that part, because while we have made considerable progress in material science, both in terms of metals as well as non-metals like composites, this is an aspect which should also bear relevance. We have, of course, as industries grow, all of us like to get onto the war footing in a competitive manner. But the Indian Navy, and I must acknowledge, has worked and found ways and means where we can collaborate. There are a number of examples shared in the past. And today when we sit back and hear the panelists, I'm sure we'll find those small snippets which are not in the public domain, but where we have worked together. There are some spaces where we certainly compete. I don't think that we should hide away from that. But where we collaborate, because national objectives takes precedence over our individual businesses or corporate objectives. So with that as a background, there'll be examples of collaboration which are shared. National security, of course, that is the mother of all important objectives, and that would be the focus when we speak about human capital. I did talk about how life is precious, but today with more than 15 lakh professionals in the engineering domain cutting in, and comparable numbers in the other accountants, managements getting in, India is flourishing in terms of pumping out talent from the colleges, the universities, the various schools. How are we going to leverage it as industry in a sustainable manner? Because anything that we do as part of the ESG, the sustainability part comes into it. I'm sure as the leaders speak, they would also talk of diversity, inclusivity, because today we have amongst us a large set of our lady professional colleagues, lady population who have an aspiration of their own. With these few words of introduction, I'll skip the introduction, Mr. Madhu Nair, and request Chairman CSL, Mr. Madhu Nair, to be the opening batsman. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Respected Chair, Sri Ranga, as has been brought out today morning and continuously thereafter, salutations to the giants who have walked ahead of us, senior officials from the Indian Navy, members of the industry. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here and talk a little bit different about what is the flavor that was being discussed today morning. Morning it was all about how we pitch ourselves towards Atmanirbharta, indigenization, how we take that leap of faith into the next levels, how we build up a very robust ecosystem, and as Sri Ranganathan brought out, the mother of all, how do you give it for the country? That kind of a flavor was being discussed. For me, being in the industry, I've been with Cochin Shipyard now more than 35 years. And what we are seeing is like, while we reach for the sky, there are a lot of things which we are definitely doing. And again, as we have seen in the morning, Admiral Gormade used the word that this is India's time. This is young India's time. And I firmly believe so. So if you are really thinking this is India's time due to a set of reasons, reasons which also includes demography, which is on our side, the young India, a confident India across various spaces talking. So I wanted to present what CSL is trying to do in this space, and based on our experience, why we feel it's important for India to be on this bandwagon. See, while we are talking about all the big things which we have done, let's also not forget that even today a fishing vessel, when it goes out, a common man's fishing vessel, if it goes out to the sea, family folk will have to pray to make sure that the vessel comes back safe. This is after 75 years of independence. This belief, despite all our IITs, all our engineering colleges, all our so-called shipyards, we have not been able to break this jinx. So how do we handle this paradox? And when the country is for sure moving towards at least becoming the third largest economy in the world, and the young Indian will not take anything less, how do we address this? Can we talk only about the larger things? I think we need to handle both, and it's not always that a perfect system. So I do not come from a perfect system. But I'm here to show that how being agile, aggressive, having a little bit of bravado, and having that confidence in yourself and in the company, in the country, we can actually do a set of things. And then we'll try to connect what is really happening. And we are talking about the green and the tech transition in shipping. The world is going through a transition. This is an energy transition. We call it the green transition. So colloquially, people call it decarbonization or green shipping, but essentially we are coming out of fossil fuels and trying to do something sustainable. And this is coming from the sustainability discourse worldwide, and this is not just about maritime. It's across all walks of life. It touches every facet of the human being. And one part is emotional. We want this planet for our next generation. But the other part is pure business. This big business, this big industry. The second part is driven by digital. And again, this is not coming from the maritime industry. This is coming from global nature. Right from, we have come to become a society where we can leave out from our mobile phones. That is the kind of situation we are moving into. So the digital play. So this sustainability play and the digital play together is opening up something which I personally feel, and again we have discussed this at long, Larsen and Toubro. Yesterday I was interacting with Mr. Ranganathan, the Indian Navy, we have seen organization which is giving us pride, how we have come so far. But the fact is that largely everybody says India has missed the previous bus. The previous manufacturing bus is gone. Our neighboring country had taken it. We have missed it. Despite all our advantages, we have missed it. The next bus is coming, or the next bus is here already. Do we want that bus? This is what I'm just trying to look at. Can we have the next slide? Or I have let me see. Just touching upon, there's a large regulatory perspective, and this is all about emissions, how global regulations. Today morning, Nikunj was talking about global. We are in a global world. The IMO, touching upon 2008 as a base year, the initial thought process was by 2050, whatever we were emitting, we should come down to at least 50% of that by 2050. But the thought process has been forwarded, and now we are talking about, IMO has started talking about, but it's not been adopted, net zero by 2050. At least India has gone openly and said, not just in the maritime industry, 2070 this country has to be net 50. I'm not getting into the detail, but this is actually a push. This is a global push, and we can't stay away from this. And globally what will happen is, today morning the question was being asked, Grewal was answering it, diesel engines, will we get our own diesel engines in the country? That question came in. But on the right side, practically there are not going to be diesel for a lot of things. If there is diesel, you'll have to do carbon capture. Because at the end of the day, we are talking about different fuels. It could be batteries, it could be electric, could be methanol, ammonia, hydrogen. This is coming. This is the world's first container ship with methanol. It was launched last month by Maersk. Laura Maersk was launched. Maersk is taking another 20 container ships from Korea, all powered by methanol. So times are changing. Engineering is changing, and this transition is actually opening up big things. Into the defense side, would we see this? I bet we will see this also on the defense side. It will be one step back, but this is the move that's happening. I just want to, with those two slides, I just want to say what has been our experience getting into this segment, because this is actually opening up something big worldwide. Before that, I just want to say, CSL as a company, thanks, and I should acknowledge in front of this large naval crowd here, that we have been extremely fortunate to work with CSL, with the Navy. Builders of the indigenous aircraft carrier Vikrant, which again I have always taken pride in, but I always believed this is not about Cochin Shipyard Limited, this is about India. This was about India. And that's the beauty, and that is why we all cherish it so much. 14 vessels, ASWs and NGMVs currently under construction, and more than 300 refits of Indian naval projects, including 15 refits of the Indian aircraft carriers. So this is what Cochin Shipyard is. So just like today morning, while it was said that Nigunj is half Navy, Cochin Shipyard is also more than half Navy. That's the kind of pedigree we have with the Navy. But today I'm not talking about that aspect. Today I'm talking about another aspect of ours, where more than 60 vessels exported into West Europe. There's no other company in India which has been able to do this. And how we have been able to do it, have we got to the root of everything? The answer is no. But we have done this. More than 60 vessels into West Europe. More than 40 vessels already contracted into West Europe. And this is global competitiveness. I'm just wanting to bring in the confidence level and the aggressiveness and the fact that we can do it. We are sitting in here in India. This is not nomination. This is the Europeans, the people who place these orders had all the options all over the world, including our neighboring country, to place these orders. But if they have done it with us, there must be some reason and some overall package which we as a company, as an Indian company, has been able to deliver. And this is a classic example. We delivered the world's first, and I repeat, the world's first autonomous RoPax vessels, which are currently in operation in Norway. Let me come in very clearly. The autonomous part was a black box for us. So I do not want to lay claim on that. But with that, the entire engineering and deep insights into how sensorization happens, we understand that. These two vessels have been delivered. It's currently, this picture is from the port of Horten near Oslo in Norway. And these two vessels are helping a company called ASKO, which is Europe's, Norway's, Scandinavia's leading grocery chain company. So what they do is they carry Euro containers, this long containers, 16 of those put on this, in full autonomous mode. Right now, these vessels are, for 1.5 years, these vessels will operate under part autonomous mode. And after 1.5 years, when as was alluded today morning, when the mass regulations come in fully in force, this will actually be fully autonomous. But the great part is, during COVID, without seeing the shipyard, 2 vessels were ordered and 2 vessels have been delivered and vessels are operating. Fully electric, full battery operations, 1,860 kilowatt hour of battery powered vessel, high levels of automation. I skipped the video. Project which we have concluded now and it's in the works. Again, from India, the first wind farm support vessels from India. And the wind energy market, again sustainability discourse. The wind energy market is shooting up, and these kind of vessels would be needed to support your offshore wind farms. These are very costly vessels, each costing more than 60 million euro each, more than 500 crore rupees each vessel. And again, these vessels are methanol fueled vessels. So the vessels will be built in Cochin shipyard. There's a large import component. The technology, there's a large part of import component, but the fact is, I just want to reiterate, that's what I said. It's not a perfect case, it's not a perfect system, but the vessels are going to be built in India. And the beauty is, those engines, those main engines, which are MAN engines, methanol fueled engines, are going to be delivered from the MAN plant in Aurangabad in India. So it's not just the ship, the engine is also, the methanol fueled engine is also going to be delivered by MAN Aurangabad. Again, this is the world's first hydrogen fuel cell container ship. The first 2 hydrogen fuel cell container vessels in the world. Cochin Shipyard has contracted this from a company called Samskip. It's a Dutch-Norwegian company. And the fuel cell is being, it's a imported fuel cell. So we are talking about the AIP, which will go for our submarines. This is the direction to go. Much smaller companies with belief are trying to work in this. So we will understand what this vessel is. The complete engineering, the complete detailing is being done by us. The fuel cell part is a black box, but I'll come to it later. But these 3 projects, we are firmly in the global green shipping circuit. And this green shipping circuit is absolutely new. It's over the last 3-4 years it started. So I just want to say that there was a time when India used to say, let everybody do it, and then after many years we'll come in. That's not the case today. The confidence level is different. We are there right now. And the confidence for global players to place these orders in India. Yet another project. This is in our Udupi shipyard. We have a subsidiary company in Udupi. And these are future-proof vessels with the wind sails. So wind-assisted vessels, and we have contracted 6 vessels already with another 10 options to go. This is the largest short sea shipping company in Norway. Many more orders, many more projects in the pipeline. We are talking about, again, hydrogen fuel cell coastal vessels, ammonia fueled, and ammonia fueled. There are not many vessels in the world which are ammonia fueled. So it's only a handful of vessels which are pilot projects. So we are talking and high level of possibility that we'll be on this. Again, much more larger autonomous vessels which will go all the way from the Norwegian coast up to the UK coast. So these are projects which we are currently discussing. And a few initiatives within shipyard and within the country today. We are part of this Cochin Water Metro project. And this I say with pride, because this is not just about Cochin Shipyard. I say with pride as an Indian. Because this project, when completed, 73 vessels, hybrid electric vessels in a city, is the largest in the world. So India can lead. Actually, the belief is that it's not that we are doing small things. If something like this happens, we were in Copenhagen the other day, they got 14 boats. Kochi already has got 12 boats. So 14 boats in a big city like Copenhagen with rich country, we are talking 73 vessels. We are talking about replicating this with 1,000 vessels all over the country. The government of India, the Ministry of Shipping is working on this. So the one belief is leading to another. The Honorable Prime Minister inaugurated this, and this is a classical project where public-private come together. The project is not conceived by Cochin Shipyard, so credit must go to where it has been conceived. It's been conceived by the Cochin Water Metro as an extension of the Cochin Rail Metro. And these kind of projects people are able to conceive and implement, and that too like in places like Kerala, which people would think would not be the best place to implement. But these are things that's happening in the country. We are building India's first hydrogen fuel cell vessel. And when I said the initial fuel cell in that larger vessel is coming from outside, this fuel cell is being made here in Pune by one of the best tech companies in India. The company is KPIT. KPIT, global major in mobility space. If you're riding a BMW or a Mercedes-Benz car, chances are that the mobility part of it, the automation part of it is done by KPIT. So This is a fuel cell vessel. The fuel cell has been tested last month here in Pune. It's been certified by Indian Register of Shipping, being shipped to Cochin, and all going well. 1st of December, we will move this in Cochin. With Indian, entire thing is Indian. There's not a single thing in this which is imported today. Entire thing is Indian. The core technology came from CSIR. If we can do this, and this project, Cochin Shipyard is doing it, it is again bravado. Let me put it, it's just bravado. That the people think that, why are we looking at, because when we are looking at fuel cells worldwide, small companies are trying to do this. 1.4 billion people, the kind of prowess we are talking, where is the confidence? And when we put this across, the Ministry of Shipping was kind enough to come and support 75% of the funding also on this project. But this project is becoming a reality, and hopefully, I'm not saying tomorrow we'll have hydrogen fuel vessels all over the country, but this is something which we are looking at strongly. Can you just change? Electric vessels, fully electric vessels going to be deployed, and the first 2 vessels in Varanasi will be deployed by December of this year. And vessels will be deployed in Guwahati, Mathura, Ayodhya, and river cities. This is again to create visibility and saying that when we are talking about deploying the vessels, charging stations, charging infrastructure, batteries, the sad part is we're talking about big things. The marine battery is imported today. A country like India, can't we make a battery? Can't we get a type-tested marine certified battery? And today, we are talking companies like Exide, Amar Raja. Exide is investing almost $800 million plant in India. So, Navy, when we are talking about electrification, as we move forward, electric propulsion, these are projects which will actually trigger in the country. And it's not just Cochin Shipyard alone. Private shipyard, Chowglaze have now secured 18 vessels from Europe. Europe needs 3,000 vessels to be replaced in the next 10 years. Coastal regulations will mean Europe will need vessels to be replaced. Chowglaze bagged 18 of these vessels. And I'm happy to note from the reports 2 days back, and Biju is here, Mazagon Dock is getting into the line. And Mazagon Dock, I understand, is securing the orders from Europe. The more the merrier, because when we're getting into this, you know, that the confidence as a country, that cycle of that ecosystem. Today morning we were talking about why are shipyards not coming up? How will a shipyard come up? At the end of the day, it's not about technology. Technology is a core part. That will be strategic. But when somebody invests in a shipyard and somebody has to run a business, it's all about finance and business. Unless we can merge these both together, however the country will do, whatever the Navy will try to do, and the Navy will try to create the demand. The Navy has done great over the last, right from creating the warship design agency under Dr. Paramanandan way back. From that time, things have gone extremely well. The kind of impetus that has been put in, that's extremely strong. But at the end of the day, this is a business. People like us in Cochin Shipyard, we always say, last 35 years, we were on the streets of Cochin with a minus 1,150 crore net worth, wiped out net worth. And today we are an organization with a plus 4,500 crore net worth. And it's only one nomination order, the indigenous aircraft carrier. Otherwise, all projects have been largely on competitive basis. So if you can run your business, and these are things to be done. So today we are cooperating with Mazagon Dock, we are trying to cooperate with Chowglaze, and as we move forward, can we create brand India? If we can create brand India, then the move we see would be entirely different. Small boatyards, small shipyards like Naval, this is a Kerala-based company, 100% solar-powered vessel, working over the last 3.5 years in Kerala backwaters. It's won some prestigious awards internationally. So the belief in the country is actually there. And the government is actually pushing. We are part of the IMO Green Voyage scenario, the Maritime India Vision 2030, strong insights. not everybody has come on board. Cochin Shipyard is trying to do our bit. We are running a maritime startup program called the USHAS. We are committed already 50 crore rupees. IIT Madras and IIM Kozhikode already are working on it. And it's not grant. We are a commercial organization. We can't do, 20% of this is grants. But 60%, the major part of this is by way of equity. We are willing to participate along with the company, work taking up to 9% equity investments in the company and move forward along with it. So we are there, 50 crores has been committed, we are ready to commit more if that is needed. The country has created the first National Center of Excellence in Green Ports and Shipping, and I can admit that I've been very much part of this creation of this system, because at the end of the day, we again needed belief. We needed centers where we'll work interdisciplinary. 72 crore rupees has been invested in the TERI campus in Gurgaon. And the 72 crore rupees, it's in the name of the government of India, but the money has come from 3 ports and my organization. We have put in 25% of each. And this is at the TERI campus, this contribution into the country, and we are trying to create ecosystems which will further the green movements. Opportunities for India from this whole thing. In these initiatives, it can actually set forth a strong transition. The government has already moved forward what is called the Green Tug Transition Program. India, the way we are growing, Gati Shakti and our trade volumes, India will need, Indian ports will have at least 300 to 400 tugs in the ports, with the 12 government ports and ports like owned by Adani and DP World. So these tugs will move forward. Special green assistance policies have been brought in by the government of India. And as I said, 1,000 vessel urban water transport model is being contemplated. So there's a clear transition plan. Pilot projects are being sought. Cochin Shipyard is building up pilot projects with ammonia-fueled coastal vessels and ammonia-fueled tugs. It will take some time, 2027, but there are a lot of stakeholders here. There are designers, operators, partners, classification societies. There is also a shipbuilder. I just wanted to touch upon, today we talked about autonomous vessels and great work what Sagar Defense is doing. We have committed our money. We have our full board approvals. We are developing 100% Indian, including the last bit of source code. We are developing an autonomous vessel. And we have one leading tech company in India, DRDO, one IIT, and 7 startup companies involved here. So it's not about Cochin Shipyard again. It's about how we are trying to team up, but significant money has been invested here, and we are talking about the platform. I'm not talking about the payload. Payloads can be, and we are thinking global on this. Payloads could be civilian and military. But payload we'll talk later. Let's have a platform which we feel confident can be controlled and fits into globally emerging regulations. Opportunities for India, downline, hub for green energy, fuel cell technologies. And as I said, we are today working with KPIT in developing India's first PEM fuel cell. There are 3 other companies in India. There is IOC. There are at least 6-7 initiatives happening in India on fuel cells. And fuel cells, different type of fuel cells, different chemistries of fuel cell. Solid state battery and solid charging technologies. Because with the electrification which is going to happen both on road and water, electrification technologies and digital technologies, because all of these are amenable to digital control at the back end. And just putting in a few things which we feel. Marine batteries, again, as I say, a shame on the country that we are not having one single type approved marine battery today. We are talking, there are companies which are just coming up. Shore chargers, propulsion motors. The elderly veteran asked about propeller. And we really didn't have an answer to it. You know. Propellers are still imported. Hybrid technologies, power electronics, electrical equipment, fuel cell modules, and hydrogen fueling stations. I'm just showing like a few of the things which can be picked up by industry. And this is not about a shipyard. A shipyard is definitely not going to get into any of this. So I thought I should just convey what we feel could be at the start of a new bus, which I feel this country cannot afford to miss, and together, like many other technologies, I was very, very happy to see, and my organization works very closely with VC, but what Commodore Ankur Sharma was stating in the morning, and that final part, if you have something, come to us, we'll work together, we'll talk together. That kind of a thought process, if we can drive, the next 5 years, we would have done much more than what we have done over the past 50 years. With this, I thank you all for a patient hearing. Thanks and greetings from Cochin Shipyard. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Yeah, Shri Madhunar, that was very interesting, and I think people have forgotten their lunch. So nice. I think key words that I got from your thing was, it is India's time. We have to move towards agility, aggression. With your permission, I'll add the word assertiveness also. Bravado will have to be there. Global green ship, and we have an important role to play in the things to come for the globe. So it is going to be India for India and India for the world. That's how I would summarize. We have to play a part in the global regulatory aspects also, from a green fuel perspective. I think there was another aspect that he brought about. And I think one of the things that's a learning for me is how, as an industry specializing in shipbuilding, he's talking of collaboration in areas which are slightly far away from shipbuilding, but which bring technology to a platform level, and how we can adapt it to other segments. Thank you very much, Sri Madhunar. Dr. Sauhard Singh, I hope I got your name right, from IOCL.
If I have some suggestion, when can I give? During question answer. During question answer.
Presentation. Thank you, Session Chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Indian Maritime Foundation, for giving this opportunity to present here. The topic of my presentation is the strategies for the reduction of the emissions with new technologies. We also, I am Dr. Sohar Singh, Chief Research Manager at Indian R&D Center, Faridabad. This R&D Center was established in the year 1972, when there was a war happened in 1971, with the Bangladesh war was happened, and the foreign nationals like Shell and BP was there for supplying the lubricant to the defense forces. At that time, they shows reluctancy to supply the lubricant. So at that time, the then government of India decided to make own lubricants for the defense forces. So in 1972, Indian R&D Center was set up. This R&D, and last year we have celebrated the golden jubilee of this center, and we have the Servo brand of lubricants. The Servo was originated from this R&D center. And we also represent the CIMEC, the International Council of Combustion Engine. The CIMEC India is also headquartered at Indian R&D Center. CIMEC is a society which is headquartered in Germany, which mainly works for the making the framework for the big engines like marine engines or the diesel engines or DG sets engines. These are the agenda of my presentation: emissions, abatement technologies, future marine fuels, and conclusion. And this is typically IMO regulations. Like IMO regulations shows that in September 2019, ISO published IMO 2020 publicly available specification for the marine fuels, and this regulation possesses the significant impact on both the shipping side and also on the refinery industries. And this is a sulfur cap for the MARPOL Annex 6 fuel sulfur cap. Like for the earlier it was 4.5, then reduced to 0.5%. This is around 85% reduction is there. And then for the emission controlled area, this was 1.5% to reduce to 0.1%. And MARPOL ratifying countries, India is a signatory for this. And there are various options are available to meet this challenging target. And these are the MARPOL NOx limits. It started with Tier 1, Tier 2 and Tier 3. Now in the Tier 3, there is a reduction of NOx emissions is around 80%. And these are the some environmental regulations which these exhaust emission causes. Like for the NOx emissions, this causes acid rains. Also the SOx emissions coming from this causes the acid rains, sulfur content in the fuel. And also there is a particulate matter which is having a direct effect on the human remains locally regulated. And for the CO2 emissions, this is a greenhouse gas effect and under evaluation by IMO. And there is a legislation is getting stringent both locally and globally. And these are what are the parameters which we can control these exhaust emissions. Like there are the engine development drivers are there, like we can increase the power density or the energy efficiency of the engines which we make. And also there is a fuel prices and the availability is an issue. And then there is environmental regulations, and emission technologies versus fuel quality is a compatibility, is a key development area. And then the various abatement technologies like options for compliance are there, like very low sulfur fuel oil is a one option, then marine gas oil, then the HSFO with exhaust gas treatment, scrubber for SOx removal and the NOx reducing devices, and then the alternate fuels like natural gas, LPG, propane, LNG, methanol, like my previous speaker has also covered, the hydrogen fuel is also there, and then the economics, the fuel availability, and other factors like vessels ownership, service type, design and age, and to determine the compliance method. And these are the options available. All the options are having own advantages and disadvantages. Like for the compliant fuels, the usual for most of the engine configurations, but there is some disadvantages, like this is unknown fuel cost, uncertain availability is there. Like LNG as a fuel is a good source of fuel, but had a good environmental performance, and it can reach the tier 3 emissions, but there is a disadvantage like high investment cost, costly to retrofit, and large variation in the LNG prices. Earlier the LNG price was around 40 million MMCMD, but recently last around 2 years it rose up to around $120. So there is large variation in the LNG prices, and also there is a disadvantage of methane slip in the exhaust emission, which is a greenhouse gas. Then HFO with scrubber, we can use the HFO, possible to retrofit and reduce the particulate emissions as well as the NOx, SOx emissions. But there is a high investment cost, and there is a fuel penalties also there, and require a space for scrubber and require chemical loops for the closed loop system. And distillate fuel is used for a most modern configuration, but higher fuel cost may create operational issues due to the low viscosity of the fuel. And these are the compliance with emissions, like if we can use a HFO with scrubber, or we can easily meet tier 3 NOx compliant by using SCR, EGR and water. MGO with low sulfur fuel can also meet tier 3 NOx compliant fuel by using SCR, EGR and water. And gas as a fuel in the emission control area, and HFO is the outside emission control area, dual fuel engines, and then the sulfur free fuel as fuel in emission control area, and HFO in the outside emission control area, dual fuel engine. And then there are the aspects to be taken into account for the technological choice, like the investment cost versus operating cost, and the flexibility of technology, operational, fuel choice solutions. And this is a global demand shift, like due to the global demand shift, there is a growing demand for the very low sulfur fuel has been done, and also the scrubber demand is also increasing. Like this is the growth in the scrubber, this is continuously increasing, this is shown. Payback economics depend upon the HSFO and the VLSFO price differential, and many large companies have embarked on the multi-layer programs, and scrubber installation constrained by available shipyard, dry shocks of space in vessels. And this is a typical scrubber technology, a simple technology, combination with waste heat recovery system and our SCR, and this is a massive weight and space requirement. And these are the marine diesel emitted NOx reduction methods for the control of the NOx emissions, like pre-treatment can be done, like fuel renitration, alternative fuel can be used, and then the primary treatment internal measures like direct water injection, internal engine modifications, humid air motors, and the exhaust gas recirculation, and the post-treatment measures also are available, like non-selective catalytic reduction and the selective catalytic reductions. And this is exhaust gas recirculation. By this method, we can achieve the NOx by cooling some exhaust gases and redirecting back to the charge air easily, and process integrated with the engine, increase the fuel penalty of around 4%. Then the strategies for the combustion modification, like the peak temperature can be reduced, like exhaust through the exhaust gas recirculation, direct water injections, emulsified fuels or the humidified scavenged air. That peak combustion temperature is directly proportional. They reduce the peak temperature of the flame zone, and that peak combustion temperature is directly proportional to the NOx formation. If the peak temperature reduces, then reduce the NOx formation in the engine. Yeah, these are the add-on control for the flue gas treatment, like selective non-catalytic reduction system, SNCR. This is having a system are capable of reducing the nitrogen oxides from 20 to 60%, whereas the selective catalytic reduction involves using the beds containing ammonia or urea to reduce nitrogen oxides to the molecular nitrogen and water. And this NOx reduction efficiencies ranging with the SCR as ranging from 75 to 90% are possible when the amount of catalyst is sufficient. And then the NOx reducer, these are the nitrogen oxide are reduced into nitrogen and water vapor using ammonia or urea at a suitable temperature of the surface of catalyst around 280 degree to 510 degrees Celsius. This is a reliable technology for the NOx reduction, 80% in the diesel engines. Then two-stage turbocharging. This two-stage turbocharging is a safe bet for the future. The improved efficiency and output at lower NOx and level, full load BSFC, and the thermal load improved due to the increased efficiency and the brake power. Then the variable valve train, like enabled by variable inlet closure or the variable exhaust closure. This is in order. This is in order to reduce the smoke during load ramps and control the exhaust gas temperatures and optimum efficiency throughout the load range. This is without VEC, this is with VEC, and then customer can run at the lowest total operation cost both inside and outside of emission control areas with less smoke emission. And this is a natural gas emission benefit as marine fuel, like dual fuel meets the IMO Tier 3, and this is a NECA compliant. And the use of the alternative fuel like LNG, LPG, methanol or ethylene in lean burn auto cycle gas engines offer another means to reduce the NOx emissions, and this can easily meet the NECA, NOx emission control area compliant. And this is the effectiveness of a natural gas fuel versus the abatement technologies. Like if we use a natural gas fuel, we can easily reduce the NOx up to 80 to 90%. And the SOx, because basically sulfur is not available in the natural gas, so sulfur is 100% reduction is possible. Similarly, the PM is 100% reduction is possible, and CO2 is 20 to 25% reduction is possible. And these are the commercially available and implemented IMO Tier 3 compliant technologies like dual fuel or the LNG. And the EGR, WTS and the SCR system, all these technologies are having their own pros and cons. Like dual fuel and the LNG is a Tier 3 compliant without after treatment, but there is an infrastructure of the large scale availability is required, and the onboard storage is an issue, and also there is a issues of the methane slip. Whereas in the EGR, there is a combination with SOx after treatment, highest SOFC is there, penalty versus other two tire, and the bulky solution is there. And then the heat exchanger fouling is the issues. Whereas SCR, potentially for free NOx vessel operating without reasons, but the bulky solution is there, high complexity is there. And then some future marine fuels, like future marine fuel compliance options, low sulfur marine fossil fuels for SOx, ultra low or low sulfur diesel or the low sulfur residual fuel, and the biofuels like biodiesel, algae fuels, not yet available, methanol or the dimethyl ether is there. And the gaseous fuels for SOx, NOx, PM and CO2, biogas comprised of liquefied form, natural gas or the LNG. And these are some of the advantage disadvantages of the switch from the FO to distillate, LNGs and the methanol. Like for the distillate, there is a easy implementation is there, but the engine modification is required, and the investment is ranging from $0.5 to 1 million for every vessel, whereas the LNG is cheaper than the 0.5% sulfur bunker fuel. But the investment, the engine of fuel tanks occupy more space, and concerns for the safety is there, and the LNG refilling facility has to be created. And the methane slip may cause a more serious greenhouse effect. And for the methanol, the similar advantages like LNG is cheaper than the 0.5 sulfur fuel under most circumstances, but methanol bunkering station requires low investment than the LNG. But there is an issue with the capital expenditure and the long docking period and the availability issues at all major ports. And then the fuel flexibility for shipping, like LNG, ethane, methanol, LPG, like offshore supply vessels, drill ships, capex, most important due to direct influence on the charter rate, EGR is there. LNG is attractive at prices 20% below MGO for payback period times less than 6 years. And the OPEX, most important is HFO plus SCR plus scrubber. And LNG is attractive prices less than 1.35 times of the HFO. And LNG is a preferred technology for short-haul shipping and the best option for the new builds. And HFO plus SCR plus scrubber is a preferred still a long time for ocean shipping. And investment in the fuel and the operational flexibility are the need of the hour. This is the conclusion. There are technologies are available to meet the tier 3, and emission technology versus fuel quality compatibility is a key future development area. And both refinery-based and ship-based solutions coexist based on economics at various regions. And operational cost, technical capability of SCR, EGR and other technologies, easy availability of LNG bunker and the bunkering safety, fuel market development impacts greatly on the TCO, evaluation and technology evaluation. Overall drive is a gas, 2 stages, and the scrubber, HFO and the NOR. Towards a cleaner world for our future generation. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Sohat.
Yeah.
It was very nice, and you talked about what are the imperatives for us.
Yes, sir.
With the concluding slide where you talked of leaving the planet better for the future generation.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So you talked about how important it is for us to reduce the emissions, work towards that.
Right.
Use of alternative fuels.
Yes.
What are the pluses and what are the minuses impact?
Yeah.
You also talked about treatment methodologies as well as the technologies available. Yes. And in conclusion, you said how multiple fuel combinations can be used so that we operate in a better way for a more greener planet. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
May I request Dr. Shekhar Murthy. Dr. Shekhar Murthy is going to take us through a very interesting aspect, is what is a suspense being taken out before he starts his talk. On the lighter side, I have had the privilege of playing cricket with Dr. Shekhar Murthy when we were studying together in Pilani.
I just wanted to show you a demo, so I'm removing my mobile which is inside. Yeah, distinguished chair, eminent stalwarts from the Navy and those from outside. This presentation is about, go to the first slide, please. What happened? I'm not doing anything. Yeah. Okay, so this is about thinking ships. So I'm presuming that today we have unthinking ships and thinking persons who design, who build, who operate, who maintain, and who also retire the ships after use. My only worry is that if by 2050 we get thinking ships and unthinking persons, so I don't know what is going to happen to this world. I'm not saying it in jest, but I'm saying it very seriously, Because when calculators came into being, I think our children have forgotten to do calculations by mental arithmetic. If you go to a grocery shop today, they do calculation with calculators. If AI comes into being and you get thinking ships, I don't know what the digital CO will do and what the digital rear admirals will do. So we have a problem in hand. We will talk about it. So that's the starter. There is a very powerful quote. This quote is about if you have to keep up with the world of 2050, you have to do many things which you have seen, many people have talked about them, new ideas, new products. But above all, we have to reinvent ourselves. Not once, again and again and again. So you cannot be the same old person and then live in 2050, it's not going to happen. So what is happening today really is that AI has taken our cognitive capabilities in a very large way. They can take better decisions than what we can take. Okay. We have robots which have snatched away our psychomotor capabilities. They can act much faster than what we can act. And then we have sensors, smart sensors, which can sense much better than what we do. So if we get devoid of all these aspects from human beings, you can imagine what kind of a world we'll be in 2050. So that is something for you to think about. But if you ask me, this is going to be the story. The story is that you cannot escape. There is no escape for you. There is no choice whether I should go for AI or not. That choice is out of question. So the thing is that we are going to be there. And whether you like it or not, sooner than later it will be at your doorsteps. So some discussion pointers for today. Revolutionary technologies, we'll talk about AI, ML, Internet of Things, 3D printing, blockchain, etc. We have how does it impact on ship design, operations, maintenance, and maritime logistics. We'll see some case studies. Then we will also see some use cases, case studies, trends, demo of a customized chatbot, and an Alexa kind digital assistant, which I'll show you here. The demo of the chatbot will require me to go there. What I have done, I'll tell you. Today, if you use ChatGPT 3, till about 2019, all the knowledge repository that we have in the world has been captured and put there. Anything after 2019 will take some more time. I have taken a file, some random file. I have taken some file related to marine safety. And I have applied the chatbot into it. So why it is important for the Navy and those stakeholders here is that the Navy is full of Navy instructions, Navy orders, you have VRs and whatever you want. If you put all of those, just like what I did, it just takes me 3 lines of code to do it, and if I can demo it to you. You can actually virtually ask any question on that document, and you'll get a ready-made answer within 30 seconds. So I think if you have that capability with you, you can imagine how you can run ships. So if you permit me, I will try and demo it to you. So we have a very exciting future ahead of us. Autonomous shipping, a lot has been already said, so I will try to restrict myself on this discussion. So we have this something called Maritime Autonomous Surface Ship called MAS, and very important, no hands on board. So you can imagine, I don't know what is going to happen. Will we have both watches, or will the both watches will be attended by the robots? And I'm not sure. Okay, but it is going to happen. Be sure of that. Okay. Then we have, in a large scale, AI ML has impacted ship design. I'll show you some examples, operations and maintenance. And we have done it in a very silo way, even in our Navy. I'm sure that much progress must be made now, or must be in the pipeline. So I'm sure that things will happen. Then how AI and blockchain impact maritime logistics. So that is also one aspect which I'll try to cover. So these are some things which I'll cover today. So if you look at the technology and the practices to adopt, we have no other choice, as I said, but to embrace digital transformation. I'm sure that none of you, about 2 decades back, ever thought that you will be sleeping with a mobile next to your pillow. But it has happened. And you did not even know it happened. And today, if I ask you to keep the mobile away for about 5 hours, you'll be left stranded. You will feel as if something has gone out of your system. So that is going to happen with digital transformation. Develop cyber security measures. So we heard Vessi talking in the morning that they are working on it. We have to adapt eco-friendly technologies. Just now we had 2 speakers talking about eco-friendly technologies. Enhance connectivity and communication. Build competencies and leadership in this field. And this is something very important. If you stick to your old training methods, if you stick to your old agenda of syllabus and whatever, I think we'll be left behind. So you have to do a lot of competency building almost every day, because the competencies will be changing so fast. Just about 15 years back, we never thought of e-marketing. And today we think nothing but e-marketing. So you see, that is the kind of change you're going to see. Foster collaboration and partnerships. Again, a lot has been spoken since morning. Emphasize data-driven decision-making. I'll spend some time on this. And cultivate a growth mindset and open-mindedness. If you can do all this, we are ready for 2050. So, in autonomous shipping, we have AI, ML, computer vision, geospatial sciences. These are the technologies that are largely used. Smart sensors for real-time data acquisition. So you can see what is around you, what is ahead of you, and stuff like that. Intelligent platforms and data-driven decision-making. So all that which comes into your platform, you can take very fast decisions based on what is available to you. And finally, you can also do remote control and cloud-based integration with autonomous ships at sea. So you can have a virtual command in place, probably driven by a virtual robo also. So you'll have all this. And none of which I'm speaking is not science fiction. Okay, autonomous shipping, there have been some regulations since it's been spoken already. I just wanted to give you the idea that IMO and has already addressed these issues. So there is something called a regulatory scoping exercise, and some orders have been issued. 2017 and 2018 IMO orders are there. Okay, some advancements. I'll just give you a few case studies. Most of the Indian case studies have been spoken since morning, so I'll speak something from what I got from literature. So we have some Falcoat in 2018, Marine Insight in 2019. This is driven by Rolls-Royce, Finn Ferries. And what I'm interested here is to tell you that there has been the technology that has been used is smart sensor fusion and AI for collision avoidance and remote control. Successful autonomous navigation between these 2 cities has been achieved. Then we have another project, Meguri, which is called Meguri 2040, and then Haynes Boone 2022. These technologies here have been drone-assisted mooring operations and an augmented reality navigation system. Orca's AI automated situational awareness platform, and powered by maritime purpose-built AI and computer vision technologies. So there are some examples of which are the places and which ships have ferried. So these are some examples. Then you have an LNG carrier, Prism Courage, LNG Prime it is called, 2022, SK Shipping and Abacus. They have their own software called HINAS 2.0, which is an autonomous navigation solution. It's artificial intelligence, recognizes the surrounding environment, such as weather and wave heights, nearby ships, then controls the vessel steering commands in real time. Okay, so again, there is another example of about 10,000 kilometers being covered with this kind of an approach. So it's all happening and will happen at a faster pace. Our own Indian Navy, this is the Times of India report of 24th July, and I think it was talked about in the morning. Then we have how AI and ML impact ship design and operations. So there are some case studies which I picked up. One is of 2023. They developed a deep neural network DNN model to carry out initial ship hull design. And their trained model accurately predicted the ship's hull total resistance, where the average error of all samples in the testing data set was lower than 4%. So this has been the accuracy of the AI ML as applied to ship design. Just one case study I'm putting here because of paucity of time, I just compressed it. Then we have this intelligent asset management. Rolls-Royce has this intelligent asset management system, incorporates AI and predictive analytics to monitor and maintain ship engines. The system predicts component performance, monitor degradation patterns, and recommend maintenance actions to maximize engine efficiency and minimize breakdowns. By analyzing multiple data sources and applying algorithms, AI can provide recommendations on optimal navigation routes, avoiding collisions, adjusting speeds, and optimizing fuel consumption. So all this is possible, and Rolls-Royce has this intelligent asset management system. Then we have something called a marine pilot vision, ABB, ability. And the marine pilot vision is an AI-assisted solution that enhances situational awareness for ship pilots. By integrating real-time data from various sensors, including cameras and LiDAR, the system provides a comprehensive and augmented view of ship surroundings, even in poor visibility conditions. This helps pilots make informed decisions and avoid potential hazards, contributing to safer navigation and reducing the risk of accidents. Now we move on to the AI/ML as applied to supply chain logistics. So these are some areas where it is very effectively used. It is not just for this supply chain, it is for any supply chain in general. So logistics planning, smart warehousing, data analytics, transportation, operations, and sales and marketing, you can do lead scoring. So there are a lot of things that you can apply AI and ML to, and again, most of this is already being done. Then I want to talk about blockchain, and blockchain is also applied in a very big way in many industries. In maritime industry, it can be used in supply chain management, it can be used for cargo tracking and documentation, vessel registration and ownership, and maritime insurance. So what it gives you is a very transparent and very trustworthy immutable transactions that will happen, and you can refer to them at any time and they will be 100% certified to be correct. Then we have these days a lot of buzz is going around with ChatGPT and what we can do. Okay, so yes, ChatGPT is used in a very big way. Customer support is one. In maritime, you can use for vessel information. You can ask for various specifications of vessels and etc. Anything that relates to the vessel. All regulatory compliances can be immediately obtained through ChatGPT. Crew training can be done. Weather and port information can be available at in real time, and safety and emergency procedures also can be used. Yeah, then I started off by saying that I am a little frightened what will happen to human beings in 2050. Will we actually stop thinking, and will we actually stop moving? God knows what we'll do, but there are certain psychological aspects of AI. So whoever is getting into it, while you cannot stop the technology takeover happening, you can address a few of these issues. One is ask yourself about beneficence, That means the advancements in AI should be directed towards the benefit of society and environment. If that condition is met with your solution, you're good at it. Value-based is the second aspect. Development in AI should be congruent with social values and ethical norms. And this is something which is very, very important. In fact, when I was growing up, my father used to say that if a dog bites man, it's no news. But if a man bites dog, it is news. Today morning in a WhatsApp message I got, very important and very interesting information saying that a robo has hit a human being. Now I don't know which court and which law will be applied here, but tomorrow you may have robo fighting with robos, you may have robo fighting with human beings, and so this is very important, the ethical considerations and norms. Then the lucidity. AI must be transparent with no covert agenda. AI technologies and services should be subject to public audit and review. And then accountability. Since the impact of AI on society and environment will be phenomenal, it behooves upon us that the AI designers and developers to be transparent and accountable for whatever they create or manufacture. So if you apply these 4 principles to AI, I think we can, to some extent, control, but the technology transformation is going to happen. So now I'm going to show you some demo. So I created something connected to Alexa, but for my own requirement. So I called it thinking ships. So I just put some 2-3 questions there. It will answer only from there. If you ask Alexa normally anything, it will answer. But that is from a global and public repository. But here it is only customized to this. So I'll just show you one. I hope you can hear. Alexa, open thinking ships.
As an AI assistant, I don't have the ability to physically hear. However, I can process and respond to text-based inputs. Is there anything specific?
Alexa, open thinking ships.
Welcome back. What would you like to know?
Can you tell me about the marine engineering trends?
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Okay, what are the marine engineering trends today?
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Okay, I'll show you. I think it's. I'll show you another one. Alexa, open chat GPT skills.
I didn't catch that.
It's a VIP syndrome.
No, I think is the net is not available again. Net nahi hai na? Wi-Fi is not available here. You have? Alexa, open thinking ships.
Sorry, I didn't catch catch that.
We understand this is going to happen tomorrow.
Yeah, Alexa, open chat.
Would you like answered?
Yeah, so what are the environmental concerns that maritime sector should address?
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Ask me a question again, my friend.
What are the marine engineering trends?
Sorry.
The problem.
Commander Shekhar, that's for the tea break, so that excitement continues.
Yeah, we'll do that. You want to see the other one which I prepared for short of time? Okay. If you get time, I'll show it to you. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Shekhar. Thank you. You know, from thinking ships to thinking mobiles, we moved. Unthinking persons, of course, is there. But I just want to pose a question to the audience based on what Commander Shekhar Murthy has shared. How many of us like to hear the comment? The pilot says, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Flight AI 654. I'm working from home today." So he's talking of a psychological impact, and I realize that the psychological impact is it's going to be far more deeper than what we are thinking. And it was quite exciting to hear what the trends are going to be. And I think another thing that crosses my mind is with medicine, advances in medicine. Most of us are going to cross the 80-90-year age gap. And with artificial intelligence, chat, GPT and other things coming in, how are we preparing ourselves? I think we'll have to invent ourselves by the minute, if not by the day. Thank you, Commander Shekhar Murthy, once again. May I request Sri Biju George to please share his presentation.
Session Chair, distinguished members on and off the dais, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, let me thank the IMF for giving me this distinct honor and privilege to be here this afternoon and to give a very short presentation, very focused on what we are doing at MDL on the indigenization front. You can go to the next slide, please. Okay. So this is already, we have gone through this during the day, but I'll just stress on that. Post-independence, we all have been, our forefathers have been pursuing the dream of self-reliance. That is obvious, and we have been hearing about it a lot this morning. And MDL, as a shipyard, has been contributing in an immense way to, for the transformation of Indian Navy from a buyer's Navy to maker's Navy. And as CMDCSL said, we are not half Navy, we are almost full Navy. And at the same time, we have built 801 ships as on date since 1960. Out of that, only 28 are naval platforms, remaining are commercial ships, and 250 are exports. And up to 2020, we had only stakeholders. Since then, we have also shareholders because we became a listed company. And our journey has been very, very exciting. As far as the indigenization is concerned, this also was talked about. We come up with different numbers all the time. One reason for this variance in numbers is how it is calculated. In fact, in the morning that question also was raised. I'll just clarify the numbers. For example, today we have most of the orders are INR orders, but embedded inside the INR orders are the FE content. So we deduct the FE content. In our calculation, we deduct the FE content. In some calculations, FE content is not deducted. So that is why at the same time, what is positive here is it's not that bad. We are on a upwardly mobile trajectory as far as indigenization is concerned across the projects, and 17 is where we are today, where 7 ships are built between MDL and GRSC. And this is the approximate gap in our indigenization. So the gap is the negative part, but the positive part is also there. So normally it is depicted as a triad of capabilities. I have put one more segment here, that is the habitability. In habitability, that is basically the hotel functions in a ship, that is 10%. Now, Atmanirbhar Bharat, I am sure all of us know the initiative, but I'll have a small, rider here. We have introduced something known as DPSU Make One. In fact, other DPSUs are also doing it. In Make One, it is government funded. Make Two is a suo motu proposal from the industry. All of us know that. But here, MDL is putting funds. This morning, it was mentioned that for submarines, we have put a lot of funds upfront. So these are the 4 avenues we are pursuing, mainly the first and the last. And the positive indigenization list, there were 4 lists that were published, and out of the 2166 items that have been published, MDL's list comprises of 1017 out of that. And if you see the 872, which is there, which is a larger chunk here, are all Russian and Ukrainian spare parts. So there we have a difficult even to, we are taking time to even float the tender for that because we do not know the specification. So it will have to be kind of reverse engineered. These are some of the challenges we face when we get into the indigenization bandwagon. So we are working on this. So RFP will be soon out. This is again as DPSU Make One. So where maximum funding by us would be 70% and 30% should be by the industry partner. So there, typically the model is initially we develop the prototype, and the prototype has to be tested and it has to be successful. Later on we get into commercial production. So that is also a challenge. I'll come to that. I have a slide on the challenges. That is where I would be dwelling more. So these are some of the things which we have indigenized. These are small things. See, if you look from a shipyard perspective, see, we are not an equipment OEM. We are primarily a shipbuilder. We are an integrator. But we also would like to play a facilitating role for indigenization of the system. So with industry partners, we have joined hands and facilitated or sometimes funded. So this is how, these are some of the systems which is already developed. I don't have time to dwell on each of those things. This gives a picture in broad strokes which is already done. So, under indigenization, there are certain big ticket items. You can see the electrical propulsion motor. We have already placed an order for the total value would be around 163 crores. So these three, the 3, 4, 5 is a good example where we can't take off in indigenization. So I just, for the information of this forum, see, as I said, we are a listed company. The fundamental difference between a government department and a company is a government department works with budget. We work with the cardinal, bedrock principle of profitability. So a business case has to emerge for investing. So that is, and we are accountable to the, not only to the stakeholders, to the shareholders as well. So these 3 didn't have a positive business case. So the board rejected those cases. So we are looking through alternative channels to pursue indigenization. So we have also uploaded the details of difficult items. There are in many cases there is no partners coming forward for indigenization because I'll come to that why it is so. And we have arranged a lot of avenues soliciting partners for indigenization. So funding, as I said, this is like DPSU Make One. DPSU Make One, the DPSU plays the role of Government of India. Like Government of India is funding, it's going from a fund. It will be christened as the R&D project, which there is a mandate to spend a particular percentage of our PAT on R&D. Now, these are the challenges in indigenization. See, the nature of the shipbuilding industry, especially warship industry, is a high-value, low-volume business. So, if someone has to come forward to invest heavily, there should be adequate business volume. So, in many cases, the business case is very weak. So, we are unable to take it forward. So, the second aspect is, we as a shipyard is unable to assure any business. Many companies came forward as we can partner with MDL. Tell me, after prototype development, how many firm orders would you place? So we asked the Navy how many orders can be placed. So Navy replied telling that, see, we can't assure the order because we do not know how many AONs will be approved by the government of India. So you have a kind of cyclical problem here, or a chicken and egg question here, and that is actually becoming an impediment for pursuing indigenization in a big way. As I said, the three cases were the lack of positive business case. So we are not shelved it, but we are listening. Secondly, the expectation of success in the first place in R&D projects. The Edison's first bulb, we expected to glow. So that's our Indian mindset. So we cannot spend, otherwise it's termed as, we have sunk the fund. So this expectation in R&D projects, especially when government companies take up, this is another challenge. Then IPR is also becoming an issue. When we are together funding, of course there are co-owning of IPRs, etc. But when it comes to, one is the cost sharing in the prototype development phase. Then the next phase is of course the profit sharing. So this sometimes become slightly vexing. Sharing of cost and sharing of profits. So indigenization, sorry for the spelling mistake there. Indigenization has to be seen as a national capability development. So that is something which at the government level we are also pursuing the department to look at this, and therefore a corpus of fund has to be earmarked for this. And budgeting should be by the government of India. As I said, budget and profitability are two completely polar opposite concept. And TDF, for example, is now limited to 50 crores per project. If this can be enhanced, in fact, all the three projects we can pursue through the TDF route if this was there. So these are there is a technology development fund. So for big ticket items, this could be used. Now these are look small suggestions, but it can radically transform the way in which a company or a shipyard, when they pursue indigenization in partnership with vendors, where there will be true positive business case, there it will be a business attractive business proposition. So that's all that I wanted to share. I have been very brief because time is also short. Thank you very much for your patient attention.
Thank you, Mr. Biju, that is crisp, and the efforts at indigenization that MDL is taking, you could articulate. You also brought out the challenges given the compulsions of running a corporate in your position. Of course, the positive indigenization list is helping, and you are taking care, you are leveraging the ecosystem. The business cases as they emerge, hopefully we should be able to overcome the challenges. I think one suggestion that I take away is, can we enhance the TDF in a manner which is making a decision making radically different than the constraints that we face today. Thank you very much once again. I'll request Mr. Kaustubh Falnikar to start his talk. Sure. You have all the time, but you have to ensure that people get hot tea and not cold tea, that's all.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, just press S5, that should work. Good afternoon, and sorry for that delay. Thank you, Session Chair, and thank you, IMF, for giving me this opportunity to
talk to such a distinguished audience. I'll not take too much of your time. What I wanted to share was some of the work that we have been doing in the area of mine countermeasures using USV. And typically when you think of, so what's the issue? But actually the reality is when you look at R&D, every R&D person has to justify every rupee that he or she asks from the management. So when we embarked on this project, what we thought is let's develop the core technologies that are required for MCM using USV, and then we can make it scalable. So when we actually embark on the final product, we already have the backbone built in and should be easy to scale up. Can you go to the next one? Acha, idhar karo. Yeah. So what I have there is a very short product video. It shows all the different autonomous vehicles that L&T has been already building, and then just a short introduction of what we call as the Vega. This is a very small platform, 4.3 meter length, and it's completely autonomous. So we have been developing this over the past 3 years. And what we have done is fitted it with a navigation radar and obstacle avoidance radar. It's got simple payload cameras. We didn't have a proper sight to put on it right now because you don't need it. You just prove your technologies and then scale it up. And then for MCM, what we did was we fitted it with a very basic side scan sonar, put some dummy mines in a lake and did some imaging. And that's how we developed the backbone of MCM using USVs. So I put down some of the basic specs. It's a very simple boat, and you can see the picture over there, powered by a 75 horsepower outboard engine. And of course, we've developed this in collaboration with Indian Register of Shipping. They are helping us with the class requirements for this. So typically when you talk of an MCM process, you're looking at these steps. You have to detect the presence of the object, which you do actually with a multi-aperture sonar or a synthetic aperture sonar. In our case, we have done it with a side scan sonar because the moment you talk about an MAS or a SAS, you're talking about few crores of rupees. Then once you have detected, you do a classification. So you can have either a man in the loop, or in this case, you will have some algorithms running which will tell you that, yes, this is something which is an MLO, a mine-like object, something which is of interest. Then you do your localization. So you need a geo tag on it so that later on, obviously, you don't just want to detect the mine, but you want to go in with your ROV and actually intervene with it, positively identify it, and then take it out. So that's the next two steps, which is identification, which is typically done with the ROV, and then the neutralization. And in these two steps, we anticipate a man in the loop because this involves a final confirmation and putting a small explosive charge, which you can remotely detonate. So this gives you a glimpse of the basic user interface that we have on our prototype system, and wherein the user on the right hand side, if you see over here, you can basically specify what are the borders wherein you want to operate in this zone. So that's the zone which the MCM officer has designated, and then you define these are the waypoints which I want to go in. So this is a GPS based waypoint navigation system. And then you can basically do all your mission planning. You can set the speed at which you want to do your scan and so on, all the parameters of the sonar, etc., just to give you a glimpse. And then, of course, you can't just go in and do your MCM. You need to develop some basic technologies before that. So what we did was we embarked on a small team which was working exclusively on obstacle avoidance. And here we have two radars on the system. So one is, of course, a long-range navigation radar, a 3G radar. And then we have a very small close-range obstacle avoidance radar, which can be used for emergency stops. And this actually shows you some pictures of the obstacle avoidance trials. We would like to acknowledge the support we received from the Indian Navy and especially from the authorities at INS Shivaji, who allowed us to use the lake in Lonavala and also helped us with a lot of logistic and informational support. So what you see over here is basically these small dots define the waypoints which are already programmed for the USV. And we have deliberately put some targets over here, which you can see as a couple of buoys. And those buoys have some aluminum foil wrapped on them so that the radar signature is better. And then once the USV encounters, once it sees those obstacles, it automatically generates a path which is avoiding those obstacles. And once it's done that, it reverts back to its original mission. So obviously it doesn't go back to its original waypoint, but it goes to the next waypoint. So these are some of the technologies which we started working on in the obstacle avoidance domain, and that's just a basic flowchart to show you how those corrections are applied. And then, of course, you need a long-range data link, because think about this. The USV has to be at a significant distance from the mothership or from the shore if you're operating in your harbors, so that you're actually getting an advantage of using an USV, right? So what we did was we had some facility near just at the southern end of Gujarat, where we had the ability to do a long-range testing. So we fitted a long-range data link on the USV. So on the USV we had 4 antennas, and on the ground station we had a couple of them. And the ground station was just at 12 meters altitude, so not a very significant altitude. If you put this on the mothership, you will get much more height than this. And we had 2 cameras which were feeding to the data link. And we also were capturing the GPS and the INS data, so that the roll and the pitch of the USV is also captured. So we required about 4 Mbps for our data to work properly. And we were able to prove this up to 10 kilometers. So beyond 10 kilometers, we started losing a lot of the data. And of course, if you have a much higher antenna on the ground station, you can go much beyond 13, even 20 kilometers. So that was one more step in basically getting this technology to work. And then we embarked on our lake trials. So what we did was a very basic side scan sonar, mounted it directly to the boat. So it's not a good way to do it, a better way would be to tow it, because any roll and pitch of the boat is transferred directly to the sonar. Also, since the depth of the sonar is very less, you're going to get a lot of reflections. You're also operating in very shallow waters, so it's very noisy. But that's what you need when you're developing something, because if I get a very clean signal, very nice images, that's not going to help me when I'm in bad waters, right? And then this again, we would like to acknowledge the support of the Navy. So this is where we launched the USV from, and we defined 4 waypoints, put 2 targets in there. The targets were just drums suspended, and they had a buoy on top, because at that point we didn't have dummy mines. And then this is what the picture looks like. So we were able to identify, so this is target number 2, target number 1, and this is the actual waypoint, which or the actual path which the USV is taking. And you can clearly see, you can identify a target. If you have a better multi-aperture sonar, you can get a much more crisp and very nice resolution image on which you can do ML subsequently. Then next we progressed to our own facility at Chennai, near Chennai at Kattupalli, where we have a shipyard and we have access to a waterfront. So we created a couple of dummy mines, one to simulate a moored mine, and one to simulate a anti-landing dummy, which is at the bottom of the seabed. And we did some imaging with that. So here you can see the image of a moored mine. You can see the reflection here. Again, it's not very clear because you're very close to the surface. It shows 16, but the actual image over here was taken when we were only at about 5 meters away from the mine. So a lot of reflections, and there's a jetty right next to it. And this is the image of the anti-landing dummy. So this helped us to get some basic data. Okay, how does a mine image look on a sonar? What are the challenges in operating such a system with a USV? What is the kind of interface that the operator would need? What is the kind of data link requirements, and so on? And then we had a group working also on the ML part of it. So I am sure you have heard a lot of ML and AI today, so you are all already experts in this. You basically start with a data set. You label it. So what I've shown here is in a Python system, you're basically labeling the data. You get images and you tell the system, you teach the system that this is a mine, this is something which is not of interest or of interest, and so on. And then you validate it. You keep running different images, as much data as you can get. And then finally implement it to check the accuracy. So this actually shows you the probability with which the system is detecting. It's detecting that it's a ship with about 80% accuracy, and this is a mine with about 78% accuracy. These 2 images are sourced from the internet, because the data set that we have is again taken from the internet. So these two images are not taken from our system. And then finally, to wrap up, what is the way ahead? Where do we go from this? So first is the USV and ROV integration. So now we have the basic blocks where you have a USV completely unmanned, and you have ability to detect the mines. Now we need the ability to integrate a ROV and remotely from the ground station or from the mothership, have the ROV actually go confirm the presence of the mine and then take it out. We are also interested in USV AUV teaming. So we have our own AMOG, which is a 1,000-meter depth capable AUV already in the water. So if you team both of them up with underwater communication, then you can further extend the reach. Okay. So if you are operating at significant depths, you want to detect a mine at say 100-meter depth, then this is an easier way of doing it rather than towing sonar all the way down there. And then integration of a synthetic aperture sonar. So once we showed this to our management, I was able to get some funding for a synthetic aperture sonar. So that would be the next step to integrate it. And then refining of the MLO data set with support from the IN. So this is where I would request some support from the relevant agencies of the Navy. All the agencies who are working in mine countermeasures, you have the data, we don't have the data. So if we can figure out a way of working together, we can actually make a genuine 100% indigenous system for the Indian Navy. The only thing imported in this system today is the sonar sensor, because we don't make it in India. Everything else, all the intelligence, everything is 100% Indian. So with that, I come to the end of my talk. Thank you for your attention, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Shri Kaustubh Falnikar. You talked about mine countermeasure. I think in the wars, that war theater, this is going to play an important role, especially thinking of human lives and saving of human lives and assets of the country. The core technologies you said are scalable. Hopefully we should see some examples of that in collaboration with Navy when you get the data. You talked about preparing for creating the model under severe test conditions so that under more benign conditions it will be easy to detect and work upon. You also talked of how integration of USV with ROV will bring about far more resilience and intelligence inputs to the Navy to take considered decisions. Thank you very much for your talk. Admiral Nadaf, you wanted to share something, so you get the first chance to speak.
This is for the shipyards actually. I'm sure you are aware about the latest requirements of the net carbon zero. The government of India has committed that by 2070 we will be net carbon zero, and by 2050 about 50%. So in this direction there is a lot of work is going on, and one of the major contributor would be the nuclear power plants. Now, among the nuclear power plants, which are larger in size, say 220 megawatts, 540 megawatts, 700 megawatts, 1000 and 1650. These are on the anvil, and they are going to contribute significantly. By 2070, we will be needing something about 870 gigawatts of power. And we will have to reduce the coal-fired thermal power station by 50% or more, because they are the biggest carbon emitters. And for the replacement of the old thermal power stations, coal-fired or even the other fuel-fired, there is a strong move for bringing in SMRs, that is small modular reactors. Now these are in the zone of something like micro reactors, which are in the zone of 5 to 10 megawatts of power, or say around 100 megawatts primarily, and then up to about 300 megawatts. So there is a lot of research work is going on, and users would be, one is thermal power station replacement, because they are the biggest generators of the carbon, and to replace that with the nuclear power plants will reduce considerably the carbon emission. The other users are big industries, remote power stations where the power big grid is not available, like Andaman, Nicobar, etc., Leh, etc. But the other bigger users are the shipping industry. Because there are a large number of ships, there are large number of power plants on board, mostly diesel driven or fossil fuel driven. So there is a great amount of work which is going on. You must be aware, if you are aware very well, but people are now considering very seriously use of nuclear power plants, 20 megawatts, 30 megawatts, up to 100 megawatts for bigger ships. And so India is also considering these things, and therefore we are trying to design these small modular reactors in which the requirements from the various industries coming up, like fertilizer power plants, fertilizer industry, steel power plants. So these kind of industries are coming up saying that we want 10 plants, 15 plants, 20 plants. So if you are in a mood to get these nuclear power plants on board, then there are people who are working and you should be in touch with them. Like Canada is working on it. South Korea is working on it. India, of course, is working on a submarine plants, but this can be modified for shipboard applications. So keep this in mind. That is what my suggestion is. Thank you.
So thanks for that information. In fact, the SMRs and the way it's getting developed, at least in the 100 to 300 megawatt range, this is definitely going to be one of the greenest solutions, and whatever we are talking into the future, the net zero will be largely driven by SMRs. We are aware that at least in shipping, people have started to talk about this, but on the same tone, we have heard another discussion, because now we are talking about geopolitics, and we are talking about, do you want to put an SMR on a mobile platform? Land is perfectly fine where you have control, but do you want to put this on a platform? Strategic platforms where your country controls it is one thing, so that's for sure, but a private platform, let's put it that way, which can go to hands which are not desired. So this would be, because we have been, at least Canada has reached out to us, have this discussion, but then we thought it was a little bit too early. We'll keep a watch on the technology side and how it's emerging. But other things, we heard this contrarian view on a portable platform, especially what we are seeing elsewhere. Thank you, sir.
Few questions, please. I don't know how much time we have till the next session is. We are eating into the next session. But yeah, Dr. Rana.
Yeah, good evening to all of you. I have a small question. First of all, an observation. See, it is important. The personalities, I feel, make a difference. If you are in the chair, you can take a decision, and whatever may be the processes and procedures, you can make a difference. And before I proceed further, I'd like to apologize if I offend anybody on the panel. My direct question is to MDL. Have you done an introspection, because in your presentation you have mentioned about the challenges you face and you're not able to spend the funds, etc. What exactly is the reason? The industry is coming forward to you, the academia is coming forward to you, and whenever you have a challenge coming or a diktat coming from the government, then you spread the word, you want so-and-so solution. People work around it and put the solution to you, and then everything is quiet. It is important to have a conviction within the organization. Within the organization. And if you as an individual are convinced to do something, you will find ways to do it. The sprint is an example. I don't have to say so. So it is important, because you take a proposal from an academia, he works hard to put up a proposal, then you have multiple number of discussions on that, and then all of a sudden you become quiet, because the defense secretary has changed. His focus earlier was artificial intelligence, the previous defense secretary's focus was R&D. What is your focus as an organization and as an individual? And as a part of that, you are expected to spend 2% in any case. And now even that limit is over. So I think you need to do a lot of introspection. I mean, Mr. Biju George knows. He has himself worked hard on the problem statement. We have worked hard on the proposals being made. Nothing emerged. Then one fine day, your director submarine calls me, sir, मेरे को sir AI के proposal चाहिए. मैंने कहा कब तक चाहिए? मेरे को आधे घंटे में चाहिए. आधे घंटे. I said, yeah, come on, have a joke. I mean, he was my deputy, so it was fine. So I ran around and got almost 15 people, moved around my various networks in the academia, in the industry, put up the proposal. Till date, 1 year, zero output. Would you like to comment on that? I'm sorry to be a bit harsh, but we have been since morning saying, we are successful in so and so, so and so, so and so. But what are the reasons for not being so successful? Because we have the money. What is it that is missing from our from us, that we are not able to deliver that much as what we are capable of delivering?
We have the money, but we cannot spend it just like that. If it was my personal company, all these projects I could have commissioned in 1 hour. But the issue is there has to be, as I said, a business case has to emerge, and what is the return on investment has to come. Then only the finance will clear it. Then only the board will clear it. So not that all has been failures. There have been success stories also. So certain things it has gone ahead, and I have already shown some of the things which has been indigenized. MDL has taken initiative. Now for submarine electric propulsion motor, we have embarked on it's a big ticket item, around 165 crores. So not that, so certain things are, there is a motor. In that particular proposal, what we are telling is, you see, sometimes there is no tangible deliverable in the sense where you can point out this thing. So that these are the mindset issues. I fully agree with that. So these are the issues which are there. So in some cases it has not taken off. Doesn't mean that every case has been on the same category. So we have made attempts. So although we have earmarked certain percentage for R&D, see, for example, 3 artificial intelligence products, we have embarked and it's a success story with collaboration with IIT Chennai. So that is taken off, and it is reaping dividends. That is AI projects. This particular project where we had personally got involved didn't take off. So for whatever reasons, this is not the forum where I don't want to get into the nitty-gritties of that. So I would not agree with a blanket statement that nothing moves there. A lot of things are moving there. But there are cases where it has not moved also. That's what I would have said. So that holistically, when the board sees or if the finance sees, it's a different take altogether. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Vijay Jha. Yeah, Commodore.
Sir, one bit of information and one question thereafter. The information is that some of you might be aware, and for those who are not aware, especially because MCM and things were being discussed, the IDEX for 4G, which was launched in last Aero India, but it hasn't made much headway. As I mentioned in the morning, the Navy has filed 55 patents. 12 of them, which are primarily dual-use technology, medical patents and things of that kind, have been transferred to the industry. But the specific naval use ones, 5 of them have been launched in Swavalamban. Details will be put out in the public domain shortly. But they include underwater mine sweeping system and underwater mine containment system. Both of them are patents filed by Lieutenant Commander Mayank Sharma. And the details, we would be looking at industry partners to, we filed the patent, we have the idea, but to manufacture it at scale and give it to the Navy is something which will be done through the IDEX for 4G scheme. That was for information of the industry and anybody else also who might be interested in this. The details would be coming out soon when the interaction starts. My question is about what you mentioned about TDF, the need to enhance the limits. I think if the limit used to be 10 crores and it was increased to 50 crores, and if we do a audit, how effective has it made the scheme? And if we find that it has not really made it, then maybe the problem is somewhere else, because of which it is not effective, if it is not effective. So raising it from 10 crores to 50 crores, if it is not given returns, do we really feel that making it 100 crores will give you returns? Or is it that the problem is elsewhere and not in the money? That's the questions.
Yeah, we were, in this particular case, we were ready to, we had floated the tender, we had the so-called price discovery, etc. But then the business case was not emerging because we do not know how many for commercial production. Only then the business case will emerge. So then we wrote to TDF. TDF told that this is more than 50 crores, so we can't fund it. So that because of the cap. So if it was, say, for example, some 65 crores was the limit, then this project would have, we would have placed the PSO. So that is the case I mentioned.
Thank you. We'll take just 2 more questions.
In fact, this was for the propulsion, propeller and on the shafting. This is a CPP for a P-17 class of ships.
We'll just take 2 more questions, please. Thank you.
Between IDEX project and the TDF project. TDF is primarily for developing the technologies. I think it's not for a product. A product can have about 10 to 15 technologies. So if you're funding for each technology 10 crores or actually 50 crore, the integration of the product can be done under a different scheme. So like I've seen even in the TDF, we tend to discuss about the products. Technology product are 2 distinct areas.
Thank you very much, Srinivas. One more question. I think there was a gentleman.
Sir, I'm Commander Harshit Tarate. I was going to ask a question in the last session, but luckily it's relevant right now also. My question is to Shri Biju George, the Director, MDL. Sir, this is with respect to standardization. You've delivered a lot of products. In your presentation, sir, you said that MDL is the assembler and you're not actually contributing towards indigenization. So it's actually thrown me off my balance because with a small example, sir, I'm just sharing to this August gathering. I'm speaking of only one class of ships, that is the Kolkata class, which you have very recently handed it over to us. They have a range of around 44 walls and a scale of over 400 walls fitted in the system. And I'm very disappointed. I'm a Naval Docket Manager System, sir. And we had 2 ships which are having one type of wall, and that is Kochi and Kolkata having one type of wall. And suddenly we've just finished Chennai EMP, which is having a completely different set of walls. You have thrown the inventory management of the Indian Navy out of the loop, and we are presently struggling for spares. So I just wanted to request you, sir, how are we keeping a check on something basic standardization of walls, sir, which is a completely offloaded thing or a subcontracted thing by the MDL to another vendor against specifications which are given by the Indian Navy?
Yeah, this is a very loaded question. It will take some time. So I am really happy that the shortest presentation is, inviting maximum number of questions. So if I had given a longer presentation, probably we won't be able to discuss. So, sorry? Lesser questions. So I'll give short answers to this. No. See, I am focusing only on indigenization. I am just on to the point, which is the subject that was given to me. So valves is a small word for a big subject. So valves is a category, C procurement, if you are aware of the A, B, C star and C. So maybe C star. So where shipyard vendors we can place. So Navy has given the liberty to us. And there is an import embargo. We cannot go abroad and import the valves. So we go to the vendors who are available in the country. P-17 I'll take only a minute. There are 15,000 valves orders were placed on 8 vendors for, let us say, 10 crore rupees. This is not the exact amount, just to see the order of magnitude. All of them were delinquent. Not even one valve came from these 8 vendors. We had to So a separate tendering process, unprecedented in the history of shipbuilding. When orders are already alive, you cannot normally cancel it. Otherwise, you have to invoke risk purchase. We went ahead and tendered, and for 50 crores, we ordered the same amount of oils. They are also partially delinquent. So there are 3 vendors. I'm not here to name the vendors, or it may not be there, because type testing requirements are there. The plethora of testing and the procedures which has to go for finally the product to deliver, it's humongous. Secondly, in valves, I'll tell you, it may be information because we are deeply involved in this. In valves, the problem is if an MSME vendor takes a valve, he's having a big problem. Initially, you have to buy the raw material, he'll not get any money. He has to cast, no money. He has to type test, no money. Only after tested product is given, he will get at least some money. So up to that time, his funds are blocked. Yeah. Yeah.
Whatever terms and conditions he says, I want 20%, I want 30%.
No, you see, in foreigner it is LOC. Sorry, line of yeah.
Our own system, we sort of not follow those.
So this is how it is. Actually, it is there. That is the thing. So
we need to support. You see, if you have got a commercial agreement with any of the US firms, what he does, I'm telling you from personal experience from IAC. Shanti Gear went into collaboration with GE. GE passed on all the commercial loadings on to the Shanti Gear. Whereas, if the GE buys one nut and bolt, he says, please give me first money. He will not produce the product. Product is 2 years, 3 years down the line. But Shanti Gear has to give. Shanti Gear has not got money from the Navy or the other shipyard. So we have to invent not only in the technology, we have to also invent in the management processes to see how the things can move fast. And
sir, that is the see. We do not have a mature ecosystem as far as ancillary industry is concerned for this kind of complexity which is involved. Let me tell you, especially of valves.
Can I just?
You see, this is the problem of government of India. Okay, it is not a wish list. The industry would like to have a good, favorable payment terms and conditions. They would like that because they want to deliver that. But the government in India doesn't do that. You see the nuclear industry, we are suffering for that. Today's delivery condition, earlier it was stage-wise payments. That means if you done the design and submitted the drawings, you get money. You order the material, you get the money. And things like that. Today, you don't get advance. Maximum if you beg and borrow, etc., then 10%. 90% money is given only on delivery. This is a hard fact. And it is a prominent industry. It is the nuclear industry is a prominent, important industry. Close to the government. It's the PMO's office who is, dealing with this. So, what is the wish list? They would like to deliver. We would like to deliver. But the fact is that these are not the payment terms and conditions. So, there is no point in debating on this.
Yeah. Admiral, only you, and then we close the session. Thank you.
First of all, Commander Tarate rang a bell. When I was DGM Engineering Naval Dockyard, Commander K. Subramaniam, CMD, ex-CMD, was my MSIS. And when I went to the MSIS, was the thing where Lieutenant Commander Hardy was tearing his hair and beard. Okay, gentlemen, if one of the hard valves fails, heart failure, man dies. Valves and pumps are the most important thing in a system, in a ship, which has not got due attention. Okay. Now, since I was in classified program also, we had a system. Only thing which is possible, valves, a large number of valves, and various dimensions, from 25 mm to 150 mm, various categories. HP, LP, air, water, seawater, fresh water, everything. So you got a massive amount of money involved, and it's always possible that a couple of syndicates are formed outside by contractors, and they take all these things.
it is very essential, number one, to have a technical assessment of actual vendors. And you have to go to government and tell them that you need to have different paying contractual conditions. You need to give for raw material. You need to give for testing. You have stage payments. That's how the program did. You have to have these things. At the end of it, you made good ships. What is the problem? But the ship is non-operational because walls are there and the manager is struggling. So you need to look into this paying terms. You need to look at the contractual terms for walls and similar things.
Sir, payment terms, we can probably do it once. After giving those payment terms, if it doesn't deliver, it becomes an audit objection and it becomes a precedent.
You have a problem, no? You have a problem.
That's what.
The ship gets tied alongside.
So once it
walls
can be
are not
tried.
working.
So if it fails, then we will come under heavy audit objection.
Yeah.
This stage payment, etc., is part of the negotiations. You cannot just say that I place an order for 50 crores and this is it. If it's going to get stage payment, then the cost will approximately again be readjusted. So it's a question of the quantum of order and at what stage, what is the terms of payment, because if it's a small scale industry, MSME, he may need some money, so he should ask for it. You cannot just, not one-way traffic. The procedures are very well clear. It is just that you have to have, in the negotiation stage, you decide what you want to do. Both the vendor and the customer. So it's just not one-way traffic.
Thank you, Admiral, and thank you, fellow panelists, for wonderful discussions and presentations. I think the questions were focused and the other panelists we escaped and the moderator escaped too. But what emerged, I think I'll just take a couple of minutes to conclude, what emerged from the talks, whether we talked of creating Indian IP or whether we talked of Indian indigenization in a broader sense. It talked of a resurgent India. It talked of an India being more than ready. It talked of what emerged is India, how it is future positioned and future proofing. The demographic advantage, the technological impact due to AI and ML, including many of us flying without the pilot working from home. I think one other nuance which drifted through, and I don't know if all of us caught it, I thought is, when the objective becomes a larger national focus item, as defined national capability development, then the options that emerge for collaboration are multifold. Scalability, sustainability are very important from a future, when we talk of future proofing, because material science progress also needs to keep pace with the AI, otherwise AI will be far ahead and we'll be struggling with the basic material science. Admiral Nadav did bring about nuclear reactors, of course, Chairman Cochin Shipyard talked about, he didn't mention the word piracy, but I think somewhere he had that in his mind when he talked of what could be a geopolitical situation. From Commander Shekhar Murthy's AI, the only thing I'm taking away from this session after hearing all the speakers is their speeches have been very aspirational in what they went. That's the first A. And this talk has been very inspirational. So with that, I conclude this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ranganathan, and thank you to all the panelists. I think this has been a very lively session, and as was evident, I think the Q&A session was, also very interactive and generated a lot of debate and discussion. As you can notice, we are already about an hour behind time. So without further ado, may I request the President IMF to present the mementos. In addition to the memento to the moderator, we will also present mementos to some of the panelists who happen to be sponsors. Mr. Ranganathan. Yeah. Next, Mr. Madhu Nair, please. He is a sponsor also. And painting. Next, Mr. Biju George, please. He's also a sponsor. Next, Dr. Sawad Singh, who's also a sponsor. Next, Commander Dr. Murthy. Yes. And finally, Mr. Kaustubh Falnikar. Thank you all. We'll now go for tea, and we'll reassemble back by about 1620. Thank you. Yes, sir. Try to be little quick.
Exactly you're saying, because you see he has got the transport from Bombay to Pune. Pune to Bombay he has arranged his own taxi.
Okay.
So what I told him, he should give a certificate to you. This is certificate.
itself is trophy page.
I'm trying to round up people, but just that. The chairman, there was the person, chairman, the chairman.
Sir, how are you? I'm good. After a long time. I remember you were the you were not met yet. Yes, I remember. You also look
having the tea, so I don't get just see if you can those one who can tell them please. Thanks for sharing your insights. First, step is not like he gives us actually the video recording itself. That audio is clear. It's only made for
Please settle down. There's Admiral Chawla. Admiral Chawla is outside. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll start session 3 because we are already considerably behind time. And for this session, we have Vice Admiral Parvez Jaitley, the former Chief of Material of the Indian Navy, as a moderator. May I request you, sir, to kindly take the table. And may I request the other panelists also for the session. We have Admiral Chawla, he'll just be joining us. We have Commodore Dr. Rana. We have Captain Krishnamurthy. Captain Krishnamurthy. We have Rear Admiral Rangachari. And we have Rear Admiral Srinivas. With that, sir, may I request Admiral Jaitley to take over the proceedings, sir.
Thank you.
Hello.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Must first of all thank Admiral Nadkarni and IMF for giving me this opportunity to moderate this session number 3. So, since morning we've been talking about shipbuilding, indigenization, and I think most aspects of what's relevant have already been covered. And during this session, we like to share our thoughts on this subject. I've been a little fortunate that we have good eminent panelists with me in this session. And also, I was in the Navy during my career. I've been involved actively with indigenization, progress, and seen the Navy grow from a buyer's Navy to a builder's Navy. So one has been, when seeing through the success stories of the Navy in terms of indigenization, and somewhere where we have had some setbacks, the reason for that, how we analyze the reasons, and what was corrective action taken to do this. Shipbuilding, as you know, is a very complex engineering entity. And as I mentioned earlier, that calls for integration of weapons, sensors of various origins, along with the systems and equipment on a platform which is designed to meet the naval specification. So what is it that makes this a very demanding and challenging job is that it requires a very robust, a strong ecosystem in the country for shipbuilding. The various components of the ecosystem would encompass, first of all, the government agencies who are required to budget, provide adequate funding, and also lay down consistent policies. We have had in the past the government policies changing from time to time. I recall in 2005 or thereabout, there was a great emphasis on transfer of technology into the country, into the defense, through means of offsets. I mean, and for next 3-4 years it was tried out, and somehow there was a very half-hearted approach to that, and then they changed the policy because offsets are supposed to be more expensive. Well, anything you get a transfer of technology, you have to pay the price for it. So people forgot that and changed the policy that no offsets, and now you go on for intergovernmental agreements or you go on for other type of agreement in which you can transfer technology. But in my opinion, in transfer of technology into the country through the intergovernment agreement does not bear necessary results. We got to have contracts provided for that. Just mere MOUs in those agreements does not suffice. Actually, this has been what's been happening in this thing. So government policies, consistent policies, one imperative. We must have a strong skilled manpower for R&D. I was a member of the DRDO review committee, which was set up in 2008, in which we analyzed the reasons for the lack of, R&D success in terms of technology development in the country. And one of the things we found was that there was very inadequate skilled manpower. In fact, the whole DRDO, which had 58 labs that time, they had not many people who were PhDs. So even in and there was hardly any interaction with the academia. There was, if there was some individual bright spots, they did some good results. But just basically, one of the biggest shortfall in my thought, as far as the technology development in the country is concerned, is inadequate skilled manpower in the country. We have excellence in academia, but we are not paying enough attention to get them motivated to work in our project. The third aspect comes is the ship design capabilities. I believe that what we have in the country is inadequate at this point in time to meet our requirement. We have a requirement of almost, as somebody said in the morning, 200 ships Navy or 177 ships Navy or whatever. At the moment, there is only 133 or 34 ships Navy. So there is a huge requirement to be met, but design capabilities are inadequate. In fact, there was a question in the morning about how to enhance shipyard capabilities. I think one of the main issue which needs to be addressed is the skilled manpower in the shipyard to be improved, and then only we'll be able to improve the productivity. So the next, of course, is intense involvement of the naval, which is pretty good at the moment. it cannot be any better because Navy has had very good success stories. So, shipyard infrastructure. I believe that shipyard infrastructure needs to be augmented and technology adopted in greater measure. I know in MTL in the recent past they have adopted certain digital techniques, modular construction and various things, digital shipbuilding, which has shown some decent results. But most shipyards, they lack this type of infrastructure within the shipyard to be able to meet the requirement. Vendor base. We heard somebody in the morning talking about this, I don't get vendors to respond to me. I mean, it is not an isolated incident. It's a question of business model. If you are able to attract a vendor to do business with you, he will come and do the work for you. If there is no business, he will just wind up. We have had examples in the Leander program. We developed all the valve industry, leader valve, and pumps in Chennai. We had a VS pump. After some time, they lost interest, and then when we were looking at refitting, modernizing Leanders, those valve sources were not available. They had wound up and they gone on to something else. So therefore, not only developing vendor base, we have to cultivate the vendor base to do the work. So some of these are the issues which need to be addressed in terms of building a good ecosystem, strong ecosystem for shipbuilding capability. Now, these challenges that we have is they create opportunities. Every challenge has an opportunity. What are the opportunities? Today, as I said, the shipyards are flush with orders. At least the public sector shipyard, both the Cochin, HSL inclusive, and our defense PSUs. I can't say the same thing about the private shipyards. They are still waiting for orders, having invested money. I believe L&T shipyard is still not, after having invested a lot of money since 2008, they still have to break even with the money that they spent. Imagine the type of period that the ship company has spent to build a facility and not being utilized fully. So the present requirement is 68 ships on order. You can see the amount of business that is going to generate. In a shipbuilding project, typically a large frigate type of project, the manpower cost is, the shipyard cost is about 20 to 25%. The rest of the cost of the ship is on equipment, systems, weapons and sensors. So imagine that sort of money is required to be spent on a business which is going to be sustainable over a period of time, because even though we have so many ships already, the number of ships will age out with time. So it's a great opportunity for our industry to be actively participating in this shipbuilding activity. The way ahead, in my opinion, will be the government first of all should give consistent policies. They should declare shipbuilding as a strategic industry. There should be some incentive for the consequently some incentives to the vendors, etc. will also come. A lot of effort is being made by the government now in the recent past. I can see a lot of statements being made how they want to support it, but this has to be on a very sustainable and consistent basis. to talk about some of these issues and others. I have an eminent panel with me. Admiral Chawla is retired as, I won't be talking about their biodata because it's only given in the brochure. So he will be talking about Atmanirbhar Unbounded. May I request you to start?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Chair, for that introduction and for the introductory remarks. Firstly, grateful thanks to the IMF and to such a distinguished audience. I must congratulate all of you because you are the most resilient people. So only the most resilient stay on for the third session of any seminar. So all of you can be congratulated on your resilience and staying power. I'm very happy that my topic actually is addressing most of the issues with a sort of solution that I've been pushing for the last, since I was ACNS PNP since 2011, after having understood the problem. So I've titled this Atmanirbharta Unbound because, and I'll be covering it as shown. Just come to the next slide. I think it's not working here. Oh, that side. Okay, sorry. I'm not Atmanirbhar in moving the slide. Yeah. So I'll be just, the first bullet has actually been covered adequately, so I'll just skim through the slides because I think almost everybody has talked about it. But I wanted to start off with that, basically to start on a positive note and say a lot of good work has been done, which has indeed a fact. But then there are, from my experience and having watched, been fortunate to watch indigenization for almost 15 years in the Navy from a very close quarter, there are several problem areas and I will give some recommendations which have been made in conjunction with discussion with actually with industry and various people who are actually involved in defense manufacturing. In the end, I'll just put up the summary and we can discuss these issues subsequently. So if you look at the achievements, these have all been recounted, but they are indeed very significant achievements, and the 22 achievement of the INS Vikrant since I was CNC South and sailed out for the first time on the carrier is something that I think we can really be proud, because on day 3 after running in the basic machinery, the shipyard and the captain took a decision and they came to me. I said, I'm just an observer, safety number. They went up to almost 24 knots in Sea State 4. None of the destroyers and frigates could keep up with the ship. And, it was a very proud moment to see on the third day the aircraft carrier, such a big ship, doing that speed. So I think all kudos to our designers, to the shipbuilder, to the material branch, and all of us who work together to make that happen. And that shows the potential that we have. And of course, these percentages have been talked about. I've taken them from the Vice Chief's statement issued only last month. This is what the current Vice Chief had stated. So you can see that as we've discussed, float and fight are laggards in this entire thing. Now, the achievements in terms of defense production and export, because this is an important factor of defense production. This is what the target is. This is what has been achieved, 16,000 crores. 70% more importantly is from the private sector. And actually, in my experience, when I was the defense attaché in Indonesia in '98 and we were pushing defense exports, the principal exporters were private companies. But unfortunately, more than 70% of the 16,000 crore, and these are figures compiled from the specifics, are low value exports. So they are very high value exports, or very few defense systems such as BrahMos, etc. Now these might change in the future, but currently this is the case. So we are at the bottom end of the feeding chain, and that's why I will come to in my presentation. And of course, a lot of defense companies have come up. There are a lot of recent initiatives as shown on the slide. And of course, excellent work has been done under the DIO, NIO, Sprint, IDEX and TDAC umbrella, which we have heard from the previous speakers in the first session. Now, coming directly to the main subject, the major problem areas. The first one I will say is, is planning and acquisition process related. So we have today a vacuum of an apex level security strategy document. I think this has been talked about enough. But unless the government enunciates the government of the day, as many governments do, including China actually, their entire security strategy, of course, it doesn't have to be in the open domain all the time. There will be something in the open domain and something which will not be in the open domain. But the fact is that all your planning process has to be based on this policy. Now we have certain policies laid down, but again, as Admiral Jaitley mentioned, they are not consistent. And therefore, when we plan the integrated, now the earlier LTIPP, now the ICDP, the 5-year AAP or ACDP, now the annual acquisition plan, they are being made in vacuum, because the strategies have been written in vacuum. I was one of the authors of the Maritime strategy in 2006, and I revised it in 2016. But the fact is that we have made, since I personally supervised the document, we have made it in the absence of any macro government guidance. And of course, the government is very happy with the document because we released it in the public. There is a classified version, an unclassified version. But the fact is that this is a huge gap in the planning process, because planning is the first step in building up a force level. The second thing is that there is the procurement time laid down in the DAP, which was there in the DPP also, that is 74 to 106 weeks. For major cases, it can extend to anything. I mean, we took up the P-75 India in 2008. The last submarine contract, as you're aware, was signed in 2006. That is 17 years ago now. The next contract, which is now we are pursuing for the 3 additional P-75 Indias as per open source, will also take, I think, a year or year and a half to sign, because of the financial negotiations and the technical discussions, etc., that will go on. So therefore, what is happening is that there is a mismatch at the macro level between what the government wants in terms of its security strategy, where should the money be invested, what is the capability plan that is being developed, and the procurement time that is laid down, and therefore the budgetary provision itself. Since I've been involved as ACNS PNP for 3.5 years, I can say it with utmost honesty. It is a sort of, it's not an exact science, to put it very mildly. We are looking backwards, marching forwards, hoping something will happen, like cobbling together those figures. Revenue is easier to predict, but the capital part of it is not an exact science, and therefore you tend to err on the positive side because you don't want to fall short. So this entire thing, finally, the entire budgetary exercise in the government of India, and since I've been personally involved for almost 5 years in that, ends up in being a bargaining exercise of how many percentage more do you want this year. बाकी छोड़ो, अगर आपको 1000 करोड़ मिला था तो 10% हम नहीं दे सकते हैं तो 7% देंगे. So you end up adding 7%, and that's how you actually end up with the budget. So all this is not an exact science, and I think this is a huge shortfall that needs to be addressed at the highest levels of government. The other thing is the budget-related shortfall that we have. Now, this is not endemic only to India. It is endemic to most countries in the world. So I'm not saying this is a shortfall that we have, but budgets lapse at the end of the current financial year. Contracted schemes extend over multiple years. So we often end up in a situation where the current budget in lean budget years is not enough to cover the contracted schemes of the past year, and so we can't pay the shipbuilder or the weapon supplier the installment for that year. Some installments gets missed out, so we delay payments, all sorts of things come up. So this entire thing is there, and I think we are the only people in the government of India, for major cases, I forget the amount, but I think it's maybe over 10,000 crores or whatever that amount is, or is it 1,000 crore? I forget, it changes. Those cases have to go through a triple bureaucracy. First, of course, it goes through our own bureaucracy in the service. Then now, of course, there's a joint bureaucracy. So after they have crossed the joint bureaucracy, then it has to go through the MOD finance. Then it goes through the main finance, that is the MOF. So this entire process becomes a huge time-consuming process, and therefore it takes years and years to clear projects, as was brought out earlier also. In fact, the ships that are being commissioned today, The P-15 Bravo ships were the last contract that I signed as ACNS PNP in 2013. They are getting constructed. The first one will come out this year. So that is a time lag that is existing between the time you sign the contract. And the case had been started much before I took over as PNP by my predecessor somewhere in 2007-8. So this entire process is a long process and it does not match the DPP. There have been many instances of asking, including the SCOD has asked for a non-lapsable roll-on capital budget. But to be fair, this provision is not permissible by the Constitution itself. It is not permitted by the GFR. Finance Commission is now recommended for a non-lapsable modernization fund for defense and internal security. And I think this rule needs to be changed. And we need to bring in this so that there is a roll-on budget for capital schemes. That means you first agree कि हाँ हम ये बनाएंगे, this is what we will build, and we agree on the cost. The main finance ministry commits to the cost and says, okay, over a 5-year period. So then there is a stability. Then you know how much to plan for. It actually makes the whole thing cheaper than what it is today. So this is one major area which, as per the Finance Commission, I think if that is done, there are also many other smaller issues to be included. For example, the GFR does not include an option clause and repeat order, surprisingly. In the case of the Ministry of Defense, provision for L1, T1 is not there. It's only an L1 that is there. There is now a process of reverse auction, which has been applied in GEM, which is saved up to 25%, which means that actually the L1 price is revealed to the other vendors and they're given a chance to beat it down. So actually there's 25% saving that has been achieved, so that provision is not there. So there are many things that can be done to make it more efficient, faster, planned, and therefore cheaper. I think this is what is the most important thing to my mind. This is what I was talking about. All the issues that even Admiral Jaitley mentioned, previous people have mentioned, is the issue of single vendor for defense, for major defense items. Now, if you see, this issue was raised by Mr. Vijay Kelkar, and I was fortunate to be at the presentation in 2004 where he presented it to Naval Headquarters. He gave this provision of Raksha Udyog Ratnas. When MDCSL was speaking, CMDCSL is a mini Ratna. So he had made this provision, which was incorporated into DPP 2006 by us, to say that in the private sector there should be RURs, and who should be treated at par with DPSUs, and they would be reimbursed 80% of the defense expenditure. Thereafter, another committee under Mr. Prabir Sen Gupta was appointed. It recommended 15 or 40 applicants. But then, of course, there was a lot of opposition from within the government, from the trade unions, from the DPSUs, even certain private sectors. And then all the committee members were accused of nepotism and corruption in choosing those 15 people. And so, in 2013, since I was PNP that time, aware of what all happened. So government decided they chickened out. They said, we'll scrap this. And they said, we have introduced a buy and make category, which is open to both private and public sectors. So this provision was scrapped, unfortunately. Now, this is just to show that the government since then has taken many measures to encourage private sector participation. So it's not that the government has not done it. All these provisions, buy Indian IDDM, make 2, make 3, enhancement of FDI, amendments to DAP, recent amendments have further eased. All these leverages have been given, and therefore the private sector has come up. Undoubtedly, the private sector is flowering. It is coming up. It's a nascent stage. However, while these have grown in the private sector, production of major weapon platforms and systems remains the exclusive preserve of the DPSUs. And the reasons are very evident. They've been discussed. It's an episodic order. The last submarine we ordered from MDL was 2006. The contract line will close down. There are a lot of people who know this even better than I, that you can't retain manpower, you can't retain design teams, specialist infrastructure, machinery. Where do you get the money from? Because you have to have some money to do all that. And therefore this multi-vendor competition, which we all keep talking about as a holy cow, it is necessary for commonly used items. But it's a disincentive for major defense items because of the bottom line issues. I think I in many ways agreed with what the representative from MDL was saying, that finally they are liable to their shareholders for spending any amount of money. So therefore, if you see what happens in advanced countries, and this has been a detailed study we have done, we presented it to the government also in 2012-13, the major weapon system vendors are only one or two. In all these countries, the top exporters, that is the United States, Russia, China, France, UK, all these countries, there are only one or two weapon defense exporters who are subsidized by the government. They can continue business because of the maintenance and assurance of further orders. Besides, they have built up good export models because they have done the R&D, they built cutting edge stuff. This actually in fight and move categories we have to emulate. Unless you do that, and this has to be done in the private sector, because the private sector only will attract the right kind of brains. As Admiral Jaitley mentioned, DRDO, but there's a saying which, I mean, it sounds bad, but the fact is if you give peanuts, you will get monkeys. So the issue really is that, unless you pay and get the right manpower, so if you see the defense companies abroad, they pay top dollar for the top talent, and they are being subsidized by the government, they are being monopolized by the government. Now, how do they do that? And I also want to bring out that we are already doing it to some extent. It's not that India is not doing it. In the DAP 20, there are three categories of shipbuilding. If you look at shipbuilding, nomination, competitive, and competitive with design by naval headquarters. There is a trend analysis that naval headquarters has done, which we are all aware. Anybody is aware. CSL is the only place which will be able to build aircraft carriers, frankly, in the country. MDL in destroyers and submarines, GRSC in frigates, etc., etc. These are the vendors that are there. Of course, all the shipbuilding projects have been divided among them, and there are some AONs in the pipeline which will be nominated. So all these big projects will be nominated. So, for example, why don't we make CSL the sole aircraft carrier shipbuilder, as the US has done for nuclear-powered aircraft carriers with Newport News? It is a sole aircraft, it does the maintenance, it does the design, it maintains a full team. The US Navy is not involved in designing, maintaining, or doing anything to nuclear-powered aircraft. The entire thing, they just give the broad requirements. The entire thing is done by the shipyard because it is being paid by the US government with an assured profit. So therefore, there is a de facto single vendor nomination already there. But the problem is, as brought out with Admiral Jaitley mentioned, that if you have a L&T as a private shipyard which has invested money, and therefore all these shipyards have gone bust. I feel very guilty because as PNP we gave orders to ABG and Pipavav thinking we had done a great job. We had a price discovery of almost 40%, but those ships never came out. The shipyards went bust, and I personally had egg on my face 4 years later. So the issue really is that this entire thing is not sustainable unless they have future orders coming in. It's just not possible financially to sustain. Now, this is the remedy. The US model, I think, is something which we have been presenting to the government. They have two agencies which are there on the net, the Defense Contract Audit Agency and Defense Contract Maintenance Agency. Now, DCAA conducts independent audits of all defense contracts. So, for example, if Newport News says, I'm going to build the next aircraft carrier Ford class at $12 billion a piece, DCAA will get into his brain. He tears him apart in terms of an audit, and he comes out with a figure, okay, it's not 12 billion, it is 11.5 billion. The US government will give you an assured profit of, let's say, 7% or whatever they decide. This is the price, build it. Now, what happens is that they save billions of dollars. Of course, DCAA, and no organization perfect. There's a lot of criticism of DCAA also by the government itself. The Congressional Committee has made a lot of criticisms on their audit and the way they operate, etc. And in the latest report I read, they have also praised them for having incorporated the amendments. But the fact is that the issue is that the single vendor holding somebody hostage to cost and quality is something that always we are afraid of. And unless we do this, unless we build up both public and private sector behemoths with assured orders, because it's not a big nature of orders that they're going to get. It's episodic. So unless you do this, you will find that you cannot achieve the big systems. The last issue that I'm just flagging is the lack of a defense exports organization. Having been involved in the export of almost 6 ships personally, as ACNS FCI and ACNS PNP, I found that, for example, none of the countries like Sri Lanka and Maldives or Seychelles had any idea about staff requirements. So now we are making staff requirements for them. and then based on those staff requirements, you're placing an order on a shipyard. The shipyard is giving them, then they come back saying, sorry, we wanted this, we didn't want that, there are quality issues, who's going to maintain it? So every time you go there, they come and crib to you, कि ये नहीं ठीक है, वो नहीं ठीक है, maintenance नहीं हो रहा है, training नहीं हुआ है. Now all countries have, with major defense exports organizations, have a dedicated organization. You are aware of them, all of us have dealt with them at some stage or the other. Now recently DDP has been requested to set up this body. We've been after them for many years to say that let's have a dedicated export body which looks after the entire export in terms of training. For example, if Russia sells a ship, there's a training component, there's a spares component, and if we now have to start doing the same thing as Indians, this is required to be done. Summary is this, I think, of the issues that I discussed. I won't exceed the time further, but I think these are issues that we can discuss in the Q&A session. With that, I've finished. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we doing enough for transitioning to net zero carbon? 10 minutes, please.
Yes.
So I wish you were the panel chairman in the earlier sessions.
Well, thank you very much, Chairman, for the nice introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm indeed honored to be part of this prestigious seminar and thankful to Vice Admiral Subedar for suggesting my name to deliver a talk on are we doing enough for transitioning to net zero carbon emissions in the maritime domain, which I endeavor to cover in the next 8 minutes of my allotted time under the following heads. Much of my job has been eased out because of the earlier speakers on green shipping, etc. So I will be just rushing through. Well, many of you are already aware that IMF has recently, in July 2023, revised the 2018 GHG emissions with a target to achieve net zero by 2015 with a pathway as shown in this particular slide, which was discussed by CSL CMD as well. Though the contribution of the shipping industry the next slide, please.
Yeah.
Though the contribution of shipping industry, which currently consume 300 million tons of fossil-based fuels each year, is only 2.98% of the total global emissions and much lower than the other sector, nevertheless, it's still very serious. As per United Nations, as on January 23, the world fleet consisted of 105,493 vessels of 100 tons and above, and will continue to grow as shown in this particular slide. Out of these, 90,000 ships transport 9 billion tons of goods globally, accounting for almost 90% of the logistic flow. Reducing this emission of the ship is an urgent priority. Can we just next? Well, the shipping industry is not only the ships, whether commercial or military, it is the entire ecosystem which need to be looked at as shown in this particular slide, right from the design houses to decommissioning and recycling yards.
We also need to appreciate that it is not only the ship owners, navy or commercial owners. There are many stakeholders whose contribution is essential in the entire ecosystem, as I have listed in this particular slide, starting from the government, who has to set the right policies to motivate and incentivize the industry, and the various stakeholders have some role or the other. But for today's presentation, I am mainly focusing on ships at sea. In the normal course of things, one would have looked at the design, operation, and economic solutions as shown in this slide for the greenhouse gas emission reduction on board a ship. One can note from the slide that achieving decarbonization targets set by IMO will require near-term solutions of new fuels and propulsion technologies. The process to switch over to low carbon or zero carbon fuels has been in motion for the past 5 years. The question that we need to ask ourselves is whether we are doing enough for transitioning to net zero carbon emissions. Emerging alternative energy resources. Several low or zero carbon fuels such as nuclear, marine biofuels, methanol, ammonia, and hydrogen have been proposed to decarbonize the maritime domain. To assess which of these options provides the greatest decarbonization potential, Guidehouse Insight, a market intelligence team that provides emerging technology research, data, and benchmarking services for today's rapidly changing and highly regulated industries, has evaluated them along these 5 metrics: scalability, anticipated fuel costs, capital expenditure requirements, greenhouse gas saving potential, and volumetric energy density. Well, the best overall option when compared across a full range of evaluation criteria turns out to be ammonia as on date. Though I would like to share some of the recent development with respect to each fuel, from nuclear to wind to methanol to ammonia to hydrogen. Given the paucity of time, I will just skip through and come straight to the ship order positions. A fuel technology transition is already underway, as you have also noted during the earlier presentation, in the maritime industry, with half the ordered tonnage capable of using LNG, LPG, or methanol in dual fuel engines, compared to 1/3 of tonnage on order last year, as shown in the slide. For ships in operation, 6.52% of tonnage can now operate on alternative fuels, compared to 5.5% last year. The uptake of methanol and LPG is starting to show in the statistics together with the first hydrogen fueled new builds. Though several demonstration projects for ammonia fueled ships are ongoing, there are no ammonia fueled ships in the official order book as per DNV report 2050. It is encouraging to note the seriousness among the shipping community and their contribution to reduction of the emissions, evident from the slide, notwithstanding the challenges as enumerated here, which are increased capital investment, limited fuel availability, lack of global bunkering infrastructure, additional training of crew, high cost of fuel, and additional demand for storage spaces on board. No single alternative of fuel is likely to fulfill the needs of the entire maritime industry due to many factors, including the feedstock supply, technology limitations, price competitiveness, stakeholders' acceptance, the requirement of different vessel types, and operating profiles. Coming to trends in India. whether it is International Storage Alliance or Green Hydrogen Council or Global Fuel Alliance that was mentioned during the G20, Clean Energy Ministerial Bio Platform, Mission Innovation Bioenergy, R&D Roadmap for Green Hydrogen Ecosystem, Clean Energy Initiative, etc. And as well as what CSLMD also mentioned, National Center for Excellence in Green Port and Shipping, a collaboration between TERI and Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways. Some of the examples I thought I'll also share with you, which are there in the public domain. GRSC has signed an MOU with Lloyd's Register and Caterpillar Incorporated for building up a new alternative fuel ships. Kerala seems to be the front runner in pushing use of alternative energy and is accordingly engaging all stakeholders across the globe. Their proposal to create Kochi Maritime Cluster is something to be emulated by other coastal states. Tamil Nadu, not to be left behind, Tamil Nadu government has initiated a Hydrogen Valley Innovation Cluster in Tamil Nadu. This will cater to the needs of hydrogen ambition of the state and country by providing technological solutions, support on R&D, skill development, infrastructure building, techno-economic feasibility and policy regulatory recommendations. There are many companies, both in the public and private sector, who have also made their intent very clearly on investments being made towards achieving zero carbon. We now have magazines specifically dedicated to fuel cell and future fuels. Indian Navy initiatives. Indian Navy's green initiatives got an impetus when then CEO and Vice Admiral Subedar created a green energy cell at the Directorate of Marine Engineering at Naval Headquarters in 2015. Since then, energy efficiency has been a top priority in all operations and processes. I'm very pleased to learn from a news article published on 5th June 23 in the Financial Express and Future Fuels, an online magazine, providing an update on Indian Navy's contribution in cutting down the greenhouse gas emissions, as shown in the slide. With the majority of the projects steered by the Center of Excellence at INIP Shivaji, such as diesel engine emission reduction, use of CO2 as a refrigerant, using hydrogen on board ships, etc. I'll just quickly share some of the recommendations I have made. These recommendations I feel will accelerate the process of achieving net zero targets, such as awareness. Indian Maritime University, fortunately we have Admiral Rangachari here, taking the lead in R&D and startup ecosystem, and also adding a separate panel in NRB as indicated in this particular slide. Whilst I am on this particular slide, I thought the commercial marine sector can take an example, undertake an energy or a net zero audit of the ports, bases, repair yards to establish the gaps, for which solutions have to be found to minimize the emissions. Given the paucity of time, I'm just skipping through a couple of things. In conclusion, I would like to say that the transportation sector has no choice but to replace its current mix of fossil energy sources with alternative fuels and technologies to ensure compliance with global climatic targets. While the passenger vehicle segment can be extensively battery electrified, maritime applications present a more complex range of challenges. Lengthy travel times, high power output demands, and trade-offs with cargo storage space, necessitating energy-dense fuel for most vessel classes. The IMO, which recently revised its target, but legally binding measures are needed by through the government to ensure its achievement Technological innovation, supportive policies, and collaboration across the complete value chain are needed to drive the adoption of low and zero carbon fuels and technologies for the ocean-going vessels. While there is a hyperactivity across the globe, some concerns have been expressed by the Economic Times as well as the International Energy Association for lack of support in the India's energy sector and globally hydrogen sector respectively. Specifically, the International Energy Association has noted that inflation and more expensive borrowing costs are affecting the entire hydrogen value chain, driving up the financing costs for developers and reducing the impact of government support. Greater progress is needed on technologies, regulations, and demand creation to ensure low-emission hydrogen, which can realize its full potential. However, there are many positives as enumerated in the slide. India has taken a major initiative towards transitioning to zero carbon fuels through National Hydrogen Mission and many other programs. Many of these conclusions, well, we will need combination of technologies driven by the availability that will shape the that will shape the industry's decarbonization efforts. While the alternative fuels taking time to develop and bring to market at scale, a combination of technology driven by availability will shape the industry's decarbonization, technology readiness, timelines, and commercial relationship, etc. Each type of ship considered will be propelled by a mix of fuels and not necessarily by only one fuel. While methanol and ammonia showing great promise, it will replace LNG as a fuel and likely to be an intermediate fuel until we see the technologies maturing for green hydrogen. Notwithstanding the fact that the military vessels are not subject to IMO emission reduction requirement, it is encouraging to see that the Indian Navy has taken steps toward the adoption of alternative fuels. Maybe the time has come to upgrade the green energy cell to a full-fledged directorate at Naval Headquarters, or make the Center of Excellence at INS Shivaji an independent entity to steer adoption of alternative fuels. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this brings me to the end of my presentations, and I'll be happy to take on any questions, if any, later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and distinguished panel, and to IMF, of course, for the opportunity to come and speak to you. I'll make this final promise that other speakers have made. I'll keep it short and hopefully interesting. So we've heard some micro views since morning on how the Indian maritime sector should move, and in the area of innovation and indigenization. You will not find my biodata there because I wear multiple hats. I'm the founder of this startup, Trimsail Digital. I also am a ship management guy, so I look after a company and the fleet of ships. Commodore Rajanveer is not here. He roped me in as a vice president of the Chennai, India South segment, so I look after coastal cleanup functions there. Spent 25 years at sea, mostly on international oil tankers, and about 11 years and counting on ship management activities from shore. Basically annoying the captains by calling them up at all the wrong times and telling them what to do. But what really grasps my attention is the application, the potential here for application of technology, emerging technologies, to meet certain objectives. And I come from a world, what we can call a global kitchery, called the mercantile marine, multinational crews, charterers in one part of the world, owners in some other part of the world, mostly Liberia, and ships built somewhere else. But yeah, as was spoken of earlier, the sheer value of international trade, out of which 90% is that of maritime, is 15 trillion US dollars. The freight value is about 17 billion US dollars annually, and we lug around 12 billion tons. And if you're talking of SOLAS Class A ships, there are about 50,000 vessels of SOLAS Class A, which consume about 17% of the crude oil produced all over the world. So it doesn't, from where we see in the international shipping world, it doesn't matter whether it is an Indian bottom, Indian cargo, Indian seafarer, Indian built ship. It's an opportunity waiting there. And if this cluster here, very impressive presentations on Sprint and IDEX, if that becomes the R&D center, the scalability is there. So long as the right applications are available, the relevant domain expertise is brought to marry the technologies, then the world, as they say, is your oyster. Right. Now, what drives us, unlike the navies of the world? Visibility. Now, can we move the next? I'll use this. Okay. Okay. So, for commercial shipping, those are our goals. Our ships are not $12 billion. We typically build ships at about 20, 30 million. The LNGs go up to $200 million. That's about it. So very lean, mean, efficient, with just about 25 crew on top. But our focus is on optimizing voyage costs and, of course, emissions. ESD is a generic name for energy-saving devices. That could include the propeller boss fin cap or rotor sails, special paints on the hull to reduce the friction, and a whole host of initiatives costing anything up to $500,000 per ship. And visibility, at the heart of our requirements is visibility, because when I say we, I mean the ships that carry cargo from one part of the world to another, is answerable to its clients. And the clients demand visibility. They want to know how the performance is, how are you doing for emissions, how are you doing for cost, how are you doing for fuel efficiencies. So we need to find the right technology, empower the people who are actually using some. So the way I see technology is an enabler and not a replacer of human element. That would be disastrous if we went down that road. Though I'm a great fan of the autonomous ship, I still think it should be human-centric. Operational visibility, I've spoken about. This high level of granularity of data. So the information that's coming out of a ship is obviously analyzed by those of us at sea in order to ensure cost efficiencies and fuel efficiencies. For that, we need data that is every minute, if possible, every 30 seconds, coming out of what is the fuel consumption now, what is the speed now, what is the draft now, and what is the RPM now. So that kind of information is not available. Those of you who are in the merchant navy will know we just send out noon reports, average speed, general average speed, and the captain adds a few miles here and there because the chief engineer is under stress. And the bunker figures are, they're never accurate. Human figures are never accurate. So there is a need here for bypassing the human reporting system and place data loggers and what we call an IoT array or telemetry to bring the right data at a high level of granularity so that we are able to analyze. We bring the data ashore and instantaneously in real time, and we are able to analyze. Now, what are we often refer to ship operations and its cost performance as non-linear, and that's because of all those factors, and they're dynamic. We believe that every voyage of a ship, any ship, is as unique as a fingerprint. No two voyages are exactly alike in terms of cost performance. So hull wave interactions, the weather conditions, the underwater geometry, even stability, the general GZ, GM, hull roughness, of course, and most importantly, the engine efficiencies. So if we are able to, and we are able to at Trim Sail, pick up all this data, provide accurate and non-human data that comes at those levels of accuracy. That is the kind of dashboard that we offer to the world, to the operators, to people who are accountable for efficiencies. What we have done is, if you see the bottom right, I mean, this is just a typical dashboard that goes out to demonstrate what is it that we need to do. When a ship goes from one port to another, there are weather routing services that provide route optimizations, but between two legs or between one particular leg or two waypoints, how is the speed optimized? Now this sounds like pedantics, we seem to be splitting hairs here, but what we have found through our research is that if we know how to optimize, proceed in those operating conditions at the right RPM, you would achieve the least cost for every mile that you travel. And that graph at the bottom is at the heart of our IP, which is able to provide the data based on the cost of fuel and cost of time for a voyage, the least possible cost. So that algorithm recommends to the ship what should be optimized. And it may sound, surprising. A Supramax bulk carrier ship typically burns about $160 to $170 for every mile that it travels. That is the cost of time plus the cost of fuel. And even if you save $1 a mile, and a 6,000 mile voyage earns you 6,000. I'm sorry, for the first time I think you guys are hearing about dollars and savings, but this, as I said, is the world we live in. That's $6,000 a voyage. If you make 10 such voyages at $60,000, multiply that by 50,000 ships, you're saving a huge amount of cost, which is what the ship owners and the ship operators, the charterers, want to see at the beginning. Now you may ask, hey, what about emissions? Yeah. When you save cost, you're also saving fuel when you're making those adjustments. So it is not so much about are we going to save cost or are we going to save carbon emissions. We're going to do both. And that is the most sensible way to optimize a ship's operation and a voyage. Rest is all business intelligence. I will not bore you through that. You all heard of weather routing optimization. We have visibility sitting in any part of any corner of the world. I can see what my fleet is doing. I can see what the real-time weather is and what the route optimization should be. It is all very professionally done. And these are all the business intelligence dashboards that a CXO, CEO wants to see, how his fleet is performing in terms of cost, in terms of emissions. And he's able to present this to IMO, to EU, and to everybody who's interested in our emissions and everybody who's interested in buying the ships. So this is all very well. One of the questions that was asked of us was, so how do we know what is the benchmark? What is the ship capable of doing in terms of performance? Is it that you compare the last 12 months data and say, hey, now the algorithm has reduced this? Or is there a more scientific way? Obviously, computational fluid dynamics is the road to go. We have done that and found very interesting results. Build a digital twin, place it in a software with different weather vectors, wave height, frequency, wavelength, and everything else. And we were able to generate speed consumption tables, which would be the best possible scenario. That would be the reason I say this is realistic performance benchmark is it's much better than the sea trials that is done at the when the ship is delivered, a new building ship is delivered, because those are utopian conditions, flat sea conditions, brand new engine, very smooth hull, and no waves whatsoever. No, we simulate everything and we're able to deliver to the client what exactly the ship is going to do in each weather condition, in each operating condition, in different underwater geometries. Because when you load a ship and discharge a ship, there is a huge delta in the underwater geometry. So those are the benchmarks. I'll skip this. This is pure commercial. This is a predictor for our chartering dashboards as to making a decision as to which of the 3 voyages available is the most optimal and the least emitting. So they are what we call a time charter earnings predictors, but I won't bore you with it. So this is the sequence, the performance sequence, machine learning algorithms, but the data comes from IoT telemetry that is placed on a ship. Pick up the data, analyze it, achieve the objectives here. In this case, reduce emissions, reduce costs. All right, wireless sensors, automatic data capture, and of course, one of the great things that happened is since 2016, that is when in the merchant marine, the heat got generated, because from that year onwards, the satellite data streaming costs started to come down. In fact, they spiraled down to a level where we are able to transfer terabytes of data back and forth between ship and shore. That is what has helped us. So thank you for your patience and hearing me out. I have a few alternate views on climate change that I'd like to share. I don't dare to do it in any other part of the world, but I think among my fellow countrymen. The whole business of climate change is not really settled, but it's a religion worldwide. I think Mr. Madhu Nair captured it beautifully. There is an emotional element. We are trying to save the planet. Whether we are or not is another matter altogether, but it's definitely a huge business opportunity. Because I'm doing a lot of research in this, and I see it's not just random crank thoughts. Stanford and many professors all around the world have even proposed alternative theories that it is not CO2 emissions that causes global warming. It's the other way around. The globe warms up and releases carbon. And that's why I'm seeing, so that was a shocker to me, but I said, this makes more sense. And you take a soda bottle out of the refrigerator and put it, as it warms up, it starts to release more and more gas bubbles. There is another professor who has actually demonstrated from millions of years of data gathered together that we are not actually in a CO2 surplus. We are actually going through a carbon famine, which means the plant kingdom is actually starving for more carbon dioxide. So there are thoughts, it's not over, but we'll leave that for another day. I don't want to get, start a fire here right now on climate change, but the key here is, as this circus moves along, there are huge opportunities on emissions. It is there for the taking. So with that, thank you, panel and ladies and gentlemen, for your time. Jai Hind.
Application of analytic techniques, gradual modeling, and AI in writing.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We already come to evening now. At the very outset, I would like to thank Admiral Subedar and Rear Admiral Nadkarni for inviting me for this seminar, and also giving me an opportunity to be one of the panelists, and also further extending and giving me some time to talk on one of the subjects which is of extreme interest to me. On behalf of Indian Maritime University, I would like to thank the IMF for this opportunity that has been given to me. This topic has been spoken at great length, so I will try and give a different perspective, or probably one of the elements that forms an integral part of this topic. Can you go to the next slide, please? The sequence of presentation is going to be like this. I'm not going to speak about all of these in great detail. I initially intended to, but seeing that we already come to evening, I thought we'll keep it very short and only come out with some of the findings and the application of some of these techniques to the problem that is on hand. I am interested in a host of problems that involve modeling and simulation, which amongst other things include let's say if we go and destroy one of the training camps in Pakistan, one of the 42 training camps, how does it impact the ingredients of national power? What is the kind of ripple effects that it will produce on each of those ingredients? How to model that and understand that. So I'm therefore interested in understanding the system dynamics. Whatever that system might be. The system might consist of something like that, or something that is on board, which is a marine power plant, or ports, whatever is happening in ports, the dynamics that happens at ports, and so on. So that is one of the areas which is of extreme interest to me. And coupled with that, I'm also interested in the diagnostics of faults, specifically in the marine power plant, which means, which is again extended to a complete plant and not just an equipment. I am obviously interested in the condition monitoring of specific equipment where such a necessity comes. And of course, optimization in the port, and how to optimize the resources by using a host of OR techniques. Now I look at a cluster of techniques. As far as analytical tools are concerned, they can be very much used for solving many of these problems. There is man in the loop always, and of course we have AI here, so that is of great help. We have a lot of data that is available constantly from various sources, as he has also pointed out. So whether it's collision avoidance at sea, where you need to give an optimal maneuver in order to optimize the load on the rudder and consequently reduce the fuel consumption or optimize the fuel consumption, or how to take into account the deficiencies in the rules of ROR and how to prevent collision, by creating a simulation, by having a look-ahead simulation. What happens if captain so-and-so or if that vessel so-and-so does not perform the maneuver in accordance with the ROR? So these are problems of interest to me, and I've been working in these areas, and they've been fairly successful. But in this particular case, I've just taken this opportunity to highlight some of the few things that next slide, please. I am driven by these fundamental parameters. We all know that on board we have it is a complex conglomerate of several equipment and systems. In fact, the entire ship, whether I speak of the marine power plant or of the other departments or of the entire ship, it's a very complex thing. All of them are interacting in myriad ways. They are very strongly independent, and yes, paradoxically, they are highly interdependent. So they are therefore cannot be analyzed separately. They need to be taken together. And because they need to be taken together, there is always, I feel, and it's my opinion, there is an absence of a unified analytical framework. And that's where I come in, and that's what my interest is. It's complex. And we also have, we need to understand the interplays that are taking place between various systems, various equipment, and indeed the entire ship. So how do I understand it? How do I predict, well ahead of what is going to happen, given the data and the conditions that are presently there? And since it is a complex, uncertain, nonlinear problem space, so it requires some kind of a comprehensive solution using analytical tools. And because we are day in and day out handling large amounts of data, therefore it lends itself, as it were, to getting into the analytics and ML and what have we at our disposal. So that is the thing. Therefore, whether it is our normal karma, which where this cause and effect works out, or on board, or in any other situation, any change to any one particular parameter caused by a perturbation from anywhere is going to affect and cause some effects and so on. So understanding all of these and trying to predict what is going to happen next is therefore the interest. Please go to the next slide. So the aim, therefore, is something like this. This is as applicable to a marine power plant, but similar such objectives are there for any of the paradigms that I just mentioned. All that I'm looking for most of the time is a cluster of techniques for to solve a particular problem that we might have. And it's a real-world problem. And therefore, the cluster of techniques vary. Sometimes it could be genetic algorithm, sometimes it could be some other technique which is there, which can be used to solve that particular problem. So some of these other issues are presently being undertaken. Not much work has been done in the optimization of the port that is presently being taken. I'll be working in that area also. Please go to the next one. So what I have actually done is, for the purpose of this fault diagnostics problem, I have proposed a model which, of course, is not exhaustive, it is just representative. It has 4 different techniques. All of them are fused into one. The nonlinear system identification technique essentially aims to find the dynamics of the system that we are handling, online where it is possible, otherwise offline by taking the data. It allows us to form complex relationships between various parameters that are involved in that particular dynamics. And by tracking those parameters, we are able to find out what is going to happen next. And by having certain algorithms, you can even predict well ahead. Now, what is the use of this, the crux of it? I will not be going after this slide. This is the last slide, because after this it is intensely mathematical, and I don't intend to bore myself or you, and especially at this time of this hour of the day. And therefore, I'll restrict myself to just highlighting what comes out of this. Insofar as nonlinear system identification is concerned, I find the parametric vectors which depict the relationship between, as a MIMO system, multi-input, multi-output, or a SIMO or MISO or whatever it is. And any incipient changes, that is what we are interested on board most of the time is, if everything is working fine, we do not have a category called fair wear and tear. So the first thing that I would like to classify, these are all classification problems, pattern recognition problems. So I would like to classify something as fair wear and tear, because as an engineer, as a marine engineer who has served on board, one of the first things that I want to know, all of it has been driven by the necessity that having served on board and having been in the Navy, or even whilst I was in the Navy, all these were problems that were working on my mind and provided solutions wherever possible. One of the things that we want to know is how is my equipment and system, not by looking at the analog parameters, but by knowing the dynamics from within. Go and touch the Muladhara Chakra of the system and try to find out what's happening there. Is it, and if there's any change, is it attributable to fair wear and tear, or is there anything that is going to propagate into a fault? That means we are looking at whether there is an incipient fault. And if the incipient fault is there, it is going to grow in time, and it's going to propagate and manifest as a defect, which we now thereafter know as a defect. So before that defect, can we find out what that problem is, and can we take corrective actions? What are the set of components and what are the set of systems which are involved? Now, insofar as identification method is concerned, we are able to successfully track or identify the fact that there is indeed a problem in a particular system, but it does not help, or at least it did not help me in locating the problem to the component level. But it definitely provides a trigger for investigation, all the associated systems, because as we know, systems on board or equipment on board are strongly coupled. There is severe interaction between various equipment and systems, and therefore this trigger, well in time, is going to allow me to investigate as to what is happening and whether it can be classified or categorized as fair wear and tear, or is it a manifestation of some fault somewhere in the system. Now, having identified that, at the same time, we also know, which has been a problem perennially for all of us, we have had multi-source acquisitions, and therefore we do not have sensors on all the equipment. All this identification works fine if we have sensors on the equipment on which we are trying to investigate. But sensors are limited. We cannot have novel sensors fitted either. We cannot touch the equipment because OEM will not allow us to do so. So all these constraints are there, and at the end of the day, some of the equipment have come from Russia and what have you, other places as well. And even if it's from India, it's not possible to do that because he will not allow us to do that. And therefore, we have to have something called causal associations. Like I mentioned, that if you do something to a particular thing, something else, it manifests as some other problem. These causal associations can be done using probability theory, and that's exactly what I've done. If something is done to a particular system, for example, if I close the valve, which supplies the cooling water to a diesel engine, it may have nothing to do with the diesel engine per se. The diesel engine on its own may be working beautifully, but the seawater which is flowing from the system, from somewhere, from the ship system, if it is not flowing there, it's going to create a lot of impact on the diesel engine, probably end up causing a major failure in the diesel engine as well. So that kind of causal associations will need to be established. In other words, each equipment with its system and how it fits into the ambit of things on the whole ship, by formulating all kinds of causal associations will need to be worked out in a probabilistic sense. And then we have a huge problem, because if you do this, there are hundreds and thousands of components which are there, each one of them interacting with the system, and the system in turn is interacting with the equipment and so on. And now the next important thing is this particular dynamics that is happening, let's say on INS Delhi, similar thing, the other ship Mysore is sailing somewhere. Both of them are of course different, they exhibit different dynamics, and somewhere sitting at the, in any of the trial agencies, whether it is ETMA or GTTB or DTTB and MTU, etc., instead of them being there, can we encapsulate all of their wisdom into this? That's one of the problems which I'm trying to address. And now when we do that, this dynamic programming also comes into use. What is the kind of approach that we need to take in order to optimize cost and optimize effort? So that helps if you apply this technique. And the last one, of course, it is to do with the components. We know that, as I said, there are thousands of components on board in a particular system. Each one of those components has a certain number of attributes. So if you're able to define to the smallest level the attributes that define that component, and consequently the assembly, sub-assembly, assemblies and so on, it is possible to pin down to the place where the problem actually exists, or it has manifested, or whatever is the cause of that particular problem. Now, what I have used it, how I used it is, I use the nonlinear system identification to provide the trigger in an AI environment. I use the dynamic programming for optimizing the effort and the cost for the searching. And of course, the causal associations give me the aspects which otherwise cannot be connected, because we're limited by the signal processing approaches that we have. We have issues with that also, limited number of sensors, no novel sensors. We need to validate the output coming from the sensors. The sensor validation itself becomes another issue, and so on and so forth. And therefore, if we now look at the locus of what all of these things can provide, it helps us in finally understanding firstly the dynamics of whatever is happening, and secondly in optimizing the effort to search the problem wherever the problem is, and thirdly in predicting well ahead as to what can happen if we continue to operate in this particular manner, and fourth is if you have to open up something, in what sequence you have to open so that you optimize effort and cost, and finally where the problem in the component can be. So all these can be achieved by some of these tools. Of course, the degree of success depends on what are the initially assumed probabilities, and what are the conditional probabilities that need to be worked out by a very huge framework considering so many number of components and systems that are coming into play. With this, I have finished. I think I've got some results with by the use of these techniques. Since what follows after this is mathematical, I thought I'll stop here. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, IMF, for this honor and for this opportunity. I'm just going to pose a question. What is Atmanirbharata? It has different meanings for different people, and then in different connotations. If it is for a particular equipment or a platform, my definition of say for electric tugs, because we've been talking about green energies and other things, it's my definition. The unhindered ability to design and build e-tugs of any capacity and of any configuration, and sustain them through their life cycle with a secured supply chain by having ownership of at least core and critical IPs. This is my definition of Atmanirbharata. That causes such a ability should provide unfettered rights and for unhindered exploitation, and carry out upgradation with equipment systems of our own choice, and integrate them with the onboard systems and sell them to anyone, anywhere in the world, without any external agency having any scope to dictate any terms, and without infringing any third-party rights. So this is the meaning of the other one. I need to add another point here at the optimal cost. You can't be, again, like taken for granted by your own people within India just because they belong to your ecosystem. So like this is my definition. And coming to the military domain, what is Atmanirbharata? Means that it calls for self-reliance in every dimension and every domain of the operations that the Navy conducts. Engagement between two adversaries is never straightforward as shown. Each of them have their strengths, each of them have their weaknesses. Like sometimes where you need to build up a capability is dictated by your enemy, and either because of his strength or because of his weakness. So you cannot be happy that you developed something in a pocket. Whatever that you develop in pocket should fall in line with your overall plan, overall force development or the force structuring plan. So that goes for the definition again here, the unhindered ability to develop or augment and sustain the capability in any desired domain at own will and at optimal cost. Next comes to the question, how self-reliant we are. You've seen a lot of percentages going, these are my percentages. And like today, if your indigenous ecosystem can give you around like 60 to 70%. If I apply my definition, then this is very optimal, it's very optimistic number. I'm generally saying it's about 60 to 70% your indigenous ecosystem can give you, which calls for you to focus your efforts in the next 2 to 3 years to get at another 10 to 20%. And another 10 to 20% may take anything over a decade. So what is the optimal strategy for the creation of or rather acquisition of IPs, because you cannot wait to create those ones which may take around like 10 to 15 years. In that case, you got to acquire an IP. So for that is the encourage IP acquisition by your own stakeholders, Indian companies, and then the government has to come in here. Government has to play a role here. And then again, encourage foreign OEMs to set up manufacturing units here, where the first one is not possible, with some kind of security for you for this supply chain, which can be done contractually. And for the second one, for like whatever that can be achieved in the next 2 to 3 years, focused IP creation and identify technology gaps and facilitate these technologies to flow, because we have as a buyer and for the one of the largest militaries in the world, your numbers are actually like mind-boggling, and it's a buyer's world. So like you can ask for, I'll buy it from you in case of you give me this. You identify those ones and then again channelize those ones and know whys as well as like know hows, and get the stakeholders within the country together and then actually like stitch their efforts together to make it happen. And it requires that kind of a focused approach in case if you need to acquire the IPs that you don't have today in the next 3-4 years. And whatever that we've already got it here, in our bid to grow from a 30-ship navy to about like 137 odd ship navy, we have not followed a structured mechanism. We were just running and then like tried to meet the professional demands of building a blue water navy of this size. We haven't standardized. We have not ensured commonality. Our inventory, even actually the US military will not have the inventory of Cochin MO there, because the kind of ships that we have here. And it's actually mind-boggling. Nobody can support this kind of an inventory. So you need to structure that inventory. You need to standardize them. You need to upgrade your technology. This half of our ships, again, they still have this shell and tube type heat exchanger, which were of, I think, Second World War or even before. So we need to upgrade our technology, standardize them, and then bring in all these new management principles into it. So this is again, you've got to create it in a tired manner, because you, in case if you have it in actually multiple tiers with this one, then you have the multiplication factor will be that much higher. So economy-wise, you will be helping. So who conceptualizes this and again sets the agenda, who implements it, and who accomplishes it? This combined function is what that I call self-reliance ecosystem. So like, how do we define self-reliance ecosystem? In any ecosystem, you, I mean, like, what are its constituents, and then how deviant are we from the other ideal self-reliant ecosystem? We've been talking about self-reliance. So coming to the constituents of self-reliance ecosystem, you have the user and the maintainer. In the military domain, these are the armed forces. And you have the manufacturer, and you have the designer of systems or equipment, and you have the developer of technologies, R&D. Like sometimes a few of them can be together. It need not be separate, but these are the basic fundamental domains. When all of them get together and then like work together, that is how they produce it. And in the case of defense especially, you need something called product conceptualization and the systems engineering ecosystem to actually bring them together and then actually work. In a scenario where, in the commercial sector, their coordination coming together can happen automatically because of the business interest or because of any external stimulus by the government, by any kind of a regulatory mechanism. Like they said that set-top boxes need to be there by so and so time. So again, somebody came in and then he collaborated with people and then he made them. But in the case of defense, it's not going to happen. Or in case of you have to have some kind of a regulated growth and then actually regulated application, you need this product conceptualization and the systems engineering ecosystem. So how are we as compared to the other militaries of our size? I tried to represent each of that like sub-ecosystem by whether we are at par or we are less by the volume of the circle of that particular one. So that tells you where we stand. And even in our product conceptualization and the systems engineering is also we are small. As a user, we are at par with any other military in terms of our doctrines and in terms of our policy and in terms of our ability to deploy the combat power. But even as a manufacturer, we are fairly credible. We manufacture things for the world. But when it comes to design and research and technology development, we are far lesser. Incidentally, while others have these, like systems engineering and then the product conceptualization, here we have a very so like how it happens, Atmanirbharata. I mean, it's good to talk about, but I think we need to do something about it. So, like, what is the PC and SC sub-ecosystem? A little more about it, which calls for a little explanation on the building blocks of self-reliance ecosystem and roles of different stakeholders. Here, in those 4 circles, I just tried to place them based on the technology dimensions, how much kind of a technical intensity that is required for carrying out each function. So when you have the user and then maintainer here, and then you have the manufacturer somewhere there, it is just only a relative one, don't go by the scale. And then you need the designer slightly higher technical intensity, and then you have the technology developer little more. And then going into the sub-operations, a few of them I captured here for your information. So the user and then like maintainer's skill set and then his training, it basically just suffices for him to be able to define the operational requirements of the equipment and the platforms that he's going to use. And he's not trained, and then actually we are not trained or we are not given any inputs beyond that level during the course of our professional advancement. A few people out of their own passion have actually slightly improved it a little more, and then because of that we have a few like bright spots here and there. And then coming to the manufacturing, it is those ones, and then coming to the R&D, it is this. And if you want to be a buyer's navy, you should be able to formulate the qualitative requirements of your equipment. Slightly one notch above the defining the operational requirement is defining the qualitative requirements. And if you want to be, and then the other functions that actually one needs to, even after that, there is a lot of gap between these people and then the user. There are actually many other functions needs to be done, and for you to get the best of whatever the money that you're spending on your equipment and then your platform, that is evolving the optimal requirements. Just actually working out the requirements is not good enough. You should be able to evolve your requirements optimally, because anything slightly better requirement is going to cost money, and then for few things you may not have actually technologies for that one. So whatever that you have within that, you should be able to get the best, optimize it. That's again a different skill set, and again product planning, and then optimal acquisition, and also how are you going to support the life cycle of that one throughout of this one. And if you want to be a builder's navy, you should be able to formulate the technical and development specifications of that equipment, so that your industrial ecosystem takes the cue from that and will be able to develop these things for you. In addition, you also need to have the product conceptualization skill, and again systems engineering and exploration of different options that you have within the resources available to you, and then again develop the solutions, and then the concept design. So who does this function here? So in my view, the product conceptualization and the systems engineering ecosystem is that there. So who does this for us here in the case of defense services? So what we do is we make the user to do this particular function. Along with a small little acquisition wing that is there in the Ministry of Defense, they try to do this one. But whereas worldwide, any navy that is, or rather any armed force that is comparable with us, you have huge structures manned by about, like 2,000, about like 5,000 people, like Atlas Japan, and then DG, DE&S, MOD UK, those ones like that. So in the absence of that, in the absence of like suboptimal ecosystems like this, you can imagine how difficult it is to become Atmanirbhar. So like what is the immediate impact of this suboptimal ecosystem? Is inordinate time for achieving Atmanirbharta, and then perennial lag in technology threshold. And the other implications are inability to develop capability at own will, and continued dependence on imports, and then high maintenance costs, suboptimal availability of assets. If any of you are suffering from any of those things, you know where lies the problem. And again, Commander Tarate was asking about the valves. This is the reason for that thing. So is it a desirable situation? At least not after 2020 Independence Day declaration of the leader, and then not after seeing the post-war supply chain interruptions that we found. So what is the remedial approach? So I'll just take another 1 minute and restructure the defense PC and SC ecosystem. We got to look at it and then change the very way we function this particular thing. A fourth or fifth largest military of the world cannot be functioning like that. And then possibly when the British left, or rather when they were here, that function was being done in UK. They have never created that function here. They just had like Navy office and these kind of things there. And we just tried to expand them, and then we tried to do a job for which we have not been trained. So how do you restructure? If you just look at all the stakeholders, you have the professional directorates. I just said D1, D2, DN, and again MOD, that acquisition wing, DRDO, different labs, 1 to N, and again DPSUs, and then of course industry. So presently it is done by the line directorate. Has every like professional directorate has a line function as well as a staff function. They do both there. The line function is the management of the equipment that particular professional directorate is supposed to take the custody or ownership and then do it. But it doesn't happen because the staff function overwhelms him, and he pays more attention to this and then he neglects it, because of which you have actually more problems. Because you have more problems, he goes into day-to-day firefighting. Because he goes into day-to-day firefighting, he doesn't have time to do this manage his equipment. We are into a vicious cycle right now. So what I suggest is take out the line function from those directorates and get the MOD acquisition wing there, and take a slice of DRDO labs from there, and then take a slice of DPSU labs, and create a structure, train them, and ask them to do your actually product conceptualization. They are the people who drink, sleep, and then eat the kind of equipment that he is going to manage. In case of like somebody from DME who is managing valves, the guy, a small group sitting over there should be thinking always about valves. What is my valve today? What are the problems today? What is going to be my next generation valves? For which, what all the technologies I should nurture? So this is the kind of in-depth work that should be happening for you to have Atmanirbharta. So like create a cadre of professionals, an ideal mix of service and civilian officers. Cadre, don't post them there. You train them to an extent and then give them over there and then let them join that cadre so that he doesn't have to be again brought back to his sea time. And this is what all other armed forces do, in spite of having such a matured ecosystem. And make small teams to master in every equipment that you use, and then keep them at arm's length so that they are not involved with your day-to-day kind of functioning. They are not disturbed by that one, but there is a seamless information flow and then feedback. And train them well by rotating them through a DRDO lab, dockyards, onboard ships, so that they know about, with a focus on that particular equipment for which he is going to take ownership. And again, put them there, give him away to that particular ecosystem, and enable nurturing of knowledge, and then institutional knowledge management is the mantra. And womb to tomb, it's not only the womb to tomb responsibility of that particular equipment that he is going to look after, he also has to look after what is going to be the next birth there. This kind of an ownership is what that needs to be given to him. It's not utopian, it can be done. And it's being done by everybody. With this kind of a government and with this kind of a focus, somebody just ought to have to go with the proposal and then you will get approval just in no time. I've taken more time to actually tell you about the problem and then less about the solution, because the identification of the problem is the biggest problem today. And with this, if you do so, this PC and SE ecosystem will be enhanced. And we may not have the kind of problems that we've been having so far, and the Atmanirbharta will not be a distant dream. It will be a reality. Thanks a lot, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we spent a few minutes on question and answers. Please tell your name before you ask a question.
I'm asking questions, sir, because I don't know if anyone else is in the mood to ask questions. But mine is serious. You know, we've heard all day of what is happening, why it's not happening, and why private shipyards. I've had experience with, I was working with Great Offshore, and we used to order our ships in Bharti Shipyard, and Bharti Shipyard bought Great Offshore, and then they ran themselves and Great Offshore into the ground. Both the companies don't exist. I've visited their shipyards all over, and also seen ABG. They've got prime properties, they've got terrific facilities, but why can't we, the PSUs or the bigger shipyards, take over these places and start, utilizing them, because they're lying and rotting over there nowadays. Is anyone thinking on those lines, from the PSUs or from the defense PSUs or from bigger shipyards? Admiral Chawla?
Principally, it's a good thought, but the issue is principally of money. So, whenever you think of taking over something, the government has to sanction money. So that the entire thing hinges on that if you take it over, even if you have provided the money to take it over, then what do you employ it for? A classic example is HSL. With due apologies to what happened. We took over HSL because it was a great opportunity, but then we didn't know what to do with it. So we tried to foist business onto it, which it was not capable of doing. Because there are many other factors like HR. I was personally very deeply involved in trying to give some business to HSL, so I understand that. So the problem is that finally, you end up with a non-productive yard, you end up with all sorts of problems. audit objections, the CAG reports, and you spend more time, I think, as Admiral Srinivas mentioned, answering. As ACS PNP, I have spent more time answering objections, CAG objections of P-15 ships, which I was not involved in any way. But in the sense, so this is what happens. So I'm sure somebody would be answering those objections even today. So actually, essentially, it's a matter of profitability, in short. That
I'll just add, you see, taking over a facility like, say, Bharti or ABG, you will non-use it for a long time. You got to reactivate the facilities. A shipyard is nothing without manpower, with a skilled manpower. Now, what are you taking over? You're taking over an asset like ABG at Surat had a ship lift. First shipyard in the country to have a ship lift. One of the first ones. But if it's not in use, I don't think it's working or anything near that. So assets have to be taken with not only the infrastructure, but with the people who man the asset. Right? Second thing is, in the government sector, a private sector would have taken it. There's no auditor involved in that. So everything has to be viable. For example, Adani at Mundra wanted to offer his port and other infrastructure to L&T at one point in time, right? The infrastructure was very state-of-the-art, well built, but there are so many other reasons that you are inheriting a lot of problems along with the infrastructure. It's not worth it. The other problems, which I don't want to say in public, but there were some problems. Therefore, while the infrastructure was very good, but it couldn't be, normally it would have been taken over in no time by commercial negotiation. But there are so many other issues involved in it that it's a package deal. If you're buying problems, you're paying money for that problem also. So that is one of the problems of ABG. ABG had a lot of litigations. Bharti is lying there for, I visited that place in 2004, or in fact when I was AST, much earlier. They were doing very well. But the money utilized money won by the management, taken by the management, was utilized somewhere else. The order was languishing for execution, and the facility became unusable over a period of time. So just having a facility by itself is not infrastructure only, it's a total comprehensive package. So one has to take a very commercial decision. Government issues are what Admiral Chawla mentioned, but any private sector, anybody else could have taken over. For example, Pipavav has been taken over by Mr. Ambani from Mr. Gandhi. There was a commercial deal. So the standing over, taking over and buying things, selling things does happen. But it has to be a total package, not be looked at only, oh, I have a dry dock, therefore you take over. No.
I think in addition to what both the panelists have spoken, I'm just sharing an example. Most of you may be knowing that the UN Marine has just picked up PG or Bharti because their businesses are growing and they are quite confident about getting orders from Coast Guard and the Navy. What they lacked was a dry dock. So this is a facility they picked up because both these firms are through NCLT, and that process. So they found it attractive and they have picked it up, and hopefully they will be able to utilize it well. So as the Admiral said, it's a commercial decision, and they will do a hard bargaining to take over and resolve all the litigations, etc.
One of the main problems is, remember, in any shipyard is the manpower. Skilled manpower is the most essential ingredient in any shipbuilding activity. Without that, you can do nothing. Any other question, please?
My question has been already answered by Admiral Srinivas in his presentation partly, sir, but I would request for a further clarification, sir. Sir, I understand that a lot of indigenization has been happened already for new construction ships, sir, for equipments and all. But at maintenance level, what we face issue is that although the equipment is indigenized, sir, one of the critical spare is still being imported, which send our refit timelines to, we know the issue, sir. So, sir, what suggestion or what model you had proposed, sir, you think will it work and for addressing this issue also? And if yes, sir, then why it is not being implemented till now, sir?
If the present, I gave there what are the functions of this product conceptualization and systems engineering. Even if the present setup does all that one, you wouldn't have faced that problem. But the present setup is, it is difficult for them to do it, though we took over onto us all the services to do this particular thing in the absence of, I still, like sometimes wonder, we keep reading the Admiralty books and then the naval technical manuals of US which were circulated on the CD, where you had a custodian for every equipment, a group there. In the absence of it, by having a makeshift arrangement in the naval headquarters that actually somebody looks after all that thing, I don't know how we as a service thought that it can be done, even after actually suffering for so many decades by not being able to do that particular function in a thoughtful manner. So if in case of someone does that particular thing, you will not face that problem. In case of, so that it is not because of human shortfall of the commitment. Everybody is as committed. It is the structure that is actually required to do that kind of a function in a focused manner was actually not there. So if you create it, you will be able to do that function better, then you will not have that problem.
Your question, if I understand correctly, is that an equipment which has been supplied, the spares, there's lack of standardization of spares in the application of equipment. Is it correct?
Not standardization, but one of the critical spares still will be owned by an OEM which will be imported.
Will be imported.
That's fine.
So the solution.
The spare importing takes time. Still,
So the solution in my opinion there lies in, this problem is inevitable. When you are, even you take electronic equipment for example, Bharat Electronics makes EW systems. 80% of the components will be indigenous, but there will be some component, critical component, which may be imported, which would be imported. Because it's a question of scaling and cost. Is it worth? But the answer lies there is stocking sufficient spares for those equipment, for the spares, sufficient quantity of spares which are imported, so that you have thing. At the same time, once the equipment is inducted, which you have been doing in service, try and indigenize the spare. Try to find an indigenous equivalent. Many times you have succeeded, many times. So the problem cannot be avoided in any equipment, because no manufacturer will like to buy things which is cost effective. Right? You develop some component in India, it might cost you much more than what is available outside. So therefore, that problem will be there, but the solution lies there in having good logistic support for those equipment which have a long lead time. And second thing is to concurrently indigenize that item, so that in due course you are a little more self-reliant.
So it's not necessary that every component needs to be manufactured in the country. At the time when you are inducting a particular engine, you got to look at it, what is its life cycle cost? And then how is the life cycle support is being given by the OEM. If you look at the 3 megawatt engines, both the Navy and Coast Guard put together, we have something around 370 engines. That is the second largest in the world. In any country, that many engines are there. And the spares for this, they come from Singapore. That OEM, he doesn't even keep one overall kit in the country. He makes you to buy those ones there. You ask him, you ensure the supply chain, you tell him that you put, in fact you ask him that like you start making those engines in the country, he'll be willing. Because we've never thought when you induct an equipment, you got to look at, you got to make an attractive business model for that thing. We just did a study recently in MOD along with Naval Headquarters. If you look at the gas turbine, Ukrainian gas turbines requirement for the next 20, 25 years, they're about something about like 6,000 crores for the new as well as for overall cost. You give this as a business model for somebody, you will find somebody buying out the IPs and then actually start manufacturing these in the country and also supporting those things. Right? You got to look, you got to need this kind of a holistic view, life cycle view of that.
Any last one question, please? One more question. Anybody? That's it? You want to have a question? That's it? Okay. Good. Gentlemen, I just sum up this session by giving my concluding remarks. As far as the innovation and indigenization of systems and weapon systems and equipment is concerned, I see from the presentations morning till now that whatever we are more or less self-sufficient in float and move, but we continue to lag behind in our technology, indigenization, in fight capability. Even in the move category, I find there are gaps today by way of gas turbines, by way of reduction gears, and things like this. Critical machinery. I think the need of the hour now is that I've been listening to such presentations for many years now. This figure of 80-90% float move is going on, and the other side, the figure also is going on. There's no improvement in the figure. Very little improvement, in fact. So I think when we draw our technology roadmap for the Navy, which is, we should take into account that this is my priority one item. I need to be self-reliant in critical areas of technology, and that is where the gaps are. And on the technology roadmap, I have a comment that there's a lack of synergy between the DRDO technology roadmap and the naval technology roadmap. In terms of, you may have the same items figuring in each of one of them, but the priorities are different. I mean, I am just making a statement which I like to be challenged. The important thing is that we have a national asset like DRDO. We have to help them perform. If they're not performing, you have to make sure that they do perform. Navy has made very good headway in making them perform in many areas, and we have had a setback in many other areas. So my suggestion would be, way ahead would be, a synergy between the technology roadmap of DRDO and Indian Navy, Army and Air Force, so that the effort at indigenous development is optimized and focused on the right priority. And that is how we should be able to progressively reduce that dependence on import. Also, everybody has been talking this morning about teamwork in technology development. Right from the first presentation till we say the teamwork between academia, R&D, industry, and the customer. But I believe that the teamwork between is only more in speaking than in actual in spirit. I have not seen any serious effort being made by the Navy customer to involve academia. There are let's not take example of one odd case a good thing happening somewhere. Is it happening in an institutionalized manner? I like to see more seminars or interactions in a formal manner between, say, Navy and IIT Delhi, and talk about sonar, talk about something else with computing with Kanpur or Mumbai. This sort of an interaction is totally lacking, and even with DRDO and academia, it's more a personal type of interaction. So I think there's a need to formalize that sort of an interaction to be able to make greater progress. Infrastructure augmentation is another area of concern. We certainly lack prototype testing facilities. We don't have a land-based test site even now. We've had a scale model site set up at Jamnagar, but I don't think it's been used. Last time I visited that place, it is not in use because the designer doesn't feel the need to do this. What I am trying to say is that let's create the infrastructure for prototype testing so that the time at the shipbuilding stage, etc., is minimized. Second, next point is on augmentation application of technology in shipbuilding and ship design. We have had, we don't have any research organization doing the ship design. We had started something called Nirdesh, which has become defunct because couldn't be manned. So I think what we did something right, we should try and cultivate that and make things happen better rather than just closing down those things. So we have had some very good models of DMD, for example. It's a very excellent model of indigenous development. The way we went about supporting industry, the way we went about developing vendors, the way we did all this. In fact, the recent model of AIP model, which has now succeeded but yet to be proven on the submarine, is a very good effort of DRDO, industry, both L&T and Thermax. And they have had some very good result to show for that sort of an effort. But now there is no, I see, for no continuity in application. We are still waiting for some good time to sort of put it on a platform. I mean, it has to be a planned activity, not that, okay, it's happened, right, keep it lying there and we will go. When you actually use it, there may be many problems because of lack of attention and effort. Gas turbine is an area of concern. We have been talking about gas turbine indigenization for, I think, Kaveri gas turbine in GTRE for more than 25 years. Right. And there is again, why are we not focusing on, and there is so much of application, both commercial and military, for the gas turbine in India. When somebody have talked in the morning, LM2500 gas turbines, it is not indigenous. There is no technology. We are buying gas turbine and testing it and putting it on a platform. So let's be serious about certain issues where we actually lack indigenous capability, and then we should be able to make it little more, self-reliant as far as Navy is concerned. Thank you very much for your patience and listening to us at this odd hour of the day. I can see that you all want to finish. We also want to finish. Thank you very much, and I must thank all the panelists for their nice presentation. Once again, thanks the IMF for giving us this opportunity to make this presentation, to share our thoughts with you on the subject of indigenization. Thank you.
Thank you, Admiral Jetli, Admiral Chawla, and all the other panelists. May I request Captain Dixit to present the mementos. I'll only request Admiral Chawla, maybe we'll give the presentation, the memento after he finishes the concluding address to you. Admiral Jaitley. Admiral Rangachari. And Admiral Srinivas. Then Captain Krishnamurthy. And Commodore Dr. Rana. I think it's been a pretty long day, and it's actually well past 6. However, we still have one presentation that is by Commodore Ajay Sharma from Bharat Forge. I request him to try and keep it short, because I know that everyone's had a pretty heavy dose today. So request him to take the podium and deliver his talk.
पासवर्ड भी है ना लैंड पासवर्ड पासवर्ड का है लैपटॉप का सर आपको पुनः ही देता हूँ
Yeah. Okay. Good evening, Admiral Subedar, Admiral Nadkarni, for giving me a chance to speak on this, to give a chance to Bharat Forge to speak in IMF today. I know I'm in a very tight spot when everybody was thinking everything is over and I have just cropped up. But I assure you I'll not take much time, and I'll just run through my slides. And in case there is any doubt or any clarifications, that can be taken care later on by me through anybody, any questions. Now, it has been said that the futuristic technologies have been spoken of since morning, but I feel before we go into the future, we must look back. And if you see 20 years back, all these gadgets were there, and where are we today? As of now, all these gadgets, computing, everything is now in our mobile. And it is also said that NASA in 1960, when they shot the satellites in the space, that time the type of computing power which was available is now available in the mobile. And that is the type of futuristic technologies on which we are heading towards. Now, this is where is the further, like what people have spoken about, lots on AI and other type of things. What is driving the whole technologies on this is that, again, on the computing power plus on the artificial intelligence. If you see the graph which is shown here, by 2030, the type of intelligence which will get built up will be to the tune of almost about 2,000 plus human-sized brains, what we should be able to assess on that. So this is where the trend is moving. Now, I'll not go in more details. Earlier, it was more on a linear technologies, but now it's on exponential technologies on which we are moving on. This is the type of picture which I want to depict on the internet, where it is said that wherever the internet is the most widespread in the various countries, there the economy is booming. And if you see, India is also one of the economies just because internet is actually booming. And this is leading to the future technologies because all connectivities are available and information is available readily now. Here, parallelly, futuristic technologies are moving towards the sensors. Actually, if you see earlier cameras and the type of sensors what are there, now everything is available on the glasses, and by click I don't need to remember anything. All information is available to me, and this is what is the factual things which are there. And in case somebody doesn't use the specs, then there are contact lenses also available, which can give you the complete information in the net what is available on that. Now, what is happening is, like morning, it was said that if you have an idea, the things will change. That's why if you see the idea, and all these companies are $1 billion unicorns which have been created just based on ideas. And that's how the trends are moving on. How are things moving towards the products? Now, all these technologies are actually getting converged together, and all these technologies have already been spoken of in enough just because of the previous slides what I covered up, and that is what is enabling huge success in the robotics, on artificial intelligence, on various sensors and networks. How does it impact the defense? Now, in the defense, again, I see there is some sort of repetition which is there, and why we are trending on this is because even at Bharat Forge, our focus is basically with the futuristic technologies moving, which are the weapons and the systems which we should look into. So these are the weapons, what is our focus area also, and works are happening on that. Now, this is also affecting the total modern naval warfare now. That's why when we talk about network-centric warfare, it is both at the land, at the surface, and also on under surface. We are also working on lots of underwater systems, which I'll be covering in my slides later on, also on the communication networks, and everything is going to get connected as we move forward on this. Also, if you see the latest evolving geopolitical outlook now, this self-reliant, it is not only in India, because we make all types of ammunitions. Earlier we used to supply, but now all countries are asking us to create the ammunition facilities in their countries. Like Make in India, they are asking for, and as I am talking about Central Asia republics, we are talking about with the various countries on that. So this, because of this present Ukraine-Russia war, people have realized, and there is a type of thought process which is going on. But at Bharat Forge, we had this Make in India, before this Atmanirbhar and Make in India came, it was vision of our chairman that we were working on the same lines, and that's why we had a first mover advantage. At this stage, we make all types of ammunition from 30 mm to 155 mm. Now, this is what is the self-reliance. Because of previous factors, everybody is talking about self-reliance, and these are the global factors plus the technology factors, which is now enabling us to get into a self-reliance on the defense technologies. This is Atmanirbharta total, what has been spoken of. I was in the last week, I was in Swavlamban, I had a talk there and I was a speaker, and I realized because 75 challenges which were imposed during the Swavlamban, in fact our Honorable Raksha Mantri also said that if there were 75 challenges, how it is possible that all 75 challenges got cleared within a year. So it is that same persons, everything is same. What is the difference? I analyze at my end because I realized because there were some small startups who were part of the 75 initiatives which were given. They said that even QRs, whatever they found, there is a change in QRs required because NAI was also part of the problem and part of the system. QRs were changed at the run. I think that type of infrastructure, if comes in, systems development will become very easy for all the bigger programs also. Now, these are the other things which I'm sure it is already covered up, and I'll not go more detail on that. This is where the various, as a ecosystem now exists on which we are all working on. Now, this slide I like to dwell upon. Like morning, it was discussed on Swavlamban, on MSMEs working, etc. But actually, if you see in the existing infrastructure also, all bigger companies have this type of structures already available. There is an ecosystem available. Now only what is required is the connector from the technologies which are being developed by MSMEs to scale it up for the facilities which are already available, both in Kalyani Group, in Tatas, in L&Ts, Ashok Leyland, Mahindra, like you see. All these systems are already available. We need to only connect it up to bring it together, which is already happening. Now, just to give you a snapshot of what we are doing at Bharat Forge. Now, like I said, at Bharat Forge, our endeavor was that we work in a very different model than other companies. Here, we believe in making systems and then going to the market, and system business will follow. It is very difficult, and many people question us that, how it's in defense, it's very difficult, but somehow things have worked for us, and that's why we continue with the same model. With that model, if you see, first we made about 6 variants of artillery guns. Now here also it is not that Bharat Forge didn't face any difficulty. When we made our first artillery gun, when we asked for I'm talking about 8 to 10 years, for ranges to do the firing, it was refused. But we didn't stop. We took the gun, took it to US, did firing there, made a video, came back here, all the policies got changed thereafter. So this is the type of attempt which happened once a private company that gets into the system on this. Now here we are metallurgically very strong. There is a stronger R&D. Now we have already created about 6 variants, but here also things were difficult. We got first an export order, huge order, about $155 million, and thereafter Indian orders have started following now. Now with this, with the artillery system, now we are graduating to the naval systems now. Naval guns, like I mentioned in the morning, SRGM gun barrel, which is being supplied as a standard fit by BHEL, barrel is still being imported. We have taken on that challenge on ourselves that we will indigenize that barrel. And based on that, CNS and Vice Chief, when they visited us, they saw our capabilities. We said that we can take on a complete gun. So SRGM has come under Make 1 now, and we are going to take it out. Secondly, the 127mm naval gun, which is there, we are also pitching for that because we have the wherewithal available. There are certain difference what is available in the naval systems versus artillery, which we are already aware about, automatic feeding system, etc. That is all being taken care of, coating and other things. Also, we are into 30mm naval guns. Like what we saw in all the presentations, generally the fight is a minimum component as of now, which to the tune of 50%. This is where we are pitching in so that ratio can go further higher. Plus, there are many other systems what we are already working on, combat systems and other things, which I will not dwell more on that. Now to talk about mainly on the unmanned systems. Now there are various programs which we have taken on ourselves under Make 2 at our own investment. It's almost to the tune of 3 million euros what we are spending for development of 10 prototypes of expendable underwater targets and also for mobile target emulator. Now why? When we are also into torpedoes, sir. So in the torpedoes homing head existing Set 65E and Tet 71ME, we are in the process to upgrade the homing heads. There is a larger inventory. But the Navy was kind enough, when we modified the homing head, we took it for the trials. There was a submarine which has to float as a target, which we feel is a huge wastage of time and efforts and the money wise also. That's how these programs which are coming in now are being underdeveloped, and shortly we will be putting them for the trials with the Navy. With our capability on that, recently we got an emergency order on mine reconnaissance AUV, There are 6 systems which are to be developed, and thereafter we are expecting larger numbers on that. Now, morning also somebody spoke about underwater ranges, and underwater ranges as of now, like all ships, they go for signature mapping. Actually, if you ask me the way technology is going on, it is not required now. Now, there is an AUV mag, what we are talking about, where you just take the ship slightly outside. With this type of AUV, you can do the complete signature mapping. In fact, what we have realized is doing a signature mapping using this is more closer to than what we do in underwater ranges as of now, because in underwater ranges, sensors are on a much deeper way, and there's an extrapolation which is being done. Whereas in this case, you go just below 6 meters, an actual magnetic signature of a ship is more realistic to the depth what we are talking about. Torpedoes, I said, now actually Bharat Forge is becoming as a private torpedo hub, and again Navy was kind enough because we supply all types of MR kits, and also now NADs, there is a reduction. There is no new induction being taken place, and private companies are given a chance to do the MR services also. So that is the type of things what we have. The moment we got into homing head, now we got into Test 71ME, then there is a universal homing head Navy is looking for. So all those things are at various stages of development in Bharat Forge. Now on the unmanned side, though I am not covering up my all larger spectra of on marine side, but just to inform you, on Bharat Forge intent, sir, is very clear that in fact BAE Burrow UK, which used to make a complete submarine, the whole plant has been acquired by us. So with an intent to get into mid-jet or other submarines along with the shipyards. So that type of investment has taken place on the marine side, on our side. And with the underwater systems, plus we are also into gas turbines and gas turbine generators, like what was spoken of. Wherever the huge gap areas are there, we are playing a very major role on that. I'll not be able to dwell more on that at this stage. Unmanned turrets, also these are the programs which are already ordered on us, and because these are multiple gun, 30 mm, 12.7, 7.62, and they are on various vehicles. Like I showed in my previous slides, we are also into all types of combat vehicles. Unmanned ground vehicles, these are the, again, all basically technologies. We believe in developing the technologies and then clubbing that together to make the systems. Like in the autonomous technologies, then auto tracking, all those things are already there. Also on the remote weapons stations, we build it up, and as of now, the Army is in a need of about 702 numbers, what has been, and we have already done trials at various terrains on for this to get it cleared. Also, we are into UAVs, etc. I'll not go into more details. Recently, I was in Kochi. We did the trials of, this is a buoyancy gliders. So where, it is to the range of 1,000 meters depth we are talking about, and an endurance of 45 days. And it can be used for multiple applications, also for acoustics and also for general oceanographic data parameters. Plus, we are also into sea pickets and ops and on these things. That's all from my side, sir. I hope I have not taken much time, sir.
Thank you, Commodore Sharma. May I request President to give a small token from the IMF. We now come to the concluding address, which will be delivered by Vice Admiral Anil Chawla, who's a former Flag Officer Commanding-in-Chief for the Naval Command, where he also happened to be my boss.
So this is not a very popular duty, and I will be extremely brief. At the outset, I would like to compliment the IMF for having organized such a educative seminar. I think all of us were educated. We spoke also, and we were educated in turn. As far as the closing remarks are concerned, I will not go into any of the presentation. I just stick to a couple of macro points. One is that we today have a name. I mean, the Prime Minister has set a name that India should be a developed country by 2047. And that requires, as per the RBI, 7.5% growth every year for the next, till 2047. This 7.6 actually, as per the RBI. This has been achieved by India, and this is the RBI report, only twice in the last 25 years. We've only gone above 7.5 twice. So that means if this has to be translated, then every sector has to perform, and the maritime sector that we are talking about will need to contribute. In China, it is contributing about 10% to the GDP, 9 to 10% for the last 30 years or so. India, as per our figures, is roughly around 4%, sometimes 5%, which I think is slightly exaggerated to my mind. But the fact is that the maritime sector, which includes the shipbuilding, civilian, military, everything included, has to contribute. This year, we still remain the largest importer of weapons in the world. As per CIPRI, we are 11.4%. Saudi Arabia is 9.4 odd %. China is 4.6%. So there is a lot of things we have to do. And I think one of the things we have to do, I think what I mentioned about the single vendor, I think even Admiral Srinivas mentioned about the change in the organization. There has to be a change, structural change in the organization. Otherwise, what we will keep doing is a bit of band-aid. A lot of good work, however, is happening. And the second point I wanted to mention was that we have a very dangerous adversary. My main topic of study today is China, on the maritime side particularly. And today China is a 350 frontline ship navy. Indian Navy, we say 130, but actually out of them around 50 are frontline ships. And out of which, if you take it even 25% being in refit at any given time, you can see the kind of imbalance that is developing. And even the USA's frontline ships today are less than 150. And China has 350 frontline ships. This is as per the US intelligence report, which is likely to go up to 430 by 2030. Even if it doesn't go to 430, even if it goes to 400, you can see that what component of that can be deployed against us in the Indian Ocean, which would really mean that you would get swamped. And if they develop the bases as they are developing, the first base has already come up in Djibouti. The studies that about 3 more bases could happen. Gwadar is ripe for the picking. That would be right sitting on top of our oil juggler from the Persian Gulf. Then you can see the kind of complications that start coming up. Similarly, the kind of imbalance in force levels that is coming, particularly in the submarines. The last contract we signed was 2006. We've been struggling for the last since 2008 for the 75 India. And the SSNs, I'm not in service, but I don't know whether they have been sanctioned or not sanctioned. But the fact is there is a long gestation time, as all of you are aware, in production and operationalization. And if you don't start today, then by 2047, even if you're a developed country and you haven't developed your maritime power, military power, then it is a bit of a hollow equation. It will be something like Japan was without the security umbrella of the United States. But as I said, from this session, what has emerged is that a lot of good work is going on. A lot of private companies have come up, and private companies are really the way ahead, frankly. Because as I said, the vitality, the energy, the new technology, the efforts can really only come in, not because DPSUs are bad, but because DPSUs are bound by too many rules and regulations, which does not allow them today to be as nimble or flexible as a private company. So I think there needs to be a basic restructuring of our entire defense ecosystem. It can be done. We have the capability, as been shown, demonstrated. We have a lot of talent available in this country. There is a lot of vitality. And lastly, I would say, as was mentioned, we had a couple of talks on merchant shipbuilding. China is a classic example where the 5 principal shipyards in China, which make today, today 60% of the ships on order are being ordered on China. There's a synergy between civilian shipbuilding and military shipbuilding. All of them make nuclear submarines, aircraft carriers, frontline frigates, and the speed, that's why, is amazing. So the Renhai class cruisers, for example, 10,000 tons, huge ship, the largest cruiser in the world. It took 3 years for the first ship to be commissioned from design stage, And after that, they have commissioned 7 more ships, the last one this year, in the space of 2 years. I don't know how they did it. 7 cruisers of 10,000 tons in the space of about 6 years have been commissioned from design. They are making the frigates at 6 months intervals at half the cost of Western, $350 million of a Western shipbuilding yard. And the speed of construction of aircraft carriers, the latest one from the design phase to launch was 3 years, and next year it is supposed to be commissioned. And that's a close to a Ford class tonnage, though conventionally powered. So I think there are many things we have to do. I think we are off to a promising start, but we must keep the stark reality and the figures and the imbalances in mind, because the last thing I would like to mention is that combats have only occurred when there is an imbalance in power. And so if the balance of power between India and China goes beyond a point where he's emboldened enough to know that we would be deterred, then he would have done what Confucius says, win without fighting. And I think we should not allow that stage to be reached. But I think this seminar and many others provide enough food for thought, and I'm sure the IMF would send up the recommendations in some manner to the people that matter from the deliberations here for whatever it's worth. And we should therefore contribute our might to Atmanirbhar Bharat and ensure that we, in a finite time frame, reduce this gap as much as possible. Thank you very much once again, and I think it was a great seminar.
Thank you, Admiral Chawla. And since you mentioned it, I would just like to tell the audience that we will be bringing out a compendium of the seminar, which will be in 2 parts. The first part will be primarily the papers which panelists have submitted. In case they have not submitted a paper, then we'll put a transcript of their talk which they have given today. And the second part will be the presentations that they have made during the seminar. May I request President IMF to give the memento to Admiral Chawla. And finally, we will have the vote of thanks, which is to be delivered by Kamlo Chitnis, who's the Vice President of the Indian Maritime Foundation. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Admiral Nadkarni. There are only half the people who were there. Yes. In the morning were 90, and now I see it about 40 or so. So anyway, this is due, and I think I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for your active participation and valuable contribution to this enlightening seminar in innovation and indigenization in the maritime domain. Your insights and expertise have enriched our understanding of this crucial strides being made by the country in Atmanirbharta. I would like to express our deepest appreciation to Admiral Kochar, Commandant NDA, who made time for us in his extremely hectic schedule. He set the tone for the seminar, and we had 3 exciting and illuminating sessions that followed. The moderators, Admiral S.N. Khurmade, Mr. Ranganathan, and Admiral Parvesh Jetli, steered the sessions brilliantly. The speakers who generously shared their knowledge and experience illuminated the path forward and progress and in self-reliance in the maritime sector. I really learned a lot from today's speakers, and I'm really happy to see especially the session, the one where naval officers, spoke with such confidence and gave out what is happening. And for the 2 sessions after that, we heard how it is going to be executed. A special thanks to our sponsors and partners for their unwavering support in enabling the success of this event and fostering collaboration and growth in the maritime strength. I must acknowledge the dedication and hard work of the core study group, that is the brain behind the seminar, led by Admiral Pasricha, Admiral DSP Verma, Admiral Subedar, and above all, the seminar convener, Admiral Ravi Nadkarni, who has done a yeoman job, right from conception to execution. Ravi, your efforts and meticulous planning ensured a smooth and what have I written here? You know, sometimes when you're writing, you can't read what you've written. Well, it's a wonderful job indeed. The seminar organizing committee, composed of the IMF Council members, also need to be thanked specially for their hard work behind the scenes, and they need to be thanked once again. The management of Central Park Hotel have been extremely cooperative and need a special mention. And they've really been helpful to us because we ran into a problem for last night's dinner. The last minute we had to change it, and they were very helpful with all that. Today, if you notice, the moderators and speakers were given a painting each in addition to the memento. I must mention that we have a Society of Marine Artists, which is a part of the Indian Maritime Foundation, and these paintings that were given have been made by those artists. So I would like to actually name them because their efforts must be recognized. And people who've done these 24 paintings that were distributed today or given today were Mr. Pradeep Kabade, Dr. Maya Bhalerao, Ms. Ekta Agarwal, Lieutenant Colonel Charlotte Das, Lieutenant Colonel Julius Rock. And Julius Rock is the only one who's here with us. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Last but not least, I appreciate the enthusiastic audience, and especially those who are still here, who actively engaged in thought-provoking discussions in the question-answer sessions. Your involvement made this event a true exchange of ideas and perspectives. Thank you all once again, and let's continue working together toward the future of innovation, sustainability, and progress in the maritime domain. Because, as we say, the sea is our strength. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And all that's left for me to say is that have a wonderful evening and a safe journey back. Thank you. Thank you, sir.